Warship's data.
I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, on just you watch. I'm stepping in the fade, there is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me, this is how legends are made.
Hello everybody and welcome to King of the Sea 12. Today with the European part where we're going to have the full weekend of European competitive gameplay. Today we're going to be seeing the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, to be followed up tomorrow by the semifinals and the finals, and we'll see who's going to be the King of the Sea in Europe at least. I'm of course not alone. My name is Chrysanthus. With me here is Mr. Conway. Mr. Conway is pushing all of the buttons in the background, being the mastermind of King of the Sea here. And why don't you join us here?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, welcome to King of the Sea. This is going to be a fantastic and really exciting day. We've got some super high profile and quality teams lined up for quite of an epic clash. I am indeed running the show in the background, so I'm going to be joining you briefly before, probably briefly at the end, and maybe I'll make a sneak appearance in the middle if I do manage to break something and have to apologize for the technical issues. But overall, I expect it to be a smooth and calm day with lots of action in the game. So we have a few things to talk about, I think, before we get into the nitty-gritty and start introducing our co-hosts and casters. So what can you expect to see today for King of the Sea? Let's have a quick look. So we are going to be playing the Yoink versus Surya game starting at 3 o'clock. That is in 17 minutes. Please bear in mind we are running a 5-minute delay for King of the Sea to make sure that there can be no accusations of shenanigans. Then we'll go and join the very anticipated game of Rain versus Ban CV, and then we'll head into the 2 quarterfinals that we'll be showing, and well, let's see who makes it to them.
Absolutely, yeah. Please keep in mind that this also means that if there's any issue on the stream, we hope there's not going to be anything, but you know, it will take us 5 minutes to fix it because of the time travel. The same thing is true for anything that you post in chat. It will be slightly delayed to us. So we usually try to be as engaging as we can on these streams, but today the focus is going to be on these matches, and we hope you're going to enjoy them as much as we do. Now, I'm sure that many of you are new to this. I'm sure also many of you already know a lot of the things, but we just want to recap a bit all of the things that are happening today. So you now saw the schedule, but let's also take a look at what the teams can actually win. With this King of the Sea, we actually introduced for the very first time for King of the Sea a cash prize pool for the international finals. The international finals is something that you can expect next weekend. We already had the CIS finals last weekend, and this weekend we're going to have a EU, NA, and Asia finals where we're going to see which teams are going to make it qualifying for this international part and who's going to be able to get their hands on these prize pools. So that should be very interesting. Mr. Conway, it's by now, is it... You personally, do you prefer the EU part? Oh yeah, it's I should look this way. No, up. I should look up to see.
It's fine.
Do you prefer the international or the regional?
Ooh, it's hard. Like I really like doing the EU finals as well, because we get to see a couple of more of our local teams. But international is where it really heats up, and especially with cash on the line this time, it's going to be very exciting, and I'm super looking forward to see what the other regions are going to bring. But this is next weekend. This weekend, teams are of course going to be competing about over in-game prizes, including the coveted King of the Sea flag, which teams can only keep for one rotation, basically, as long as they're King of the Sea, and it gets removed again. In German, we call this a Wanderpokal. It's a cool concept. Teams.
You want to make that a word now?
Yes. Teams are also able to compete for emblems, right? So even if you can't make it to one of the higher places, you can still get one of these snazzy things to show off to other players. And the way this works is that we just count the amount of total wins you have during King of the Sea tournaments, and then we give people the appropriate level of emblem.
But the only way to get that final emblem is to actually win King of the Sea. So that's probably the rarest emblem you will see in the game.
Yes, it is. It's quite cool and quite shiny. We do have a little prediction campaign running again today, right? I'm going to periodically, I have already and will more, spam the link in chat, right? If you go and you correctly predict one of the 4 teams to enter the EU Grand Finals tomorrow, for each correct prediction, you will get 2 King of the Sea camouflages. We'll run another prediction campaign tomorrow, another one next weekend. So if you are good at predicting these kind of things, you can actually get quite a few of these camos. They're very cool, and they have a nice in-game bonus as well.
Nice is an
Yes.
understatement. They have
Yes.
a really crazy bonus, and even if you don't participate in King of the Sea as a player, you still have a chance to get your hands on these camouflages by participating in these prediction campaigns. So make sure to follow the link. We'll keep dropping it periodically in chat, and it's going to be active until 15:30 CEST or 13:30 UTC. You can just convert it to whatever time you're living in.
So go sure to vote soon. In addition, of course, we have Twitch drops active today. So by watching 90 minutes of this very stream, or indeed any of the other King of the Sea streams today, you will get a mission, which in turn will reward you with a King of the Sea collection container. And of course, for completing the collection, you get a random tier 7 premium ship for free. So I very much encourage you to watch and stay.
Yes, so please, just to make sure that everybody gets it, because it's different compared to last time. So now you will get a mission. You just have to fulfill the mission to get your King of the Sea container, and there will be 1 mission drop per day. So you can get 1 today, 1 tomorrow, and next weekend you will be able to get 2.
Exactly. Ooh, and before I forget to mention it, right, teams that win regional finals tomorrow will also get, I mean, this is still a little thing compared to what they have to fight for in international, but they'll get the King of the Sea 12 t-shirt. And if you would like to have a King of the Sea t-shirt, you can indeed just scroll down on Twitch or on YouTube and head over to our Teespring store and pick one up for yourself. Cool. But I think that's most of the things that we kind of wanted to talk about. I think it's probably time to introduce the first of our commentators for today,
yes.
right?
I mean, also for context, you know that we love to invite guests to King of the Sea. This is a great big community tournament. We're always happy to have community members and contributors and other people here on board. This is something that actually grew from grassroots tournament into now the biggest tournament that we have for World of Warships, and that is thanks to all of the helpers in the background, be it adjudicators, the organizers, be it all of the streamers that are supporting this tournament, from all of the regions. And of course, the players that are participating. So we're very happy to do this. Unfortunately, Corona is still out and about, and unfortunately, a very, very big problem on a global scale. So we are currently not able to invite our guests here personally. So we could all just sit in the studio and do all of this together. So we're going to have a digital setup, just as for the last 2 King of the Seas, and we hope that everything's going to go well. And we have actually new guests for this King of the Sea, so I hope you're going to be also excited to see them just as I am. And our first guest that we have is actually Private Penguin. Hello, Penguin. How are you doing today?
Hi, Chrysanthos. I'm doing pretty well. I hope so. I'm a little bit excited because this is the first time I'm speaking English in front of such a big audience. I hope you don't mind. Welcome, everybody out there. My name is Private Penguin, or short Pingu. I'm a German CC since late or mid 2017 for World of Warships. I'm a German streamer since 2015, and I am casting several tournaments for World of Warships since 2016, actually, back in the days in October with the Oda Mortis Cup, Community
Absolutely.
Cup.
Yeah, that's actually how all of this started. So very happy to have Pingu here on board to talk a bit about King of the Sea. And since some of you might not really know what is King of the Sea, what can you expect in terms of the tournament, how is it set, we'll just cover a bit how this is going to be working out. So Pingu, can you just give our viewers a little bit of a rundown, like what kind of ships, tiers, and so on the viewers can expect?
Well, of course I can. Sure, this tournament is a tier 10 9 versus 9 format. There's only 2 battleships allowed for every team, and there's no CVs included. So there could be teams with a lot of destroyers and cruisers, of course. And there is some ships that got banned. There's a global ban where every team picked a ship that should be banned. And there are several other ships being banned in this tournament. And I think Chrysanthus can tell what ships they are.
Sure. Overall, this is something that we introduced for the very first time for King of the Sea Europe and also for the international aspect. That there is, first of all, a tournament-wide ban that actually the King of the Sea Discord voted on. The global ban is the Petropavlovsk. So even though that ship is in the game and also Tech 3 ship, it's not going to be allowed to be picked by teams. And then each of the teams will be able to ban one ship of their choice from the ship pool. And then there are certain ships that you won't be able to see in King of the Sea in general, based on the rules that we set up for the tournament. These are ships that are currently unobtainable or were just recently introduced. So, for example, Vampire 2 has been just released 2 weeks ago, and it's actually not allowed to be picked because we want to give everybody the chance to get their hands on these ships. And if a ship was removed, as for example the Smolensk, Puerto Rico Thunderer, these kind of ships or the Somers, even though you would kind of like potentially like to see them, we just want to make sure that everybody has the same kind of like starting position in terms of the tournament and the kind of ships that can be brought. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in chat, but otherwise, I hope this explains a bit the selection of ships. Of course, we also have a limited map pool, and if Mr. Conway can bring it up, we're going to be able to see several maps today. We have Crash Zone Alpha, we have Trap, Warriors Path, Loop, Northern Waters, North, and Land of Fire, but teams get to actually pick and ban maps. And Pingu, if you can maybe talk a bit about like why we do this and how teams actually interact with it.
Well, to bring a little bit of diversity into the tournament and how things work out is actually there's one team that picks one map for themselves. The other team gets to choose the spawn. In the second round, the second team can choose a map for themselves, and then again, the other team can pick the spawn. And for the third game, because we have best of 3 games today, only the finals are best of 5. The third map will be picked randomly by a bot and the spawn as well. And every team can ban one map.
Exactly. It can even be the same map if both teams decide to ban the same map.
That's true.
That is absolutely possible, but it's kind of like giving the teams an option to say, like, hey, I don't like this map. We want to prepare the other 6 maps. And on the other hand, then if they pick a map, the other team will be able to pick the spawn. So it's not just everything in the favor of the team that is picking the map. So we'll be very happy to see this. And if you've seen past King of the Seas, there have been a lot of upsets of team actually picking one map but actually losing on their home pick because they didn't get their favorite spawn. Looking at the entire stage of the tournament that we're in right now, it's a round of 16. You can see here the different teams that will be playing against each other. If you followed the last few weekends of King of the Sea, you might see teams that have been winning already against other teams listed here on this sheet. For example, we will be casting Yoink versus Surya, and Yoink actually already beat Ban CV, the reigning King of the Sea in Europe. And they are going to be playing against Rain, which is going to be the second set of matches that we're going to be broadcasting today. And you can see there's a lot of games happening today. And while we would love to show you all of it, the stream would be lasting for way too long. And we don't want to also make the teams play for an entire day because they have to come back tomorrow, right? So we're going to be focusing on these 4 different matches. Depending on whether they're going to be winning in a best of 3 setup with already 2-0 or 2-1, we might actually jump into other games in between, depending on how it goes. Yes. So, of course, you might also be interested in who's going to cast these games for this tournament. We actually have a new set of casters, and to introduce them to you, we'll just bring them in here. We're going to have Maltese Knight. If you watched the last international, you might have seen him play for R7, or for example, in the Verizon Cup. And we also have our stats blog with us. So, hello, guys, and Maltese. Since you're the new face on this stream, why don't you introduce yourself to the audience if they don't know you yet?
Well, I'm Maltese Knight. I'm a new CC, basically. I think I got CC about a month ago, I think. And, well, this is going to be my second tournament I'm casting. The first one was Team League. So I'm kind of excited for this. And I thank you guys for inviting me, of course. But yeah, I stream every day. Just randoms, really. I just play randoms or ranked. And I enjoy the game. I just play the game all the time. So that's me.
Perfect. Yes, if you want to see like how a King of the Sea player, for example, would play his ships, I can highly recommend you to check out Maltese Knight channels. And otherwise, I hope you know Statsblog by now. He has been here with us already quite often. Statsblog, for those who don't know you, tell us a bit about yourself.
Hi, I'm Stats. So I've been a Twitch streamer for between 2 and 3 years. I'm not exactly sure. I can't quite remember. I'm a Twitch partner. I'm a CC. I've been a CC for more than 2 years now. And I've been involved in King of the Sea for quite a while. I've done the official casts before, and you've probably seen me casting with people like TC and Flambas and Yuzeril and people like that. Excellent casters. And I'm super excited today to be casting with Maltese because, as you've just mentioned, he is an actual KOTS player, unlike me. So while I'm really experienced with the casting side of things, and hopefully I'm going to do a reasonable job of being your cameraman today, Maltese has got the inside knowledge, so I'm really hoping to be able to pick his brain during these matches about some of the choices that the teams are making in terms of ship choices, positioning, and those kind of things. And we'll try to, explain some of the things that we're seeing to you, picking his brains.
Perfect. Great. We see that the first game that we're going to be casting is going to be happening hopefully in around 5 minutes. So thank you, Maltese and Stats, already for joining us here and introducing yourselves. And we'll be basically handing over to our two casters once the first match is starting. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in the matches. Cool. So the first match, as we just said, is going to be Yoink versus Surya, two European teams that are fairly new. We haven't seen them in past tournaments. And Yoink...
That is correct.
Yoink was actually very interestingly winning against BanCV last weekend, which was, first of all, a very interesting set of matches. I hope you already saw it. And yeah...
I did, for sure.
You did. What surprised you the most in the way this team played?
Well, I think I was surprised because, BanCV was the winner of the last two King of the Seas, the real king, therefore. And Yoink just, yoinked them away in their first match up against each other. I think Yoink is a pretty good team and can become the next winner, the next king, but we have to see. It's a German team that is playing against Surya, a French team, and they actually banned two ships. We can talk about those
absolutely.
2 ships. Absolutely. We can see Yoink just banned the Daring, which is an excellent ship for torpedoing or for attacking stationary targets because of the single torpedo, which I think could be a tactic for Yoink because they banned the Daring. So this could be a possibility that they have a stationary ship sitting somewhere in an important position. The other team just banned the Harugumo, which is a supporter destroyer with good amount of damage per minute, maximum DACA, you know it. Yeah, I think. But what do you think about those two ship bans?
I was surprised to see, for example, Yoink banning the Daring. It's absolutely a strong ship, but it did appear in at least the games that I've seen from Yoink. They usually feel it also Daring and had some fun, for example, with nuking a Stalingrad with single launch torpedoes. So I'm very interested to see that they actually went for this ship, because if you can incorporate it into your own setup, why actually ban it? This is always one of the most interesting aspects to me, to see how these teams are trying to mind game see what the other teams
true.
have been doing, because of course they watch all of the matches usually in preparation of what the enemy team has been doing and how they can potentially get an advantage. For Surya, they actually have been playing King of the Sea 11 and King of the Sea 9 already. In King of the Sea 9, they got into the qualifiers, and last time they got into the knockout stage. But with a team like Yoink, it's hard to prepare, because unless you train against each other and you watch the matches, it's a little bit of an unknown. Now, North. Oh, and I can see that the teams are almost ready. So we're going to be seeing the map North. What is your expectation? Rather like a slow start, or other teams are going to go in and try to do something crazy in the beginning?
I think we've seen Yoink doing crazy things in the game against BNCV, so we can expect an aggressive game there in the beginning. But I think we have to see. It's really hard to tell without knowing the ship picks. And yeah, I guess we have to see.
Okay, so chat, let us know, who do you think is going to get the first match? Is it going to be Yoink or is it going to be Surya? Let us know. And we will be now handing over to our casters. Enjoy the first match, and we'll see you on the other side.
See you.
Hello and welcome to this first of the round of 16s. We've got Surya in green and we've got Yoink in red. Surya are bringing Republic, Yamato, double Des Moines, Salem, Nevsky, Gearing, and double Kleber. And I'm here with Maltese. Maltese, what do they got on the red side?
Hello, Stats. So what we got on the red side, we got a Conquer, a Yamato for the battleships, we got a Salem Minotaur, a Nevsky, a Stalingrad for the cruisers, and then for a triple destroyer, we got Gearing, Kleber, and Marceau. So we got very fast destroyers.
So I noticed immediately that the Yoink team have taken their two French destroyers and they've put them together. This is something that we've seen quite a few times before with other teams. Whereas Surya have split theirs. They've got one Kleber going to A and one going to C. What's the thinking with that double destroyer?
So I think they're running, so basically the double destroyer where they're stacking Marceau and Kleber, I think basically the Marceau is going to try spot the Surya Kleber, so the Kleber and Marceau can pile up on him instead of splitting them up. Because the thing is, when you're a solo Kleber, you can't really outspot a Marceau just because your concealment's actually worse by 0.8. So bringing that Marceau can at least allow them to spot that Kleber and reset the cap, possibly, you know, or at least dissuade them from capping.
Do you think they'll try for the island, or do you think they're just going to be a touch and go?
It seems like he's going straight for the island. CVs are in a fight state.
And this is always risky. I mean, you can see there that Astaroth has launched some torpedoes into the cap. Now, 8 kilometers, you know, you've got to be torping something really that's coming towards you. And I think CVs are in a fine state is maybe just realizing that there might be torpedoes coming. Maybe this was the plan all along. Yeah, this looks like this was a coordinated turnout. But with a double cap, with the points ticking, you know, with the cap points ticking with two ships, they're going to get this cap really quickly. And that's essentially a free cap. Nothing really in range yet to contest them. On the A cap, we've got the Kleber of Clem from Surya just backing into the cap here. And this is going to take a little bit longer because you've only got the one ship doing the capping. So what are Yoink going to do over on this A side to counter this Kleber?
So basically what it seems like, I mean, to counter that Kleber, all you really need is the Gearing to outspot him, or possibly maybe the A Nevsky to radar him. It has a 12-kilometer radar. He's currently actually not in range by point. Now he's in range, but I don't think he's actually going to pop it, because maybe he's not sure exactly where the Kleber is. I mean, that's really the way. You need to radar and spot it, but I don't think they're actually going to do it in time before he actually gets the cap.
While the match is a little bit quiet, I just want to explain something for people who haven't watched a competitive tournament using the spectator mode before. So we both are in, so Maltese and I are both watching this match in spectator mode, which means we can see both teams at once. Now I'm very quickly going to flick to the green team view, just so you can see what they can see, which is precisely nothing. And then the red team view, when what they can see is precisely nothing. So just bear in mind that we are most of the time going to be watching this double team view, and that doesn't necessarily mean that all these ships are spotted. So just bear that in mind. And any torpedoes that get spotted by us are not spotted by the players necessarily. So just bear that in mind as you are watching. Okay, talk me through what Flaxer is doing here in the gearing?
He's pretty much smoking the Minotaur up, I guess, and the Nevsky, so they can push him up to the cap, so then possibly the Gearing could contest A, and I guess radar any destroyer that maybe contests that Gearing. Nevsky's Hydra is actually up, but there's no real torpedo threat right now. Marceau's actually making his way towards B from Yoink. He's probably going to end up taking that for free, unless Clem has something to say about that. He's actually coming towards B too, so we might have a fight on B soon, in terms of French destroyers.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to meet. It looks like MKY Biz is going to reverse cautiously towards the cap. We'll see what Clem does. Let's take a quick look at the 9 line here. This is always a very exciting part of this map. Once things get going, yes. We've already got the Klebears going at it with their boosters. And the Salem and the Des Moines look like they're joining in as well.
Yoink seemed to have done a better job here on focusing Astaroth. He's down to 15k. Yoink's Klebear is still at actually 19k, so it's a positive trade there for him.
The thing to remember with all of the destroyers in this match is that none of them have a heal. So any health that gets knocked off them is permanent. So one of the banned ships, for example, is Daring, which can actually come back a little bit after a gunfight, but these ones can't. So Astaroth is now on 15,000 for the rest of the match. Why do teams bring Salem rather than Des Moines?
So the Salem pick is meant as a more aggressive kind of Des Moines. Its radar range is shorter, yes, by 1.5 kilometers, but it can offer better survivability just because its heal is 3 times as large every time. So it's much tankier than a Des Moines. Maybe it has the same armor, but it can heal for much more, especially if it's getting HE spammed.
Okay, we've got some action going on in the center. Stalingrad has radared in the center and answered by Syria's Des Moines with the counter radar. Also, simultaneously on the A-cap, Nevsky of Newbie coming under quite a lot of focus fire there.
Flaxer might actually end up taking this A-cap here.
Quite possible. These Nevskys have very high DPM, but you have to be really, really careful when you're playing these Nevskys, because if you take a volley from a battleship, even a Conqueror with HE, it's going to really, really hurt. So you've got to be super, super aware of the shells that are coming. And the destroyers, if they're providing you with a smokescreen, have to be super aware of where you are and where you're going. And so that's definitely going to be part of the team's communication when they're on voice together. They're going to be communicating about where the smokescreen is going to be. And of course, they will have practiced this as well.
Back on the 9-10 line, the Klebear has actually taken massive damage. Astaroth, he's down to 7k. CVs are in a fine status at 12k HP. Both teams are pretty good on this focus fire, really, on these Klebears, but it seems like Yoink is going positive on these trades. And now the Salems are actually, well, one of the Salems starting to farm the other Salem. So we're going to start seeing some damage output on those things.
Astaroth was actually running an aft fire there, so even lower health, down to 5,500. But still shooting. This stream's starting to take some fire here with Taubert. But this is where the Salems excel, right? So in a one-on-one kind of nose-to-nose, or in this case nose-to-tail fight, because if it's HE, you know, you get a fire, it doesn't really matter so much for the Salem.
This Dream has taken a lot of damage, though.
Yes, absolutely.
Compared to Taubert.
I also
can possibly heal this.
I also noticed that Nova in the Yamato is just going to sneak down into Charlie Cap here. So you've got the gearing over on the A cap, just reversing in, I can see on the minimap, and then you've got Nova just sneaking into the top of the cap there.
He is going to get spotted here by the Stalingrad, so he still has to be careful, because Stalingrad still has really good artillery, and it can actually citadel the Yamato at this range. Oh, he does give the Stalingrad a heavy punch for 15,000 damage.
You mustn't underestimate that Stalingrad on your broadside, though. Ooh, yeah, see? That's
20,000.
You've got to respect it. It's got amazing guns. Oh, Minotaur, Mono, from Yoink over on the A-cap takes a whack there. Yoink, so Minotaur does have a very good heal. It can heal back a lot of Citadel damage, but that's still going to leave a mark. There's also torpedoes going towards that smoke screen. Let's just
Will he actually eat this torp? He might actually.
It's possible.
Yeah, he definitely does. Oh, he's down to 8,000 damage.
And this Mino is running the sci-fi camo, so it's kind of difficult to tell it.
He just got Citadel from the nose by
Yes,
Republic.
he did.
That's the biggest issue with Minotaur, really. Well, it has two main issues. One, it's really squishy, and two, it only has AP. So if a destroyer angles to it, it really can't do anything to it, basically.
Okay, let's have a look here. So Kleber in the middle, Clem is going to, by the looks of it, just He's still sideways to the edge of the cap. I'm not sure whether he's planning to try and go for the cap. You've still got the threat there of the Stalingrad radar. Marceau of Biz is coming across, maybe to try and do something about Charlie. Just maybe support those guys over on Charlie from Yoink. Yamato from Yoink has turned out into a kiting position by the looks of it. There are more Syria players there than Yoink players, so it is a good plan for them to turn into these kiting positions. Oh, massive smack there on the nose of Nova. Maltese, you still with me? You okay?
Yeah.
Cool. Just checking.
Honestly, this Yamato's kind of being super aggressive Nova here. He's probably going to end up dying. I mean, he's going to be aggressive into a Salem, Yamato, and Kleber. It's going to be really difficult to come out of this alive.
Yeah, and
especially since they're prepared for it. They're all kited away and shooting him, so...
They didn't get the cap with the Yamato either. It was actually Astaroth that got the cap, so... I mean, if they wanted to get the Yamato onto the 9 line, they could have taken it around the top, potentially.
Possibly.
And it wouldn't have taken those shots from the Stalingrad.
He's on fire. He might just end up dying here for sure. I mean, Yamato shoots him one more time. He overmatches his nose and probably ends up killing him. Here's a shot. Here's a kill.
Nova goes down. So that puts... so let's have a look at the points clock. So let me explain what's going on at the top of the screen here for those of you who are newer to tournaments. So you can see there is obviously the normal points that you would get in a domination match. So you've got 435 versus 682. But then above that, there's a mod which is showing you who wins if nothing else changes. And currently the green team, Syria, will be the winners if nothing else changes.
I think it's the Yoink actually has to do something here, right? Right now, I mean, they have an HP advantage, but it's only by 10,000, so it's not actually that much. And they do have a cap disadvantage. And they did lose one of their radars on A, so that's quite unfortunate for them.
Sroth and the Kleber actually managing to get away from CCAP under fire from the Marceau without taking any damage. So good dodging there. We've got Des Moines of Joris in the center, which has moved into a very forward position, I would say, although there's no immediate threat.
He's relatively safe, I think, in his position right now, unless the Yamato ends up getting a shot. But the Yamato is getting pushed off by the Salem Des Moines, who are in a really good position because they're abusing of these islands. And that's how you're supposed to play these Des Moines and Salems. You're trying to get close to these islands and try to be super aggressive with them. Because, I mean, it's quite hard to unhinge them from these islands. You have to literally either push up a destroyer to YOLO them or a battleship. And the thing is, the battleship got pushed off really hard.
So we will rapidly be approaching 800 points for Yoink here. But, of course, Syria with the 2 caps are going to overtake them at some point. So although Yoink have the points lead, as we were just saying, they do need to do something. So looking at the minimap, what do you think they're going to be looking to do here?
Possibly maybe using these 2 French destroyers and making a play on C, maybe. Maybe both of them could possibly kill Astaroth somehow, maybe. Maybe even YOLO the Des Moines through an island, like first go through C and then go for Des Moines.
Talking of YOLOs, I think Clem is going for Climax. Let's have a look here.
He might actually kill him. I mean, Stalingrad cannot kill a Kleber like this ever, so...
His heart will be thumping right now as he comes through. You got it. Rule number 1 of making a charge like this is make sure you land all your torps.
Oh, he missed one, but he still got the kill. Even if he dies, honestly, it's honestly a worth it trade. Because they can't really contest B either way.
You get rid of that that radar threat and also broadside threat, because Stalingrad, of course, can cross-map quite nicely. Okay, well, he gets away alive. You've got the gearing of Flaxer coming over. Flaxer is actually still full health.
Bear on the 9 lines actually getting focused by 2 a Des Moines and a Salem, which is basically 2 Des Moines in terms of firepower. So he's actually down to 9k HP already. And I don't think he has a heal available right now. So if the Des Moines actually gets shots on him, they might actually finish him off. And
simultaneously, I'm trying to catch both at once. Clem is under fire from CV's in a refined state and pretty much everyone else, and Clem goes down. Biz has pushed into Charlie.
As he seems to be shooting at the Salem. So be careful. So he torped at the Des Moines, expecting the Des Moines to reverse, but the Des Moines actually has Hydra running, so he's not gonna fall for that one.
Tobert is still under fire here, 2-9.
2.9k HP. He's doing the game return, which means he's turning full broadside. Nothing can really punish him. Okay, he's actually turning back in because the Kleber started shooting him. I don't think he has a heal available.
No, and it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be too late.
200.
The heal does run quickly because it's a big heal, but I think shells are in the air.
No, there's a.
Oh, he got to it. He got to the heal.
Oh,
so which means he can
That was
probably
really
out.
close.
He can probably out heal this HE DPM here.
Damage.
Plus-
Possibly the Yama can actually finish the Surya Salem here. Maybe, possibly. If he can arc that. I actually don't think he can arc that rock though. Radar comes out from the Salem to keep Tobert spotted.
You can see on the minimap we've got Kleber pushing into Bravo. I'm just going to keep an eye on Astaroth here.
MK
still
Biz
spotted?
is
Not
running
spotted.
at Astaroth. He's running at him though, full speed. He
Yep.
wants this kill.
Absolutely.
And in the meantime, CVs are in a fine state. Is actually moving into the B cap.
And
Oh, there
it
goes
looks
the
like
Salem.
with backup from Flaxer as well. Flaxer has dumped some torps up towards the Republic and the Nevsky. Conqueror also coming across. They seem to have decided to pretty much abandon A. They've left the Nevsky there.
Astaroth's probably gonna end up going down here. He does. And Salem should probably just end up ramming Choco here. That would probably be the best solution for him.
So Yoink now with both the points advantage and shortly the cap advantage as well. Tobert might go down. Choco's in a bit of a sandwich.
Tobert does end up dying.
So that does give Syria a tiny bit more breathing space, but they still need to take action on B particularly. I think Choco's going to try and get to Charlie.
Gearing 8 Torp from Kleber. On B.
Flaxer just torpedoed the island. I'm not entirely sure why. Joe is gonna... Now, Joe's got to be pretty careful here because while they do need to control some caps, that's a lot of firepower. If a Conqueror hits you at close range with its HE as a destroyer, that's gonna really hurt. So this Conqueror here, who is practically on full health, is a real threat.
I think that's why they're bringing the Des Moines down. To try maybe deal with the Conqueror. Make him go away.
I'm just watching. You can tell a lot from where the ships are pointing their guns as to what they're thinking. And I was just watching the Conqueror. They're pointing its guns at the gap. Skytex Republic is coming over. Choco is still fighting with Biz in the background there. Choco down to about 10k.
It's not that easy to hit the French destroyer. Like, even though it's a heavy cruiser versus a destroyer, normally it's quite hard to actually hit a French destroyer. And even if you hit them, they have an improved like saturation, and where when they're low HP, you tend to do less damage than you would other destroyers. So they're very hard to kill, even if they don't have a heal.
Okay, we've reached 934 points now for Yoink. With 2 minutes.
Joris is pushing up into B. Oh, Choco does go down 980 points.
And that brings us down to 12 points on the points clock. If you look at the top of the screen, that's about 3 ticks left now. 992 for a Yoink win.
That's the game, I think, unless something crazy. Yeah,
okay. So Yoink, eventually reasonably convincing. It took a little while for them to get going, but they take the first of this best of 3. So all the matches you're going to be seeing today are best of 3s. So we will be seeing Surya and Yoink again very shortly. As Surya try to level up. Of course, if Yoink go 2-0, then Yoink will be going through. And so now, for a bit of analysis, we'll hand back to Prague.
It's basically 2 Des Moines in terms of firepower. So it's actually down to 9k HP
Hello and
already.
welcome back.
I don't think he has a heal available right now.
Unbelievable,
So
and very
him,
close
they might
towards the end. We
finish
saw a lot of
And
thing going
simultaneously,
back
I'm trying to catch both at once. Clem
and
is
let's
under
see
fire
what
from
our
CV.
guests have to say about this match. Pingu, wow. That got pretty close towards the end, right?
Seems to be shooting at the
as I
sailing.
just said, we had a pretty aggressive push in the beginning on the sea cap. It was, but then it got
bad.
kind of
Still
stationary on all fronts. And
My apologies. We seem to have a bit of a signal crossing in the background. I'm going to sort it out in a second. In the meantime, Mr. Chrysanthus will keep you entertained.
Okay, sorry guys, just give us a moment. So yes, I hope you guys enjoyed this match. Mr. Como is just quickly fixing something in the background. I just want to highlight to you that you still have 10 minutes to, or by now when this reaches you 5 minutes, to actually give us your prediction for who do you think is going to win or going to advance to the last stage of the tournament, the last Final Four that you will be seeing tomorrow, playing in the semi-finals. While we are waiting for Mr. Conway to fix this, also a reminder about Twitch drops. You can earn the King of the Sea containers for this tournament through missions. That has been the case for the entire tournament. Each day you will be able to get your hands on a separate mission after watching King of the Sea for 90 minutes on any channel that is broadcasting King of the Sea. And what else? We also have... Mr. Kobe is not fixed yet. We also have, of course, not just the EU broadcast that is happening today. No, we will also have the official NA broadcast happening tomorrow. So if you want to see how the NA teams are going to be playing, you can also find this tomorrow on the official channel. Not today, though. Today we will be hosting Lord Zath with his broadcast later today to make sure you can also see which teams are going to be playing. And it looks like it's fixed now, so that's great. Is it? Not for me, Mr. Conway.
Well, guys, can you say something?
Give me a second.
Private Penguin, how was that game? Can you hear me?
Sorry, I just can't hear the broadcast as well, so I'm not sure what's happening. I'm sorry. It's just like a mumble of voices in my head.
Okay, guys, sorry. We seem to have a small sound issue in the background here, mostly caused by the fact that we made a small change during the game, which, of course, as you know, never change a running system. We're currently trying to figure out why we cannot hear the guys, because we should be able to hear them loud and clear. Can you just sound off in Discord for me?
My problem is I hear the broadcast.
Okay. Give me just 1 minute, and my apologies, guys. This is
Sorry, guys. Give us like 1 minute to fix this. Of course, there had to be a sound issue.
Of course, there had to be a sound issue. Whereas there was, of course, no sound issue at all during the initial test, it then suddenly crept up now. I think maybe I have a solution for it.
So I hope you guys don't hear all of this at the same time as I do.
So they're very hard to
will be
kill,
just as
even if they
confused as
don't
I
have a
am.
heal.
Yeah, otherwise,
Okay,
what
we've
can
reached
I highlight to you? First of all,
934 points now.
don't forget
for
today is
Yoink.
Victory Day, so we have plenty of stuff going on in the game as well. So if you are interested in, for example, getting a Kirov for free and a special new camouflage, you can do this this weekend and throughout the next week by just playing the game and doing the combat missions. We also have a lot of different discounts in the game currently happening. And then hopefully we will be back to King of the Sea in a few minutes. Because of course, we're going to be seeing the next match and potentially see whether Surya can come back from the first lost match. Because of course, this is a best of 3. So the team has to actually get 2 points to be able to advance to the next stage.
We're almost there, gentlemen. Almost there. I have this is like one of the most bizarre sound issues I've encountered before. Let's see. Guys on Discord, give me us one more test. No.
Okay, why don't we do a quick tech break, Mr. Conway? Can you push us into a tech break, and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies.
And we're back. Sorry for this mumble jumble of voices. I hope everything is fixed now. And we can go back to King of the Sea and actually talk about this match. Or probably the teams are probably already readying up to be ready for the next match. I very rudely interrupted Pingu and Painsor discussing this match. So to get back, what was the most surprising thing that you saw in this match, Painsor?
We don't hear it.
Withdraw Des Moines from the B cap and then send it all the way back, which freed up the B cap as well. What do you think, Penguin?
Yeah, sure. That was definitely a pretty great play there from the Marceau, because in the end it was super close. I think you all saw that, and the points were ticking. Yoink managed to get back both caps on the right side, B cap and C cap, and I think the Marceau did a really great job in luring away the Des Moines of Syria from getting back into the cap and resetting or capturing it back for their team. And another thing that is to mention is the rush of the Kleber in the middle on the Stalingrad, which was a good call there, because I think the trade half HP Kleber against a almost full HP Stalingrad is always a good trade. But it was not worth it in the end, sadly, because the points ticked too high there.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think that overall, what I loved most about this match is just how both teams managed to get into the caps back and forth. Because if you take a look at, Yoink being very good with the early capping, but Surya was always trying to get back into the caps and just stealing it away from Yoink, because the points, as you can see, are the main contributing factor to most of the wins. Yes, you can kill a ship and it will help you with the points, but overall, cap control will win the match. And that was just very interesting to see. Yeah, overall, I think that was a very interesting match here, and so many things happening all over the place. I was a bit surprised to see that the Minotaur got caught that early on and actually nuked with basically just good focus fire and great aim by the Republic that early on. Why do you think they actually brought a Minotaur, Payne?
The Minotaur was simply just to provide some sort of radar control on the smoke screen there. So you have the Nevsky, the Minotaur, and the gearing. So the gearing smokes up the Minotaur and the Nevsky, and then you send the like anything pushes into that, you have a wall of DPM from both the Minotaur and the Nevsky just to nuke the destroyer. The problem was they had some really good blind fire in that smoke screen. The Minotaur ate 2 torpedoes, I believe, and
Yes,
also just blind fire from the Republic and the Nevsky. And I hear the team's readying up in the background, so if we would like to go back to the studio.
Yes. Oh, yes. So we see that the teams are now readying up. So, of course, we will be handing over to our casters in a second. But, chat, what do you think? Is Surya going to be able to win this back? I'll ask my co-casters here, what do you think? Payne, who's going to win this one?
I think this might go 2-1. This looks like a very close series. I'm hoping to see it to go 2-1.
Okay, Pingu, your guess?
I definitely am up for a 1-1. So sure, Syria, go Go for it. We want to see a third game.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So, Surya, please go ahead and win this match. We want to see a third match and see who's going to advance. So, see you on the other side and have fun with the next match.
Have fun.
Okay, welcome back to game 2 of this series. Yoink are currently 1-0 up against Surya, and they've changed ends, by the way, so Yoink are now in green. And they are bringing Conqueror, Kremlin, Des Moines, Moskva, double Nevsky, Gearing, and double Kleber. And Maltese has the red team over on the other side, Surya.
So for Syria, they actually brought a double Conqueror for their battleships. They brought 2 Des Moines, a Nevsky, a Stalingrad for the cruisers, and for their triple destroyer, they got Gearing, Kleber, Grozovoy, which is quite interesting. We haven't really seen too many Grozovoys.
No, we haven't. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Grozovoy. I think it's often overlooked for competitive, or certainly has been recently. Have you got any idea why they might be bringing?
So I think, so what they're trying to do here with Groz is Daring's banned, right? So they want a destroyer with a heal, I think. And they don't want to bring a Holland. They want one with smoke, possibly, so they're going to bring the Grozovoy. I assume that's kind of the role the Grozovoy serves, because it has the same detection as Daring. It doesn't have the Hydro, okay, but I guess it's more maneuverable, too.
How much does like the player's comfort with a ship come into the choices? So could it be that maybe this player is really good in a Grozovoy?
Maybe he just enjoys the Grozovoy, or maybe he just wants a destroyer with a heal. Maybe they were going to use Daring here, but since it got banned from them by Yoink, they have to use something else, and they're just not going to bring a Holland, because the thing is, Holland has a heal, yes, but it doesn't have a smoke. Possibly, you know, maybe he wants to smoke up the Des Moines or something.
Makes sense. Okay, so Kleber of Biz is going to get B cap for free. He's going to be just within that Stalingrad's radar range, just as the cap finishes, I think. But Surya probably not in a position to do very much about that, because he's just going to escape out through the back. Actually firing there on Astaroth.
Yeah, there's shots here.
One of the things that you'll notice about really high-level competitive play is that the focus fire is on point. So if a ship is spotted and the caller calls for that ship to be shot at, every ship that has guns that can shoot will already probably be trained on that ship, and they will be definitely firing, and they will hit you. So this is not like random battles.
Nothing at all, yeah. Like random battles, where if you ask someone to focus him, the people will do the opposite of what you want them to do.
Yeah, so this is, you know, you got to remember that all these teams, both of these teams, are in their own voice channels, and they will be absolutely coordinating where to be looking, what to look out for, what's radared, what's hydroed, where torps are going, all this kind of stuff. They'll be constantly communicating. Okay. So A and B currently in Yoink's hands. That's going to give them an early points lead, because those points will tick up pretty quickly here. We've got Kleber, CVs in a fine state, just sitting behind that island in A, just holding it. Clem in the Grozovoy is starting to move up the one line now. He's going to be very careful here, because Mono...
He will find the Des Moines up in his face, yes, but he does outspot it from his radar range. Now, looking at the 9 line, the Gearing's actually starting to lay a smoke here. Flaxter's laying a smoke for the double Nevsky. They might be doing, you know, a push down the 10 line with those double Nevskys, and then the Kremlin a bit tighter, you know. On the south side, they only have really 1 Nevsky, but they have the Des Moines for crossfire, just in case. So we'll see what they're going to try to do with this.
Okay, so that first set of torpedoes behind Melvin is probably not... No, that's not going to go anywhere. And they run out long before they reach Flaxer, so that's quite safe. This is quite a... This smokescreen is quite a long way back. They've already moved into this kiting position, these two Nevskys. They're definitely not looking to push. I'm guessing that these Nevskys are just covering the cap with their radar.
They're not even in radar range of the cap.
Are they not?
14 kilometers away, so they're basically a kilometer and a half away from their actual radar range. So
that strikes me as being maybe a misplay. I don't know what their plan here is with these kiting Nevskys, but you'd think that they would want to be in radar range of the cap, just in case that gearing goes in.
Astaroth made his way towards B here. Stalingrad is also on B. I think Surya might possibly try and make a play here for B. They need to unhinge Biz somehow. That's kind of the only way. I guess they can hold the points, but...
They also have... I don't know if Sanj over on the A cap has cross shots. Let's just have a look. Oh, yeah, no, definitely. I think it will depend on the build of the Des Moines, but if he can reach that, he can definitely hit it.
does have shots. Who can pressure the Kleber? Astaroth's actually pushing up here.
Okay, let's see what... Now, this may just be a movement to just block the points income. I don't think... Yeah, Astaroth's going to reverse in. This isn't designed to dislodge Biz here. This is just to get a bit of points control, because you can already see, like, even with those 2 caps, that Yoink have already more than a 200-point advantage. So, Biz will now know that Invader is in the cap. Rojevoy is also moving into block A. That's going to completely block the points income.
Nothing's going to radar him, and he also outspots the Kleber, so he'll know if he's coming back to contest.
Okay, radar out from Newbie. That means Biz is spotted. Let's see if Sanj takes a shot. Trevi's got the range. No, gun's turning. Don't forget that there is a 6-second draw delay for the non-radaring ships. There we go, shots out. Looks like Clem will get the A cap because CV's in refined state has left.
Flexer is trying to contest C here.
I'm trying to
sure
catch...
if the streams have... Oh, he got radared?
It's one of those games where there's stuff going on all 3 caps at once.
Everywhere.
I'm trying to catch everything. So Newbie's radar is down, so that means Biz is dark. Astaroth is just going to keep contesting, so it looks like B is going to be just a bit of a stalemate for now. I think the action is going to be on Charlie temporarily. So we got
yeah, but on 8 is the Moin's actually getting shot at. He's down to 28k.
Oh.
But actually, I think he's going to manage to go dark. I think the biggest play that can happen is at C right now on both teams.
So radar out from Sanj in the Des Moines on A to allow Clem to take some shots at CVs. Clem is actually not completely flat broadside in the smoke, but reasonably so, and there are torpedoes coming. Rojevoy isn't the biggest destroyer, so he should be fine. Yeah, absolutely fine with those torps.
He is.
Back over on Charlie. We've got Nevsky of Elsa sitting in the smoke.
Flexer got pressured
over.
off by the Des Moines. He's actually down to 6,000 HP, so he's gonna find it really hard to contest that C cap again.
Yeah, I think this is gonna give Joe the ability to actually finally be able to get into the cap. Maybe head over towards that island.
Yeah.
Where
The Nevskys are really far away right now.
I'm still surprised about how far away they are. Okay, they're facing superior numbers, but actually no, they're not, because the Kremlin's on that corner as well. And Joe needs to be really careful, because at close range, the Kremlin's accuracy is murderous.
It can be really good,
yeah.
And it can hurt him a bunch, especially if he loads HE.
Just noticing
Gearing's
the
quite a
background.
big ship.
Astaroth, it's very tall in the water as well. Astaroth, I've noticed, is just reversed a little bit further into the cap, maybe hoping to catch Biz if he makes a move.
CVs are in a fine state, actually made a run into A, so he's also holding that one. So there's no point sticking right now.
Sanj shots out onto Biz again. That's a radar out from Newbie, I think. Clem just ducking out of the cap here at A, hoping to maybe get a spot on CVs, actually, going around the island. Yes, we're going to get contact between CVs at a fine state and Clem.
Kleber does beat the Grozvoy if he has a reload booster, so he has to be careful, even if he has a heal.
That was definitely a booster. Kleber gets that short duration consumable, which increases its reload just very temporarily. So as we were saying at the beginning,
positive on the trades.
Clem does get a heal after this battle is over, assuming that Clem survives. Currently running a fire, DCP, I think.
I think this
Still
Kleber is
under
just going to
fire.
take A. There's nothing really that can stop him from
No.
taking it right now. Conquer is actually pushing up, but I mean, I don't think he'll ever get a shot.
So still no points income for either team, and of course that means Yoink still holding the points lead from before. Okay, Kleber of Astaroth leaving the B cap. Not sure what the plan is here. They're actually Moving him around the island. That's a radar out from Moskva, I think. No, that might maybe Hydra. Okay, Biz is leaving. Biz is leaving the cap. Astaroth reversing back in. Maybe they're sending Biz to sea, but they know that Astaroth is behind the island.
He needs to be careful making a crossing.
Does Stalingrad have shots on this gap here? Yes, he does.
He does.
Oh, is Biz going around?
The Moin just radar. They know Biz is here.
That's when the player who's making the rush suddenly has a bit of a panic. Because they were hoping they wouldn't be spotted. The radar is well timed. Well, that's a nice shot there from Newbie.
CVs are in fine state, actually ends up going down. Oh, the Conqueror pushed up really hard. He's actually super aggressive here in his Conqueror. Don't really see that too much from Conqueror players. They don't really push up too much. Because it is best suited at longer ranges.
Yeah, we have seen throughout the tournament, we have seen quite a lot of Conqueror, and yes, they do tend to play a little bit further back, probably because at the moment, obviously, Deadeye is still in the game, and so they get that accuracy bonus. But yeah, no, we have seen a few little pushes from Conquerors here and there. But Sky being...
Sky needs to be careful here. He's going to get 2v1'd here by Toshka and Mono. So.
And that Des Moines can absolutely Citadel him at close range. Conqueror has what I call the Sombrero Citadel. So it's got the normal shaped Citadel, and then it's got this sort of flat deck-like Citadel that sits above it, above the waterline. And Des Moines can absolutely hit that.
Oh, Mono actually has to be careful here, because the thing is, Grozovo AP can actually do a lot of damage on a broadside Des Moines. Maybe not Citadel him. High Alpha. Oh, Biz does end up going down on the other side. There's so much going on.
Yeah, we're going to struggle to show you absolutely everything. Yeah, no, you can see that AP on Mono being very, very effective there.
He's down to 12k. He was at like 30,000 before this engagement.
I'm expecting Skytech to try to ram Toshka.
Might be his goal, yeah.
Torpedo's going towards Mono. I think he's backed around far enough. But, I mean, on 5-3, running a heal.
He has to accelerate now because the Conqueror is going to come behind him. And the gearing goes down to Torps. There's just a lot happening.
So try and, as well as watching what I'm watching, try and keep your eyes, dear audience, on the mini-map because there is a lot going on. Okay, I just want to see what happens to Mono. I think Mono is absolutely going to go down, yep. So let's see if this does end up in a ram. Ooh, Toshka just got chunked there.
Toshka's actually down to 26k. Now he's losing the trade. That's because the Conqueror just healed. As we know, Conqueror has a super heal. It's around 40,000 HP, which is incredible, actually.
So, as Skytech comes around, we're going to see he's setting his guns up for a drive-by. Toshka also doing the same.
Healing. I think Skytech starts might just be a bit better position. Ooh, he doesn't actually finish him off.
Nope, neither ship going down. Toshka running a heal.
His back turrets. Might get a better shot here.
Yeah, Skytech's turned in, which... Oh, to try and get the... Ooh. Yeah. So Skytech was trying to get the Citadels through the aft, because the transom is flat. You can absolutely pen that, but didn't manage to get it, and then Toshka finishes him off.
Stalingrad goes down on B. The Des Moines actually pushing up the streams, but it's too risky. You can't push up broadside to two Nevskys, so he does actually end up going down really quickly, because Nevsky AP is really powerful.
So during that engagement, Astaroth has gone down to 1400. Taubert pushing into the middle of B, and will probably cap that. And of course, Choco and Clem are on their own over on the Alpha Cap now, and free to come over towards B. We've got a massive ship advantage for Syria.
HP advantage is only 10,000, but yeah, there's just so many ships alive, and the thing with ships alive is there's a lot of DPM alive. Even though maybe the HP is the same, you still have more DPM going out on that HP. So
all other things being equal, most guns usually wins.
Yeah.
Okay, AP out from Kremlin on Elsa in the Nevsky. Doesn't connect. Moskva trying to cap B, but coming under some fire there from all angles.
He's probably going to end up going down. He's crossfired. I mean, he's surrounded. It's going to be really difficult for Yoink to even come back from this one. I mean, there's
Which, of course, from a caster's point of view, is what you want, because what we always want is a 1-1, because that's obviously more exciting than a 2-0. So it does look right now like we are going to see an equalizer match.
Game 3.
Yeah, it does look like Tobert here is in a bit of trouble. Not really able to do very much, not able to cap, because they keep getting resets. Every time a ship gets hit when it's trying to cap, the cap points get reset. So if you're watching the cap diamond, you'll keep seeing that green wedge decreasing as Tobert gets hit.
He's actually taken longer to die than I actually expected, to be honest.
I think that's down to like the Kleber and the Gearing and the Des Moines who are shooting are quite a long way away.
The Conqueror just needs to shoot him once and he'll probably die here.
I think he's actually... Oh, there we go. As you were saying. Right. We've got Tenshi and Melvin, the last two remaining Yoink players in the cap. There are torps coming towards Melvin.
There are torps.
Tenshi, I think, is okay.
He's going to take one.
One's okay. 3 minutes 45 left on the game clock, 4 minutes on the points clock for a Syria win. Syria don't really have to do anything right now.
Yeah, they can literally walk away and just hold B and just win the game right now. Just wait for them to push and then punish their push, basically, with all these ships.
They'll just keep these three south of the A cap. I think they'll just keep them there, maybe move them slightly underneath B. The three coming over from A will just push into B and stop that from being capped. I would imagine that the Kremlin and the Nevsky will push together into B, just try and limit the number of ships that are shooting at them at once. But no, they're actually separating. Like, okay, last stand, see you later. You kill those three, I'll kill these three. See you in the finals. Okay, I think it's going to get pretty interesting for Melvin very shortly. AP in from Des Moines is a miss.
Just missing. Nevsky is a really fast ship, to be fair. It goes like 37, 38 knots.
Yeah.
Radar comes up. Not really much.
Yeah, maybe able to get Astaroth down here.
He could. He could kill Astaroth.
So just to be clear, this isn't... Although it does look quite bad for Yoink, this is... And it's not a completely foregone conclusion. I mean... I have seen comebacks during King of the Sea from positions like this where just everything suddenly goes a certain player's way. And
yeah.
But it's
just at the same time though, Kremlin pushing into a Conqueror, I mean, it's really difficult for sure. Especially, and then Nevsky pushing into a Des Moines, because Des Moines does have the advantage in that situation. And the girls' voice torping him, so.
Yeah, Melvin does have Hydro up, so it has to stop there. As you say, in the background there, you can see Tenshi being just DPM down.
Yeah, by a Conqueror and a Nevsky.
Melvin's going to take a torp.
Conqueror is back up to full HP.
Of course. So yeah, one of the really strong points of Conqueror is that super heal enables them to heal back all that fire damage they've been taking and a considerable amount of other damage. And as long as they can break their contact, as long as they can not be shot for a while, go dark, it means they can maintain their health through the game and really bring that hit point pool to use.
Well, we're going to game 3.
We are going to game 3. It's very, very exciting. So Syria equalizing against Yoink 1-1. This is a best of 3. So the next game you see in the series will be the decider, and we'll decide who goes through to the quarterfinals later today. Let's pass back now to Prague.
Wow, Surya definitely wanted to stay in this tournament and showed us why they actually made it this far and took that point off of Yoink in a actually quite impressive fashion. So let's get back, Private Penguin and Painter, and talk about this match. And actually today we also trying to use some additional tools to talk a bit about the matches that we've just seen. For example, this beautiful tool here from World of Water Tactics, actually a tool that was developed for World of Tanks, but it also supports World of Warships. So if you want to talk about the matches or or tactics with your friends, you can also use this website completely for yourself. But Painter, let's talk a bit about the beginning of the match and how Yoink actually got a very early cap advantage.
Yeah, so at the start of the game, we saw that they just rushed their Kleber straight into this cap. They also rushed their Kleber straight into this cap. Meanwhile, Syria decided that they were going to send their Kleber and Grozovoy over to the A cap, but they just never managed to get in. They had the radar control, like just keeping it out. They ended up having a quick little scrap between the two Klebers. This one managed to get itself dislodged in, and then this Kleber had to rotate back over the B cap, which meant they were ticking both A and B at the same time, and that meant Syria had to do something about it. And what did they do with that, Penguin?
Well, in the beginning, they did absolutely nothing. Actually, it was a pretty static game. We had in the B cap 2 DDs blocking each other, supported by 2 cruisers. There was nothing going on. Most time of the game, there was a fight on A cap. They tried to crossfire the Kleber that was hiding behind the island. Later on, they were capping the cap. Surya capped the cap again. Then it went back to, they pushed out the Grossaway, that it went back to Yoink. And then the Kleber made a mistake and stayed behind the island. And that was part of a tactics or a tactic of Surya, which happened to start winning the game for them, because they started to push inside with the Conqueror on the right side of the Kleber, and the Grossaway started to push on the left side of the Kleber, and they tried to crossfire it out, and it worked. The Conqueror pushed the Kleber out and kept moving towards the Des Moines and the Conqueror, the enemy Conqueror, and I think everybody saw that, how it ended. Painter, how did it end?
It ended up with a very broadside, like basically this Des Moines got whittled down. I haven't got the pinger tool on, 1 second. This Des Moines managed to get himself whittled down by the crossfire from the Grozovoy and the Des Moines from here. Then this Conqueror basically just ended up finishing off this, finishing it off. And I've just pressed the back button and now I can't see the screen.
Yeah, but this is the great thing about King of the Sea, and what I always like, what makes it so interesting for me, is that you see a push like this happening, right? You have the Conqueror here on the right side pushing up. You have the Grozovoy on the other side preparing to also fight against the Des Moines, plus the other Des Moines pushing up, and you can see like how the team is communicating, how they kind of see that, okay, we have to do something. We are 200 points behind, because at that point, due to the early caps from Yoink, this is how they kind of put pressure on the enemy team, right? Saying, hey, we have the caps now do something about it. And Surya was very quick to react, and then decided, okay, that Conqueror in that position is not really going to be able to do much, and we don't really have the angle against the Des Moines and the Kleber to actually do something with the Grozovoy, so we have to bring in the big guns. And just pushed in the Conqueror, and the Conqueror just kept going. And I really loved that push. And on the other side, on C, a completely different battlefield. On B, the back and forth. It's so much happening in these competitive matches. It's just crazy. Like how these teams manage to just keep an eye on all of these different aspects, and the FC being able to coordinate all of the different pushes that have to happen already like 2-3 minutes in advance, because the Warship is not a game where you say like, hey, you go there and you'll be there in 30 seconds, but of course you have to coordinate and get there in time. Very impressive. What I found very interesting personally was the whole decision around B as well, with the Surya Kleber kind of blocking the B cap for most of the game. And then he kind of, like, he pretended to leave it, triggering Biz to actually go and say like, oh, you know what, I'll actually help on C because my team is not doing very well there, and suddenly leaving the B cap. And on C there was so much action going on that he actually died very early on than over there. What do you think about that whole C battle, Pingu?
In the beginning it was pretty static as well. I mean, we had on both sides a smoke train, smoke deployed by Gearings and Nevskis behind. On the side of Yoink we had 2 Nevskis. On the side of Surya we had 1 Nevsky. And both teams stood pretty far away of the cap. That's why we were not able to see a lot of change on this side. It changed then later on. As you just said, the Kleber of Yoink went in between the 2 islands, between Bravo and Charlie, and tried to help there, but got caught in a crossfire again between the Kleber of Surya, which happened to stay on this island, And I think the Kleber got caught in the hydro of the Des Moines, either the hydro or the radar, and got caught by other ships sailing on this side. So there was another ship, Ligon A, in a trap that got killed, and in the end, Yoink lost a lot of HP there, lost a lot of ships there, and were not able to push back, actually. They tried on Charlie, but they were not able to get back any points then. And the points flipped for Syria, and then Syria took the win.
Yeah, the interesting point for me was to see that if you take a look at how the HP pool for both teams developed, and this is actually something that I have to highlight here. This is a very, very cool tool from one of our community guys who actually developed a tool where you can just send a replay to a bot, and it will create a little bit of a, like a, you know, TLDR of the match by just showing you what happened on the minimap. And we actually asked our friend here to do this for 2 replays, and now you can actually see what happened over the course of the entire match in a 1-minute fast forward. And overall, Surya had a much better HP management compared to Yoink, because Yoink, even though they had a similar amount of HP pool, even towards the end, they didn't have the ships. So Surya did a much, much better job at converting kills and distributing kind of the damage that they're taking as a team over the entire team, being able to still keep the DPM, the spotting through the DDs, for example, because Yoink lost 2 Klebers actually as the first 2 ships compared to Surya. So overall, I was very impressed here by Surya, and I hope you also like this kind of replay functionality that you can also use for yourself.
Cool.
Mr. Conway, if you can quickly jump in on how could a player get their hands on this? Where do they have to join?
So right now, this bot is only available in a few select places, but if you would like to play around with it as a regular person, you can join Flumba's Discord, or I believe the other Discord server it is available on is the Dark Lab. But we're going to have a chat to him afterwards. After
And
KOTS is finished.
the player who developed this, if I'm not mistaken, it's Call Me Daddy?
Not your father.
Not your father. Not your father. See, I just remember it was something like this.
But we're gonna
not your father. Not your father. Luke! It's actually perfect.
But we're going to try and see if we can roll this out to the Global King of the Sea community Discord afterwards if he's interested. So potentially, keep an eye on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is something that I love about, all of the community activities that we have, and so many people have actually, like, just the idea of, hey, how can we make this better, and how can we show off things? Cool. So, talking about the next and final match of this series, we're going to be seeing now who's going to advance to the next stage. This is an elimination stage at this point, and the last map is going to be Northern Waters. Now, Pinky, what do you think Yoink is going to change compared to the last match to kind of throw Surya off their game?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure if they are going to change anything. We have seen them using Klebers as fast DDs in every match till now. I think right on this map, maybe they will change one of their fast destroyers to a more all-rounder shaped destroyer with better concealment, maybe better torpedo ability to torp enemy ships. We have on the A side, on the left side, a pretty bad cap for both teams, because there is so much possibilities to hide radar cruisers and so less possibilities to cap without being detected. I'm interested how they will play on this side. What do you think, Painter?
I think they probably should stick with the double fast destroyers because it's been working for them so far, and you can use the double fast destroyers on both A and C. If anything, I might see a shift to having a third French destroyer instead of just the 2. Like, they can get a lot of fast things done on this map, especially with the daring band, the universal destroyer that you would use if you want the stealthy fighty one. That's not going to be at B cap anymore, so could be seeing some management players around B cap with the Klebers as well.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see whether one of the teams might be bringing a set 52 maybe for the mid cap, because that position is always very important, and having potentially Hydro might be a very, very strong tool. We'll have to see. I actually saw teams banning the set 52 for similar reasons, and of course, on the A cap on the left, the interesting aspect is also about how you can actually get these radar cruisers into the position. And this also comes back to kind of like the ship bans that we've seen. The teams rather focused on banning the Daring and the Harugumo, than any of the radar cruisers. There's a lot of choice, obviously, by now, and teams cannot bring the globally banned Petropavlovsk, but the move to getting the ship to the island on the one line in the middle is a very powerful move, but also a very risky and sometimes short-lived move where you can lose the game or at least the initial advantage very, very quickly. Now, I do see that the teams are jumping into the battle, so roughly 1 minute. So I'll just ask around here, Pingu, who do you think is going to take this one?
Oh, it's a hard question. Can I say I am a German CC, right? Do I have to be neutral there?
No.
Because it's a
No.
German team against a French team. Of course, I do want to see Yoink win. But
Okay, I have to cut you
say.
short because it's almost starting.
Yes.
So Yoink for you, Painter, what is your team pick?
I'm gonna go with Yoink. I think Yoink have it.
Okay, so I'll just be the evil German guy and say here, Surya, you really impressed me. So I think you got it in you to win this one. So let's see who's going to win. We'll find out on the other side. Enjoy the match.
Here we go for the third game of this best of 3 series between Surya and Yoink, currently at 1-1. The winners of this will go through and the losers will go out. So let's have a look at Surya's lineup. We've got double Yamato, double Des Moines, Nevsky, Stalingrad, Gearing, Kleber, and Grozovoy, so 3 destroyers this time. And then Malta has the red team.
So for Yoink, they've got a Conquer Yamato, Salem, Minotaur, double Moskva, and then for their destroyers, they've got Gearing, double Kleber. So they stayed with their French destroyers. They seem to like it, so probably really comfortable with it. Kind of interesting is no one brought a Z52, which is actually pretty good for the VCAP. Because Z52 Hydro, 6-kilometer range, you park it up either at the edge of the cap or you rush it out against the rock, and it can contest that cap basically for the entire game without getting killed. So.
Last weekend, we saw lots of pairs of Zeds, like one on each side, just sitting either side of that cap, hydroing, counter-hydroing, as well as obviously 2 radar cruisers who usually sit in the middle as well. It looks like today that's going to be Tambor sitting on the south side for Yoink. Just waiting to see what Surya do. It looks like maybe Newbie is going to be covering that cap, but from a slightly different position from normal. Normally you'd expect them to be in D6 over here, but actually Newbie is a little bit further back and on the other side. Radar already out against Biz, just in range there. Biz will ride that radar, leave the cap, and then undoubtedly will go back in again.
Both Yamatos actually shot at this Conquer. Conquer actually has to be careful because it's all 32mm armor, and Yamato overmatches 32. So fortunately they miss, but
so before the game, before the match started, we were talking about something about Conqueror to do with legendaries. Do you want to explain what you were saying?
So possibly, I don't know if they're actually running it because we can't actually tell the builds they're running from spectator view, but possibly they could be running Conqueror Legendary, which actually makes it so that it has Thunder maneuverability, which means it gets a better rudder shift, it gets better turret traverse. It just makes it more comfortable to play the Conqueror. The only downside it has is you replace it with concealment. So your concealment, instead of being 12.3, which is really strong, it goes up to 13.7, which is the biggest downside, but I think it's kind of worth it just for the comfort of the Thunder maneuverability, for sure.
Yeah, they definitely get played pretty much like a cruiser, don't they, with playing in the open water, usually in a kiting position. I've just seen in the background that Sanj just got absolutely smacked by something. I didn't see where their shells came from. Or whether it was torpedoes. Actually, it could be torps.
He's down to 14k. He needs to be careful here. I mean, he's behind the smoke, but...
those were gearing torpedoes, and there are a suspicious number coming out of the backside of the smoke screen, so I suspect it was a couple of torps. Yeah, Sanj just limping off there, running the heel and a radar at the same time. As I suspected, Biz did go back to B and has capped B between those radars.
Alright, so I think what Surya is going to try to do here, so they're Des Moines walking to the one line with this Grozovoy, so I assume the Grozovoy is going to smoke it towards that island. Normally people like bringing Des Moines to the island, because when you actually get it to the island, it's a very strong spot. It's really hard to kill. But the issue is getting it to the island.
Yeah, I know from, particularly from clan battles, this bottom corner on the Yoink side, like G3, top of G3, it's quite normal to sit a cruiser there, or as is currently the case, sit a battleship a little bit further back, so that you can shoot that 1-2 line run that the Des Moines has to make down to the island.
I don't think though Yoink have really anything to counter this. I mean, the Des Moines can really walk. It's a conquer, yes, but it's just a conquer. Normally you need at least something else to apply pressure on that run. The Minotaur is not really gonna do it from the one line. And CV's in a foreign state is kind of alone right now, honestly.
Yamato shells out on Mono, who is just touching the border there, and those shells just missed the rear end of Mono. Clem probably not gonna, if there's no reason to smoke, Clem probably will not smoke Skytech. Probably just waiting to see if Skytech gets detected. Yamato actually taking shots against the Kleber.
CVs are in a fine state and actually a really tough spot here because he's kind of alone. I mean, the Minotaur is there, but he can't really support him too much. And the Conqueror is quite far away. Like, if he can't leave, because if he tries to leave, the destroyers will just shoot him from both sides of this island. With the Des Moines Raider. Actually, here, Astaroth's actually leaving, maybe trying to get a shot on him. Clem is actually lining up on the one line.
We're just taking the camera over to the other side because there's a lot of action going on Charlie. There's a lot of focus fire going on in lots of different directions at the same time, if that's the thing. So Elsa coming under a bit of fire there. This Dream also, and even Nova right at the back in the Yamato getting shot at by, I think that was Moskva.
Des Moines actually radar Flexer here. He's actually shooting at him. Does end up resetting Flexer. He needs to be careful. Flexer cannot beach here. Okay, he actually manages the turn. Oh, he did beach. He does get chunked a bit. He's still in radar range. He does have to be careful.
Yeah, I'm actually going to turn on the green team's view here just so you can see what Surya can see. They can definitely still see Flexer.
Flexer took half his HP for that beach. Unfortunate for him.
Down to 7-6. 6-2 going around the back of the island. Still on fire. Unspotted now. Let's turn back on the view so you can see the health.
Choco is spotted though in the open as well.
Okay. This is the Des Moines that took the couple of torpedoes earlier.
He did manage to heal back up, but he's now back down to 15k, and everything really can shoot him right now. So he needs to be really careful and probably just go dark.
Got very lucky with that AP coming cross map there. Kleber, I'm just seeing in the background, Kleber in A over there is getting the cap. Grozhevoy reversing back around the corner against the...
here it is.
Yoink Kleber.
So the Kleber is actually shooting the Kleber here, which forces it to go forward into the Grozhevoy, and the Grozhevoy is gonna get torps out. He needs to be really careful. So if he's in a fine state, he's in a really tough spot right now for sure. Skytech actually took massive damage here too. Oh, he's down to 14.
Guessing that was the Conqueror lobbing the corner of the island. You have to be really, really careful. If you're when you're in that Des Moines position there, not only is it a dangerous place to get to, it's actually a really dangerous place to be, because in this game, when you sit next to an island, it does gradually push you away from the island. And you do need to do a bit of work to stay up next to the island. Particularly low islands like that, where if you're spotted, potentially distant battleships can drop shells down over the island. And that's actually something that these teams will have been practicing, particularly the battleship players. They will have been practicing, where do I have to be to drop shells behind a certain island? Okay, over on over on C, we've got Salem and Gearing actually both sitting within the cap here.
Yeah.
They have managed to cap that.
Surya's gonna find it a bit of a hard time, I think, to push, just because Yoink have two Moskvas on both sides of the cap for radar coverage, and they also have the Salem, which isn't that easy to kill. On the other hand, the Des Moines for Surya is really low. So if this Gearing wants to try contest, he's gonna find it really hard.
Yeah,
actually, there's torps.
I think Surya obviously have to try and get rid of CVs in a refined state, which they are in the progress of doing.
The Gearing? He's dead.
Yeah, okay, so Gearing from Surya goes down. CVs are in a fine state, is also in a lot of trouble here.
He's
sandwiched between Astaroth and Clem, who's sitting right next to him.
Astaroth's also taking massive damage for this, though. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, he's
so
even got the Yamato.
It's not that good.
Okay, CVs is down. So that puts A-caps firmly in the hands of Syria, with only the Conqueror and the Minotaur there to contest. But Syria do have some work to do. They really need to get Astaroth into B. But of course you've got the Moskva of Tambor there, and Astaroth is on really low health. Okay, radar out from Tambor. Astaroth actually not in range of that radar. May not even realize that that radar has gone off. Actually, definitely won't know that radar has gone off because none of the Syria team are actually in range. Oh, unless he was just... Yeah, I think Astaroth may have just been inside the radar range there. Did get shot at slightly. Which is good for Astaroth because now Astaroth knows that that radar will be down soon.
He still has to be careful though. The Gearing can outspot him if he goes tries contest that cap. So
Astaroth may decide to run for the island because Syria will know where those destroyers are roughly.
Nemo's actually getting focused pretty hard in A. Even like this Minotaur is doing a lot of damage to him on his side.
Yeah, you've got to respect that AP for sure. Your superstructure.
Alright, so Astaroth's actually running into B. And he does actually see MK Biz.
Ooh,
He does see
this,
him.
yeah, as you said, this is a risky run. That's a reload booster. 840. No heal on a Kleber.
No heal, nothing. And nothing can really shoot him, I think, right now.
Yeah, this, I think
Conqueror
this was
chills.
the plan. Try and get in behind the island. Ooh. Try and get behind the higher part of the island. There's
He's
no
safe where he is right now,
Yeah.
I think. Nothing can really shoot him.
There's no Z52 with a Hydro. Moskva's radar is currently on cooldown. More shells coming in. They might be blind. Yep. Biz taking a little bit of heat there to try and get Astaroth spotted. Okay, so let's see what happens to the points once Astaroth gets this cap. So currently, Yoink sitting at 680. Syria just crossed 400 points. 9 minutes left on the game clock. So once this cap ticks, we will get an idea of what happens to the points. So now, with these two caps, it will be, by the end of the game clock, a Syria win. Which means
Currently,
the ball is now in Yoink's court.
They do have to do something. They do have an HP advantage by around 100,000, so they do have HP to play with. Oh, Astra does actually go down. Oh, wait, right now, Yoink actually win the game, right now.
Yeah.
With one cap.
So, Astaroth went down. Tambor took a big shot from someone. Nemo again coming under a bit of fire. There's torps coming in towards Nemo. As long as Nemo keeps reversing, those torps are fine, although Des Moines is also pushing forward. Hopefully with a Hydro running. Ooh, okay, that one hit the rock, so Skytech will be safe. If Skytech can get a radar off and get one of these destroyers, that would be a big win. There, okay, so he's running Hydra. Oh, is that a radar? I think that's a radar. Yeah, it is radar. But nothing currently in range. You can see there. I'm trying to get as close as I can. 10-7 to Biz. Des Moines radar range, obviously 10.
They need a kill or contest C. Contesting C is probably out of the question because there's so many ships there. But a kill, I mean, the Flexer is low. Biz is low-ish. But they cannot lose a ship in the meantime. They have 5 minutes to do something.
It's a very interesting position to be in, to have two caps but still lose.
Yeah.
Because you effectively then you've got to overextend to try and win.
Yeah.
And the enemy team knows that. You know, they can just sit on their one cap. They've got less map to defend.
They can literally just defend C. That's all. And it's not that hard. I mean, they got the Salem and Moskva and the other Moskva for radar coverage, and they got the Yamato to sit there.
Wano actually being super effective against Skytech here in the Des Moines.
He does have to be careful. He's down to 15k. Now out of smoke.
Torpedoes
Nothing can really
coming.
spot him right now.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering how... I'm guessing Moskva radar. Wondering how Skytech got spotted. It must have been the Moskva radar.
Yeah, it's... I mean, the Moskva's 15 away, so I'm actually not sure how Skytech actually got spotted there.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, it may have been
4
body shots.
minutes.
Yeah, so 4 minutes on the points clock, 6 minutes on the game clock.
Clem
So
is
Syria-
making his way towards C, slowly.
Yeah, Syria do have a little bit of time on their hands. And this is one of those games where you click your fingers and everything changes. So let's see what Clem does. I mean, honestly, right now,
It's gonna be really difficult.
Can you
to
imagine?
contest
Can you
that.
imagine being in Clem's shoes right now, and your caller says, "Hey, Clem, can you go and get C, or can you
Yeah.
go and spot by C?" Like, I think he would be.
It's
Mm.
very unlikely because
I-
he can't even spot this Moskva because there's so
No.
many islands. He can
Yeah.
just sit behind them.
That's the danger over on this C cap.
Here's the
and,
first radar.
one of the reasons I like this map is that the 3 caps all have a very different character. 3 completely different maps within one map, essentially.
Yeah. C is covered in heavy islands. B has the very open water, but the island in the middle, and A has the 1-line rock which you can play, and the 3-line rocks.
Okay,
Which are
Clem
quite interesting.
taking quite a few shells there from.
That's just
Climax
from
in
one
Moscow.
radar too. That's the first radar out of
Mhm.
3. He has to deal with 3, and basically it's perma radar. He cannot do anything. He's already down to half HP. when he
Climax
was
did
at
take
full.
a little bit of health in return there, but still comfortably on 37k.
2
Just a
minutes.
Just a reminder that Syria, although they have 2 caps, if you look at the top, the red diamond is filled in on the Yoink side, meaning that if nothing else changes, Yoink will win in 2 minutes and 36 seconds. So Syria have to do something. They have to get some kills to actually take the match. 900 points just crossed. Syria, if they're going to do something, need to do it right now. What that's going to be, I don't know. Skytech radar out.
I'm trying to look at this, see like what can they do to win the
Yeah.
game. I mean, they
The
have
thing-
to push, but
And the thing is, because of the fact that World of Warships is a slower paced action game, in order to take an action when there's a minute left or 2 minutes left, you have to already be moving before that time
Yeah.
gets hit, So, looking at what Syria are doing right now, I'm thinking, okay, well, what's your plan? Because if you're going to do something, you need to already be doing it in order for the clock not to run out before you actually start doing the thing that you're trying to do.
and they have 100k HP
And
disadvantage.
if they
whilst
lose a
pushing
ship,
in.
if they lose Skytech here, for
They lose the
example,
game.
they lose the game.
Immediately.
And so,
It's
and
immediate
it,
loss.
they need to be cautious so they don't lose a ship, but they also need to actually get on with it. Okay.
Choco's
Clem
actually pushing up.
also, Clem is doing something. Clem is actually pushing in pretty hard here.
It's.
I mean,
yeah.
they need to do
I mean,
something, but I'm
they
not sure
need
this
to
is
do
the thing.
something, but pushing aggressive way
I-
into 3.
I
mean,
guess they were gambling on spotting Flaxer. Just hard, like
the
face-to-face spotting.
focus looks to be on this like 10-line Moskva, but it's a Moskva. Doesn't die easily. It's gonna take ages for it to die. So
Clem is really paying for trying
Maybe
to
a
get
torp?
that spot. Potentially.
no, there's only really one torp, and the Moskva's hydroing, so he sees it and accelerating to dodge it.
Points are up to 976 with 1 cap. That's 33 seconds.
30. Yep. 30 seconds to kill something. Like, I don't think so. Really.
The Flaxer has just run away, essentially. There's no point. They're just sending their destroyers straight south to the bottom of the map because they do not need to be anywhere near the battle right now.
Yeah.
Everyone else just needs to tank. You've got Biz actually is under fire.
Choco's also really low.
2-9, but 2 ticks left on the clock.
3 seconds.
1
Yeah,
tick
she just
left
won't
on the
even reach him
clock.
in time. GG.
Nice patience there from Yoink.
Yeah.
So, that means that Syria have failed to grab the opportunity in that last match there, and Yoink will go through. Syria, fantastic tournament. I've been watching them over the last couple of weekends. They've played really, really well, but Yoink have played exceptionally well in this tournament, and they will be going through. Thank you, Maltese. I'll see you a bit later for the next match. And now back to Prague.
congratulations to Yoink. They do now advance to the quarterfinals. And Surya put up a good show, but unfortunately couldn't make it to this stage. I know that some of you are here from other channels, and I do want to apologize. Apparently, there was an issue with other streamers that wanted to get into this match. Apparently, there were so many streamers that were trying to get into this match that we didn't have enough spectator slots. So the team decided to basically be fair to everybody and not let anybody join, which is, of course, not the way we want to do this. We give all of you promotion and drops and so on, and we want as many as possible to do stream King of the Sea. So we already talked to the team to be able to get as many streamers in as possible and cross-hopping if a game is ending earlier. So sorry for that confusion. There's no bad intention here. We all want you to see Warships in King of the Sea on the channels that you want to watch them. So please take that apology. There was no bad intention behind it, and hopefully for the next matches you can watch it on whatever channel you want to watch it on. And yeah, with this, let's take a look at how actually Yoink managed to take this off of Syria together with Pingu and with Painzor. Welcome back, guys. So Pingu, what do you think? What was the core like strength here that Yoink got the win?
I think this time it was clearly the better trade-off they took against each other. As Yoink just had much more HP in the end of the game. They managed to cap the Bravo and the Charlie cap. They had one thing, Painter will agree, is there was a bit of luck in the beginning with the torpedoes.
Oh, yeah.
Of the gearing against the Des Moines and the smoke train. I think this is a big part of why Syria lost this game, because they just lost the half Des Moines, the radar cruiser, in the smoke train on sea, which was pretty unlucky. And of course later on the gearing as well took a torp, showing broadside, and died, which makes it almost impossible to fight back on the sea side, because you have no DD, no ship with good concealment to come back into the cap.
Especially after they traded the Kleber as well at the B cap.
Especially that, yeah. I think that was a big part of the winning there. What do you think, Painter?
I think the two biggest problems that came down was they lost their gearing at C, as you said, and they lost the Kleber in B. So towards the mid game, they were down on points, so they needed to retake B cap. They then retook B cap by getting the Kleber into the B cap, but they got it down to 840 health. So the only thing that Kleber could do is sit there, wait for reinforcements. The problem is he then decided he wanted to peek out around the corner. And when he did peek out, there was a gearing ready and waiting, and the gearing just
took the advantage
Kleber
and killed him.
So if we take a look at the map scene, like we can just like show you just generally how the play ended up being. Can we switch over to that?
Yes,
the map
just talk about it. We'll come in a second.
All right, fine. All right, so there we go, magic. So Yoink could force their way down. They'd take complete control over they take control over this island. After finally managing to dislodge the single Kleber with his Minotaur backing him up on, and then the Yamato here, it took them a good 5 to 6 minutes to just dislodge this Kleber. And they also lost a lot of health on their Kleber, which was parked up here trying to spot, just from the shots from the Minotaur and this Kleber, which meant that he was very low. And when he finally had to rotate over here, he got spotted on the way in by the opposing Kleber, lost most of his health, and this gearing was coming back here, just peeks out, goes reverse, gets popped, and we have like absolutely no entry points left for them to get anywhere near the sea cap, because this Des Moines had already been killed. This gearing had ate the torpedo. That's where the smoke screen was, sorry. And it just leaves you with, how do you get anything in there? The solution was they rotated their remaining Grozavoy. I've just pressed that button again. 1 second. I'm not very good at that. I need to unbind that button. So they rotated the Grozavoy over to the sea cap, but that took ages, absolutely ages. And by the time they got there, they only had one available target to try and focus down, which was the Moskva, and they didn't manage that.
I mean, there was just too much HP left on the team of Yoink. They had a good positioning. To mention there should be the battleships that helped on the A cap against the Des Moines of Syria. That set behind the island. And you might think he's safe there, but no, not for the Yamato. Sitting away 27 kilometers, shooting her. And she actually managed to take away half of her HP, which forced the Des Moines to leave this position on the Kleber. So this took ages to get the Kleber of the Yoink team down. And at the time, they had the A-cap back. Surya had the A-cap back and captured the Bravo cap. It was super close with the points. And Surya would have been the winner if nothing more happened. But sadly, then the Kleber in the middle was too greedy, saw the smoke screen of the gearing and got caught. One salvo, he was down, and then the points ticked for Yoink. And at this point, there was simply more HP on the side of Yoink, and the positioning was great, and they had to do nothing else but wait for the enemy to make mistakes to push in. And in the end, they tried to push in with the Des Moines. They almost got the Kleber of Yoink. It was a brave moment there, but it was not fast enough. And yeah, I think as well, like Painzo just said, I think Surya should have been taken action a little bit earlier. But in the end, I think we can say everything comes down to the thing on the sea cap with the smoke and the torpedoes and the good hits there. So I think the MVP should be definitely the gearing of the team Yoink there.
Exactly, and Mr. Conway, by the way, has in the background the replay of the match, so we can just bring it quickly on before we move on to the next match, which is almost, it sounds like a final that we're already going to be seeing in the round of 16 here. But yeah, this is hopefully also very interesting for you to see the map basically in just like a 1 minute recap of what actually happened in the match, and you can actually see how the DDs and ships were moving around to contest the different areas throughout the match.
Yeah, this is where we see the Kleber getting into A cap and losing the majority of his health early on. They're trying to take that cap and just being whittled down to half. So that's removed a lot of the health advantage. We also see the Des Moines and the gearing. The gearing's already dead. He got topped over at the C cap.
Exactly. At the moment he turned in, the torps came and he had nothing to do there. He couldn't avoid it, simply. It was good torpedoes there. There peaked the Kleber in the middle, just died. And then the points flipped for Yoink. And now they have simply no chance to push in without losing their ships. I mean, there's a Conqueror in the south. There's a Yamato, both almost full HP. The Minotaur on the H line there is a little bit funny. I think he just parked there to be a backup ship to recap the A cap. Now in the middle, the Des Moines just pushed in and the time runs out. And there was simply nothing to do there. Except maybe try to push earlier, to relocate the ships earlier a little bit, but it was a close one.
Yeah, so congratulations to Yoink making it to the quarterfinals, and then let's move on to the next match, which is BANCV versus Rain, two of the biggest heavy hitters that we have on the European cluster. Rain is a former King of the Sea winner, BANCV as the current reigning King of the Sea. Also, the current reigning King of the Sea, the one from the previous King of the Sea tournament. So basically, back-to-back winner for 10 and 11. A very impressive team, right, that we're seeing here. And they're playing already here in this stage. We're going to see here a best of 3 on the maps Trap, Crash Zone Alpha, and Land of Fire. And maybe Mr. Combe can also show us the ships they banned. So that's going to be very interesting to see from these two teams. And we see it's completely different than before. Before, we had a Daring and Harugumo being banned by Surya and Yoink. For Rain, there is the ban of the Alexander Nevsky, and for BANCV, they actually banned out the Stalingrad, basically removing 2 very long-range radars, which leaves basically the Moskva as the one pick if they want to go for that option. What do you think about this, Payne?
I think that the Stalingrad ban is very interesting. Like these two teams have been going at it with like the Stalingrad meta. Like Stalingrad has been the meta ship for King of the Sea for as long as I can remember. You bring it, you put it there statically, and it kills things. It sits there and it stops people crossing. Otherwise, they're going to be killed. So I'm very, very curious to see why they've banned this. They might have some unique and interesting plays planned that Stalingrad kind of stops. And the Nevsky ban, it's mostly because nobody wants to deal with the Doom Snail, I think. What are you, Penguin?
I think so as well. This leaves the question open. Is there a little bit more of aggressive gameplay we will see in the game? Because there is no so. I mean, Moscow is the only ship with 12-kilometer radar because Petropavlovsk is banned as well. And I don't think a Moscow will fit into a smoke train. It's just unmaneuverable for that. Really, really easy to hit if it shows a broadside. Moscow is more of a stationary ship. So maybe we can see on the flanks, on the open waters, more of an aggressive gameplay. But I guess we have to see. There we can see the first. Yep, sorry, you can.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this map was actually picked by Rain, so Trap is going to be Rain's pick. And given the history of both of these clans, the one thing they really excel at is having like stellar map control. And once they get into a position where they want you to be in, they kind of choke you out on that. And they're not very prone to making mistakes. So I wouldn't really expect them to be super aggressive in the beginning, but removing these options with Petro, Stalingrad, Alexander Nevsky might open up the possibility to go, for example, for a stronger DD focus, right? So it's really interesting to see. And I think both teams, I mean, Rain looked very strong in the matches that I've seen from them throughout the entire tournament. And even the matches from BanCV, obviously, against Yoink, BanCV was very strong. Just Yoink had really, really good counter strategies against what BanCV had prepared. So I'm curious whether they had to now suddenly change things up, because apparently other teams figured out how to counter this, and Rain is one of the teams that can definitely do this. So I'm really interested to see what they're going to bring. Do you have like any idea what BanCV might be changing up, Payne?
I was casting with Mr. Darth Henning, Quagsire of the Pond, as he calls himself on Twitch, and he kept his mouth absolutely sealed. He wouldn't even tell me what their preferred smoke to DG was. Like, I was like, so what do you think about which? Do you want to run like a legendary Yu Yang? Do you want to run a Gearing? Do you want to run a legendary Haragum? Wouldn't say anything. He's like, wouldn't even react when he's talking about the tactics. They've been trying to keep this lock and key. They don't want to reveal their strategies because they knew that these two would be running into each other eventually.
Absolutely. I was actually surprised, not surprised, but it came to me as like a not expected pick, for example, from BanCV to go for double conquerors and just focus enemy battleships down, just like bam, bam, bam. It's crazy to see like when you have like two conquerors plus the rest of the team obviously focusing down at something like a Yamato, that can be a very big barbecue and burning down quite quickly. So I'm curious whether they're going to be trying to use something like this, or whether they kind of had some additional strategies already prepared and said, okay, we can show our best game already in the qualification stage. No, we actually want to do this in the best of 16 and further on. So yeah, that's going to be very, very interesting to see. Pingu, do you think we will see the teams going for B early on?
The B cap is not the easiest cap to get in the beginning, except you have a really, really fast destroyer like a Klebero Morceau pushing inside of the cap. But it depends on the other team not doing the same. Otherwise, you have the situation that both DDs sitting in the cap, not getting the cap, wasting time there. They could help on the other flanks. So maybe one of both teams will take the advantage and cap the mid cap, but I guess we will see. I think the team that won't cap the middle cap will indeed help on the other sides and will therefore be in an advantage. But I guess we have to see.
Yeah, I think it was in the match of BanCV versus TTK, I think, on Trap, where actually both teams were kind of rotating around the map, while Rain would be in the south and not deploying too much actually into B, actually having a Minotaur up at C to kind of delay the enemy team, and TTK going fully on the C cap and kind of rotating with a triple Kleber division and hunting down this Minotaur, which didn't work out in the end to actually win the battle. But it was an interesting move to see because the teams didn't spot each other for like 3.5 minutes. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen. This map is not called Trap by mistake, and B is usually the biggest trap that you can get into.
Oh yeah, so, I have solid memories of two BanCV battleships absolutely exploderizing some poor cruiser in the middle of B. I think it was last season.
Yes, and I think that seeing here the two best teams, EU has always been very proud about their performance also in international finals, but recently with the last international clashes, we've seen the NA teams beating the EU teams pretty consistently. So I'm curious whether these teams by now have kind of tried to adopt more different strategies, take a bit of a look at how for example, how 07 or other teams were able to beat them, how to incorporate this into their strategies. Because we cannot forget, this is the first King of the Sea tournament where we do have ship banning for the EU stage. And that means usually teams would be very, very prepared early on, right? They have their strategies, they know exactly which ships they can bring, where these ships would go, but now they have to be a bit more, well, let's say, prepared or open to different strategies to be able to say, okay, this ship was banned. Let's say, for example, the Nevsky by Rain. How are we going to compensate for this? How can we react? What does that mean in terms of what they might try to bring? And if they're banned from using another ship that they might be having issues with, but you would usually bring anyway, how that actually affects their strategy. So this is an aspect that I'm sure is going to be a bit stressful for EU teams initially, but might also lead to a wider variety and set of strategies being prepared by the teams. What do you think, Payne?
I'm very much looking forward to seeing how the picks and bans go for EU. Like, NA have had all the practice, like, with this, so when it comes to the international stages, they're going to have the initial advantage of knowing how to react to this. But I think EU now is going to have had enough time to adjust to changing their tactics on the fly to be able to prepare replacements for playing ships in specific roles. So I think you should be fine when it comes to internationals. The only problem is we aren't going to have either Rain or Ban CV when we get to internationals this time, so we might. That's the most important thing. What about you, Penguin?
Maybe it's Yoink. I don't know. I'm super excited about the international finals that will come up. But
yes, and by
the
way,
match is starting.
Yes, exactly. The match is starting. So, chat, you let us know. Who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for Rain or are you rooting for Ban CV? Let us know in chat. Quick guesses for who's going to win, Payne? Who do you think is going to take this?
I'm impartial. Not taking a pick.
Okay, Pingu, your pick?
I say Rain because of the setup.
Okay, I say Ban CV. They are angry and they want to come back, but we'll see on the other side. Enjoy this match.
Well, I have been waiting for this match a whole week. So we have Ban CV in green versus Rain in red. This could have been the finals, so I'm expecting a really good match here. So let's have a look at Ban CV. They've brought double Conqueror, double Des Moines, double Moskva, Gearing, Haru, actually double Haru. And then over on the Rain side, Maltese has got the lineup there.
So for Rain, we've got a Conquer and Republic. We got a Venezia Moskva for the cruisers, and then we got 5 destroyers, and they're all French destroyers. There's 4 Clevers and a Marceau. This is very interesting. I haven't really seen any of this before. I've seen this comp on Southeast Asia KOTS this season.
Just saying, before we started, we were just chatting, and I was saying, hey, this is either going to be super campy because it's 2 really, really experienced teams. Because if you look at the lineups, the names on both of these teams are like the who's who of EU competitive. And it was either going to be super campy because of the experience or like super action-packed because they really, really want to win. And I think it's going to be the latter with these 4 destroyers from Rain heading up in convoy up to Charlie. I'm really excited about what's going to happen up on Charlie.
Kleber Wolfpack.
Yeah, that poor Haru, if he gets spotted, Velix is going to be in some trouble, I think. So Ban CV going with a much more standard deployment, I would say. So you've got Conqueror, Des Moines, Gearing, Moskva, Haru on one side. Legendary Haru. Now, we've seen this quite a lot.
So he's smoking really early here because they're just expecting Klebers to be there and they don't want the Moskva to just get caught. Just in case, they're just smoking this up early. Plus, he has a gigantic smoke, which can lead them to the rock.
I think I worked out last weekend that it can do pretty much 2 map squares if it keeps full speed, which is crazy. It doesn't last quite as long, but in terms of smoking cruisers into positions, it's super powerful. Marceau of Rain, Eagle there, already grabbing the A cap. We've got Anlay from Band CV sitting above B cap to provide radar, and Azure in the almost mirror position on the south side.
Rain are going to get the heavy early cap ticks here, double cap.
And that, as we saw in the last match, that actually starts to add up pretty quickly. And even if you then get your points blocked, you've still got that solid, say, 200-point lead that you can then just sit on. As soon as you get that points advantage, the ball is definitely in the other team's court. They need to do something, otherwise they lose. Okay, so we've got the quadruple Kleber division here. Deploying around the C cap. We've got Baz going up north into A10, Lulu and Gangbarang staying around the top of the cap, and then Sheep staying around the bottom. Guess they're just waiting to see if anything gets spotted by Baz. Haru of Strangers is going to try to cap B. There is that Mossfire radar sitting down there, Azure, but if the Mossfire radars, there's not a huge amount that can actually do shooting. Sheep takes a bit of a smack there. Guessing that was Conqueror.
So, the thing is, Rain don't really have a lot of ships to defend from Ben CV's A push, so A's going to be Ben CV's pretty quickly here. I mean, they don't have anything to stop that.
And they're also going to grab B.
They're also going to cap B, so they're going to have a 2-cap advantage here.
So that 100-point lead they currently have, or Rain currently have, is going to get eaten away pretty quickly. Strangers is radared, and Eagle is just getting the reset there.
Oh, so he doesn't actually end up getting the cap. Eagle might actually get there in time
Yeah.
to sit behind that rock, which would contest that cap for ages
And then
and hold the advantage to Rain.
And then Anlay will be able to radar Eagle, and then maybe Strangers can actually get some shots back. Alamu taking a little pot shot there at Strangers. Nothing connecting. Alamu is kind of in an interesting position. Poised to potentially reverse into the cap, I think, if necessary. But mainly looking for those juicy broadsides up on the A line, particularly Goat Wizard, who is probably just in effective range. Republic's only got 8 barrels, but sometimes those shells can connect quite nicely.
He needs to be careful here, because when you push up into the Moine, I mean, there's 4 Klebers here.
Yep.
They
You can see them.
much...
You can see the net that they're drawing here. Like, right, look at this line. Anything that gets spotted in front of those 4 is going to regret it very, very quickly. Not only have they got the reload booster, but also they can obviously push torpedoes towards anything that pushes them. Felix just pushing torpedoes out towards the cap, hoping to catch one of them in a turn. These Klebers are being so aggressive. You've got Gangbarang and Lulu both pushing up to the island. You typically see Lulu in a cruiser. Nice to see Lulu in a destroyer today.
Yeah. So the thing is, the Moine needs to be really careful. He has to angle to these destroyers, because they can still citadel him at closer ranges. Lulu actually took massive damage.
Lulu actually took quite a chunk there getting to that island. If they were planning to use Lulu for some kind of rush, I think that is probably now no longer possible.
Lex gets another smoke out for the Des Moines. Ooh, he does get citadeled by the Republic.
And now Band CV know where these Klebers are. They can start to formulate a plan for the rest of the map, which is very dangerous because both of these teams are tactically very, very clever.
Ooh, Tai Sheep takes a massive hit from the Conqueror. He needs to be careful here. Their goal is Goat Wizard right now. But he's just in smoke and there's no way to spot him. Marceau is holding B.
Good call from Velix there to provide that smoke for Goat Wizard, but Sheep has pushed torpedoes towards that smoke screen, expecting Goat Wizard to escape. AP coming from, I think that was Malamu or Azure. Yeah, torpedoes heading towards Goat Wizard. Yep. Trying to desperately to turn.
Oh,
Scratches
no,
the... Oh, no.
Because of the border. Is he spotted? Where's his blind fire?
Currently unspotted.
He's unspotted right now. If Lulu comes around the corner, though, he gets spotted because he's shooting. Oh,
He's
there's more
actually-
torps coming.
There's more
Wait,
torps coming. Although being stuck on the border, he might not.
He's accelerating.
Quite... Yeah, he
He
is.
sees them. He sees them.
Legendary Des Moines as well.
Ooh, okay, he's fine.
Okay. That was close.
He's
Goat
at
Wizard.
1k HP though.
Yep.
And he might leave the smoke here and get spotted by... possibly not, actually, by
I think he'll be okay.
Gang Barang.
Yeah, you gotta be careful how you say that. So, Dastard down at the other end of the map in the Conqueror, coming under a reasonable amount of fire here from Mossvar, Des Moines, and Gearing, and Conqueror. But being a Conqueror, that double fire is not going to be the end of Dastard, that's for sure. Dastard will just let those fires run and then pop the heal. Artorias running a smoke there from Venezia just to make sure that Dastard can break contact.
Yep.
Eagle has capped B, as we suggested. Strangers coming back in to contest.
I do wish we kind of knew what kind of builds people were running. So we know
would
if
be
they're
useful.
running like legendary mods or range, reloads, anything. Goat Wizard spotted again in his Des Moines. He's down to 7k. He did heal that back up a bit, but he's gonna take heavy damage here from Lulu and Bazinga.
Surely this is the end of Goat Wizard.
He's on fire. Damage gone.
More HE incoming, more AP incoming from across the map. That's too high.
Oh, Republic
Dispersion on that
Excursion.
one. Yeah, you can tell which one was the Republic.
Down
Shells
to
vaguely
2K,
in the
he's
same
still
map square.
spotted by Tai Sheep. Remember, Kleber cannot pen Des Moines anymore. It used to be able to.
There's a
when it came
fire.
out
That's a
with the
perma.
FHE.
Goat Wizard goes down.
Okay, well,
So
the
far
first
this
kill of the
this
game.
4 Kleber division being pretty effective here and very, very aggressive. They will now completely control Charlie. Ban CV are definitely on the back foot here for the moment, but they absolutely have an opportunity at the other end of the map to start taking a bit of control back.
Eagle needs to be careful here. He might get spotted by the Harugumo. He's a bit far away, so he's okay for now, but he does need to be careful because he's only 6k HP.
Strangers has laid a smokescreen for point so that the Conqueror can fire without triggering the smoke bloom.
The smokes are so interesting to look at on the Harugumo legendary mode. They're gigantic.
I mean, I remember casting. Some of the first Kings of the Sea that I cast were back when you used to get the gearing doom snail, we used to call it. But I think this is even longer than the gearing can put out. Okay, Torps heading towards Strangers. They look like they are fine. Strangers contesting against Eagle. So that is
We'll
blocking
keep the
the point income.
points. Yep.
So
6
effectively now
minutes
it's
for
one
Rain
cabbage.
to win.
So Rain
So-
now, with the Destroyer heavy lineup, if you are then defending, because they are currently defending because they have the points advantage, is that dangerous? Because if you've got a lot of heavier ships pushing into you, what's the plan? Is it sort of flex away, kite away, use your mobility?
Are you saying like how the Des Moines is pushing into the Conqueror?
No, I wasn't talking about that, but yes, that is a good point.
I mean,
So,
I think it's just there's 2 ships down here, the Gearing and the Des Moines, trying to deal with the Conqueror and the Venezia, but I think they're just distracting them right now. I mean, Conqueror is gonna keep healing probably because it's just HE damage he's taking, so it's not really that big of a deal.
yeah, and
Just wasting their time.
I think I think Artorias and Dastard are trying, just as you say, trying to keep Kinemod and Striva busy. Like, pull them down into this corner, get them away from the rest of the battle.
On the other hand, what do we have up north? Okay, so they're
there's-
pushing the Klebers with the Harugumo and the Conqueror.
Yeah, so this
Klebers
is
are
what,
actually taking damage.
yeah, they are. This is what I was saying. Like, if you push hard with 4 destroyers like this, and then you're like, okay, we've got the territory. Ooh.
He does need
So
the Torp. That's
yeah.
unfortunate for him.
Felix takes a torp there. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Ban CV.
4
who
minutes
are
now,
now-
and there's no way to spot these Klebers anymore. Because that was the Harugumo was spotting them. Now they
You can see,
they're just free reign.
and you can see immediately the
Oh.
Klebers have turned around.
So Eagle actually left B cap. This is because, well, he got radared, but even if CV cap B, they still don't win. They need a kill.
So this is the
Right.
same situation we had in the last match, where you've got the winning team holding only one cap, and the team with the 2 caps actually has to get kills, which is a very dangerous situation to be in for the team that needs to make up the points.
Yeah. Daster's actually down to 21k. I'm sure he's smoked up again. He's probably gonna get a heal back up. No, not really sure. Wish we had a timer to actually know
Yeah,
when
I
heals are
think
coming back up.
I think this was definitely the plan for Artorias and Dastard. Like, just get
Keep
those
them
2.
busy.
Yeah, get those 2 away from the rest of the map if you can.
Oh, here we have the Klebears. They're actually opening up. This is 3 Klebears on 1 Moskva. Tai Sheep is spotting the Moskva, and then 3 Klebears are just AG spamming this Moskva, trying to set fires. And remember, Moskva can't take fire prevention anymore. It only burns for 30 seconds, but it still can get lit by 4 fires.
Absolutely, and you know, those Klebears, although at that range it's going to be tricky, they will be trying to spread those fires around a little bit from stem to stern. Looks like Anlay has run a damage con. Yep, that's 3 fires.
That's triple fire. Doesn't seem to be DCPing, so he probably doesn't have it.
Yeah, I think
He's
that's
actually gonna go down here. Definitely.
Goodbye to Anlay.
1 minute left. So
Yep.
CV needs kills. They have a minute to get a kill. At least 1 kill. Daster's probably the closest they could possibly get a kill on right now. Maybe Leazur, but Leazur is really healthy.
Azir is actually sitting at the gap between the islands, and there's AP out from the Conqueror. Yep, that finds home. That's 10k. You have to be really careful. That island that Azir is sitting next to has 3 high points and 2 low points, and if you're really not careful, a battleship on the north side of the map can absolutely lob that.
See, I didn't think these... So I saw the Klebears, I was like, I didn't think they were going to be as strong as they showed them to be, you know? Like, they actually did a lot of work.
We saw lots of French destroyer groups in clan battles recently until some of the bans kicked in. And they're super difficult to deal with because if they're being played by good players with a good caller, they'll do things like rotate through, the low health one will do the spotting, and the other 3 do the shooting, and it's super difficult to deal with. It's like basically playing whack-a-mole, you know, where you have to try and shoot the lowest health one to try and get it down, but then it disappears and then another one pops up. It's so difficult.
Dastard does end up going down, which means that makes Ban CV give them some more time, so they have 1 minute and 30 left. But still, a minute and 30 seconds to kill a ship here. Possibly Leazur, maybe? Maybe? Or one of these Klebears is possibly a kill, but all they have to do is run away. They can't even contest C-cap in a minute.
Lulu, Baz, and Eagle need to be really careful because they are the potential easy kills if they get spotted.
Thing is, they just need to walk away. They can go to like A10 and they'd still win.
Look at where they're going right now. They've just completely turned around. Like, go the other way. Move towards the back of the map. Make them chase you.
So
and
40
in 50
seconds left.
Yeah, exactly. They're definitely not going to catch them. So as you say, it's got to be maybe Azure or let's have a look at... Yeah, so Venezia's full health pretty much. So
Blood Legend is trying to do something here. The issue is when he goes around this corner. I mean, if he even goes around this corner is... Actually, I think Malamu is the point of focus for their team.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, Blood Legend has to go around the corner because that's literally the only kill they can make. But Blood Legend is actually grounded on the corner.
They can't really make the kill, though, just because he's bow in. Even if he goes around the corner, I mean, he's going to come out broadside.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Lazar still be angled, and he'll just reverse, and he'll be fine.
It almost looks like they've said, okay, we've lost this one, guys. Let's just go to the next one.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rain take the first game of this best-of-3 series. I'm super excited to see what is going to happen next. I think we're going to be moving over to Crash Zone Alpha, which was Ban CV's choice. This map being Rain's choice. So, yeah, super excited to see the next one. Thanks, Malta. And I think we'll go back now to Chris and Conway.
Wow, what a surprising setup here by Rain, actually going for a 5DD setup, bringing the full French power with 4 Clébers and 1 Marceau to hunt down as a wolf pack ban CV. And surprisingly with this setup, I'm sure. So let's see what Painter and Pingo have to say about this. Did you expect anything like this? Like, I had a feeling of, like, you know, banning all of these radar ships might open up the opportunity to bring a more DD heavy setup, especially with French DDs these days. You can kind of utilize the advantage of the firepower, speed, and so on to zoom around the map. But I didn't expect this setup with 5 DDs. What do you say?
I wasn't expecting a clever wolf pack. No, I kind of assumed the clever wolf pack was long out of the meta and people just didn't do it. No, I was wrong. I was completely wrong. Like, with the recent commander rework, obviously there's a bit more DPM gone thrown into these destroyers and a little bit of survivability being knocked off some of the static cruisers, such as your Moskva, no longer have access to fire prevention. Also, with the ban of the Stalingrad, you know, I'm assuming that's just because the Stalingrad would have a little bit more hit point pool. Not sure. But the Nevsky ban was definitely so they could do this sort of shenanigans. Because if you put a Nevsky in a smoke screen, he just radars whenever he's spotted firing, and you know your Clebers are gonna be suffering for it. But yeah, were you expecting to see one of these, Penguin?
To be honest, not like that. I mean, I thought about a more aggressive gameplay of Rain or even both teams, but then so many Clébers. It was surprising. It was really surprising, but I did it pretty well on the C cap. We have even to mention that the Marceau on the other side, because it's a super fast ship, took the advantage of its speed and captured the A cap in the beginning, so they were ahead in terms of points, and went back to the Brower cap. But the 4 Clébers on the C cap, it was fun to watch how they shift their HP in between each other and to see what DD is going to spot. The others are trying to deal their damage. There was one situation where they almost tried to rush the Des Moines, but it was too late, a little bit too late for the Clébers. You've seen 2 Clébers moving towards the island. The Des Moines saw that coming and turned away in time, so there was no risk of getting torped. But in the end, I don't know, it like the map name, it was a trap for the Des Moines there on the map border, and with 4 Clébers even trying to torp the Des Moines. And with cross shots of the Republic, they managed to finish the Des Moines off there.
I mean,
Yeah,
Goat Wizard did everything he could to stay alive. I mean, he was hanging on there by a thread, but if you have that kind of firepower behind you, and the only thing that saves you is the border to a certain degree and the only smoke of the Harugumo, then you're in trouble. And I was very impressed by the way, I mean, you would expect it from a team like this, but it's just very interesting to see how this Wolfpack interacted with each other, having like one Kleber spotting, especially after they took out the Harugumo on their side, and the rest just sitting behind an island saying like, okay, let's find a target and just rip.
It was fun to watch indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think if the Des Moines didn't run a legendary module, you would have had a lot more trouble getting out of there, because the way that the Des Moines legendary module interacts with the border, like the acceleration means he can do a lot more maneuvering. Otherwise, he would have been dead a lot earlier than that, and the points lead would have been further in their advantage. Velex getting caught out in the Harugumo, getting caught by Win in front of those Clébers, he smoked up, and then as he turned out, there was just a single clever torp just catches him, and that completely removed any sort of spotting that they had of getting anywhere, like getting any vision on the 4 extremely low health Clébers.
Indeed.
Yeah, we also have the minimap replay ready, and I think that's going to be very great to show here. What caught me a bit by surprise, and you will see this also in this replay, that we had Schreiber and Kinemod actually chasing 2 ships at the J line, which for me is like initially, okay, maybe you want to convert them and you think you can do it, but the B cap was such a long just standoff situation where if they would have been able to just push the gearing up and provide spotting or at least torpedo power maybe towards the southern eastern part of the B cap, that might have made a difference, because at the end it wasn't actually that decisive, right? But Rain just got the better trades. They managed to level out the HP disadvantage by bringing more DDs and just got the cap control in a way that it would give them enough point advantage to at the end just be able to walk away from the caps.
Yeah, they was just so far ahead with the points. Sorry, I didn't mean to let you go.
No, it's fine. It was just like two battles going on there. The battle in the middle and on the sea cap, and the battle on the south, on the corner between those 4 ships. I think if the game would have been a little bit longer, like 2 minutes or so, I think actually that Ban CV would have won this battle, because there was no space for the Klebers to escape. There was a corner, and they had nothing more to spend on HP. I think a little bit more time, and Ban CV would have catched up there.
Exactly. Well, then let's take a look at the next map we're going to see with those 2 teams fighting it out. This is, of course, a best of 3. So if Rain manages to take the next one, which is going to be Crash Zone Alpha, then they would advance already, and the current King of the Sea would be out of the tournament. Now, I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with Ban CV and what kind of lineup they're going to bring, because that was a big surprise. The question is, will Rain bring a similar setup to this map? This is going to be Ban CV's pick, but I think their current strategy might be adjusted, because that Harugumo strategy did not work out at all. So what do you think is going to happen here, Payne?
Well, the Harugumo strategy on this map probably would have worked. Well, we saw this the other day. Basically, what they try to do is they run a legendary module Harugumo, smoke it up towards the island south of B cap, and just like try and position the Moscow there. But that was hard countered by Yoink, who had been their scrimmage partner. So they knew exactly how to counter that strategy. So I don't know if they'll be running that same strategy again, because we've seen how to counter it. Or are we going to be seeing some sort of mind games for a counter strategy? You know, it's just like, how do we want to balance this out? But I expect to see. Well, we still have the Nevsky band, so I'm probably expecting a heavy Des Moines Salem style push around the 1 line, around the A10 map corner. So you put your legendary module Harugumo there along with your Salem or your Des Moines map. Because there's very little denying you from pushing now. You no longer have the Stalingrad to worry about on the corners of the maps at A, and you no longer have the Stalingrad to worry about at C. So it's all going to be down to Moskvas for their long-range crossfire from your cruisers, because you're probably going to be seeing, again, like, these 2 teams have shown a propensity of running Conqueror, which is not that scary at long range. Like, you know what I mean? Like, compared to something like an Ohio or Yamato crossfiring you, the Conqueror is slightly less scary. So pushes should be able to happen with the legendary modules, I think.
Yeah, and we also have to keep in mind, because I see here some questions in chat. So, oh no, now Ban CV is going to ban the Kleber in the next match. That is actually not possible. The way the ship banning works is that there is the one global ship ban, which is the Petropavlovsk for the King of the Sea 12 iteration. And then each team gets to decide which ship they want to ban for the entire best of 3. So they cannot simply now go and say like, oh, you know what? I didn't like that the enemy suddenly brought the Klebers and I'm unhappy about this, so I'll just ban this. No, they already submitted their ban, which was the Stalingrad for Ban CV, and now they have to kind of live with that decision and kind of adapt to whatever Rain is throwing in their way. And of course, also the other way around, Rain does not get to change their ban. So Pingu, if you would be Ban CV, what would you try to run on Crash Zone Alpha?
Hard to tell. Ban CV. To counter potential Kleber rushes, maybe a Minotaur.
Yeah, I was thinking Minotaurs.
Could be a good pick, but on the other hand, you have to be really, really careful with the Minotaur, because Klebers can penetrate with AP on the broadside Minotaur. So I think a combination of smoke and radar could be a good call.
Lulu Snail is famous for his Minotaur play. So
Yeah.
very much looking forward to seeing Lulu running around in a Minotaur over at the Sea Cap. That's going to be the highlight of me, because you no longer have to worry about the overmatch from the Stalingrad. And if the battleships are going to be playing with probably Conquerors again, that gives a Minotaur a lot of freedom that you wouldn't normally expect to have, especially with Petro Pavlov. Well, Petro doesn't have the overmatch, but it still has the sneaky stealth radar. So
Yeah. By the way, guys, we opened for you on Twitch if you want to participate in this. We opened a prediction where you can use your channel points to bet on who's going to win and basically take the channel points off the guys who are betting against you. So if you want to participate in this, it's currently running. I can tell you that right now, BanCV, despite getting kicked out of the first map, is leading with 380k channel points against Rain with 297k. So if you have channel points, it's a fun way to use this. And it still shows that a lot of people think that BanCV can easily come back from this and just adjust. I mean, this is one of the best teams of the European cluster. They've seen pretty much any composition. They're also usually very creative in creating their own. And I'm sure they have something against Klebeas, but we'll have to see what it's going to be, especially on this map. So, yeah, this is going to be a wild Mr. Conway appearing.
Yes. I do also want to point... Oh, God. I need to take my headset off. I do also want to point out this is going to be the greatest ever exchange of channel points so far on this channel. So get on the action while you can, or we will think of some fun things for you to do with channel points in future, and having a big amount of them is going to help. We are currently waiting for our referees to reopen the room. Unfortunately, the referee who's hosting the training room had his PC die on him, and then we have the other issue that, of course, our organizers are also all very passionate, and part of the competitive community. So one of them is in the Rain clan, so he's not allowed to open the training room, and the other one is actually playing in the other quarterfinal. So we had to drag M Jester out of the sunshine to go and open the training room. So we'll be with you shortly. My apologies for the delay. I hope you're having fun so far. I'm certainly enjoying it. Now that the technical issue part is done, we've done that, we've been there, don't need to do that again. I'm really looking forward to having a really good King of the Sea.
Yes, I also really enjoyed the ship banning. The ship banning for me is something that I've seen initially with the North American cluster, where this is actually coming from. And as much as I love the EU way of playing King of the Sea, because I've been following it, I've been part of the competitive scene since basically forever. And it was always just very interesting to see the very best players, what kind of strategies they can come up with. And we've been through everything, right? Depending on what was the meta in the game. But the teams were able always to kind of field the very, very best strategy with knowing exactly what you can bring, what is the map, and so on. But now it kind of shifts it away to more of the teams that are more adaptable. It's a bit more I would say clan battles, where you cannot really say, okay, we're going to be on this map, and this is exactly the setup we're going to be bringing. No, you have to kind of have several things ready and be able to quickly switch around if you need to. And for me, that makes the battles significantly more interesting. It's also the aspect why I love International, for example, because you get to see completely different metas, despite everybody playing the same game with the same framework, right? It's not like they're playing a different kind of World of Warships, for example, on the Asia server or on the NA server. But it's still going to be slightly different and surprising for some of the teams. So this kind of creates more flexibility, and teams will be better prepared, hopefully, to deal with whatever the enemy is potentially throwing at them. But how do you like the ship banning so far, Private?
That is absolutely true. It makes the whole situation kind of more uncertain for both of the teams. So I think the thing is they have to adapt to new tactics. And I think that makes this tournament so much more interesting to watch. Because if you have to adapt to new tactics where you are not that comfortable with, you make more mistakes, and mistakes lead to situations that are fun to watch, to be honest. So I like it so far. I really like it.
I have to say, I remember the times of the super smoke trains back with the very early King of the Season.
Snail of Doom.
The Snail of Doom, exactly. And that can be quite boring to watch. And I love this different approach to, yes, especially very decent teams will be very careful about how they deploy. Everything has a meaning, every motion is coordinated. But now you don't have the vision for everything, right? You don't have an aircraft carrier to spot for you. You don't know exactly what the enemy team is going to bring, and you have to kind of adjust your own gameplay. So you're not going into the match with like, this is our like battle plan that we've prepared for the last 20 matches, and we know exactly with which angle you have to be in every single position. All of these players, of course, know all of the important positions. They know exactly where to be and how to play these ships, but they might still have to make more adjustments on the fly. And I think that just then really shows which team is the very best in being that flexible and just being overall able to deal with whatever the enemy team might be throwing at you, even with the very creative setups, as we just saw with 5 destroyers. Payne, do you think that they're going to bring another DD setup, or are they going to kind of try to trap ban CV into bringing something that counters the Kleber setup and then bring something that would counter the counter?
I think it works on trap because you have much more islands to play around, so you have line of sight breaking. I don't think you can do it so well on Crash Land Alpha. The next map's Crash Land Alpha, right? Yeah. Because like the C cap is so wide, the Klebers will be just getting like, you'll have the railguns from whatever Moskvas, and they'll be able to just like nail any sort of aggressive 4DD comps. I think we'll be switching back to a generally more sane strategy and probably seeing more focus towards the outsides of the map than like DDs running around in the middle. Although we could see a couple of double DD shenanigans in the middle of B. It's a very large and open cap, and I think, but I am definitely expecting to see something. Do you consider the Minotaur to just be an enlarged destroyer? Because if you're going to consider the Minotaur to be an enlarged destroyer, I'll say, yeah, we'll be running some more DDs.
I would not consider it a large destroyer at all. I would consider it a bigger destroyer, actually.
Yeah.
Oh man,
A big,
very
big
big
destroyer.
very big destroyer. Yes. So we, I see that we had some fun with time travel. With of course, Mr. Convoy started the prediction. The prediction with channel points. When we talked about it, is it still, and it's not going on anymore, right? So we'll just have to time it a bit better, right?
Yes.
Okay. We'll just
we have to
time it.
remember that we live in the future.
It's really weird, chat. You just have to imagine that, we're talking about all of this is happening for us right now, right? But we know that for you it's going to be arriving in 5 minutes. So when
the winning lottery numbers are 12, 17, 9, 43, and 8.
That would be,
you got 5 minutes. Go,
fantastic.
Go.
Exactly. Here's the almanac. No, but overall, like when we say, okay, we're going to share this now, and we share it now, it's actually shared 5 minutes before we talk about it. So it's just kind of like the brain teasers that we have to work with sometimes. While the teams are still readying up, just a reminder, you can get your hands on Twitch drops. On all of the channels, of course, we have special Twitch drops for all of the King of the Sea participating channels, where you can get every single day of the King of the Sea broadcast. You can get your hands on a separate mission. So you can get one mission today, you can get a mission, for example, tomorrow, and then next weekend on Saturday and Sunday. Just tune in on the channels. You can find that information. For example, if you go to your inventory, you can just click on the very upper right corner in your Twitch, whether you're watching it through the app or the browser, and just go into the drops menu where you can find all of the active campaigns for World of Warships, and you can see which channels are actually eligible. The regular Twitch drops are there for all of the channels, and of course, King of the Sea is going to be happening on King of the Sea broadcasting channels. Whoop, whoop.
Yes.
And what was the result actually for the points?
So the total prediction result is 466,000 points for Ban CV and 350,000 for Rain, which means that if Rain wins, the people are actually going to get back more channel points than they wagered.
Nice. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting, and I see that the teams are going to actually jump into the battle. So I'll get your predictions now anyway. So chat, feel free to let us know. We've seen that you're betting your channel points on Bansv, but is it also the team that you really think is going to win? Maybe just somebody had a lot of channel points, so still drop it in chat. Painter, your pick?
I'm going to give this one to Ban CV just so I can see a 2-1 series. I want to see it go all the way.
Okay, Pingu.
Then I go with Rain.
Oh, so I'm torn. I think Ban CV is going to make it very hard for Rain and might take this one, but it's going to be a close match. So enjoy the match. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely glorious. And heading over to StatsBlog and Maltese Knight.
Welcome back to this second game of this best of 3 series between BanCV and Rain, with Rain currently 1-0 up against BanCV. BanCV's lineup in green here is Double Conqueror, Des Moines, Venezia, Double Moskva, Kleber, Shima, and Haru. And Malta has the red lineup from Rain.
On the other hand, Rain have Conquer Republic again, Des Moines, Moskva. They've got Gearing this time instead of that Marceau, but they kept their 4 Kleber, and they're actually using them again to go towards the C cap. So
we were literally just saying, while we were waiting for the rim to be ready, we were literally just saying, do we think that they're going to bring the 4 Klebers again? And we're like, no, there's no way they're going to do that again. Yep, yes they are.
They are, yeah. I really didn't expect it, because last map, I think, was their pick, since they were the main team. This one was not their pick, so maybe they just didn't know, but they went back to the Klebers again, so they clearly are comfortable with the Klebers.
I think also
maps.
Don't underestimate the psychology that goes on within King of the Sea as well. I think, you know, this 4 destroyer lineup, when it's not their map pick, that says, hey, look, we're confident. Even playing on your map pick with your tactics, we are still confident in playing this 4 destroyer lineup, and we are still going to beat you. So if you're...
What I'm surprised at looking at, you remember last week when we saw BanCV versus Yoink, right? Where they put the Moskva up to the middle rock. They're doing the same thing, but there's 4 Klebers this time. Like, it's a bit risky. Even if the Klebers aren't there, it's a bit risky, you know?
It is. So what Malta is talking about is last time we saw a rush up to this middle island, and then what looked like a bit of an impromptu play to me. It was a bit of a sort of an opportunistic kind of thing. But this time, Rain are not playing into the middle, so BanCV are going to just have that point, should be able to just slip into B there and take that without too many problems, because let's have a look at the range to the Moskva. Yeah, that's like 15k, so that's going to be fine. Kleber from BanCV, Blood Legend, already down to the H lane. What's that?
So I just realized Tai Sheep is actually a legendary mod Kleber.
Oh, interesting.
Look how aggressive he is on the Shema. He's not spotting. Plus, he's always the leading Kleber that's always spotting.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. That makes sense from the last game as well.
Yeah, because he was always spotting last game. I actually didn't realize it last game, but so he's legendary, which means he has a 6.3 or 6.2 detection range, so he can actually spot for his team. Look how aggressive he's playing here.
So he's the spotter, and these guys are the guns. That absolutely makes sense. Yep.
He gets spotted by the Shema, and he gets chunked down by the Venezia.
The even if you're legendary Kleber, you still get massively outspotted by a Shima.
Yeah, do have to be careful. The main downside of legendary mode Kleber is your guns are basically halved in DPM, so your reload is worse by a significant amount.
So basically, when you run your reload booster, it brings you up to being a normal Kleber without this reload booster, which is not that impressive. Yeah,
not ideal at all.
And then when you're not running your reload booster, you are very ineffective with your guns.
Malimu has taken heavy damage. He's down to 59k from this Venezia Conqueror.
Willis taking quite a lot of plunging fire there over that island from point in the Haru. Just able to lob that. Just clipping the superstructure occasionally. Willis having to run a damage con there, I think. So 2 caps already in the hands of BanCV. Of course, it's BanCV that need to win this game in order to stay in and go through to a 1-1. If Rain win, they are through and BanCV are out. Kleber of Lulu heading towards B. And lay in position to radar, point in position to shoot if necessary. Looks like Lulu's going to do the
reverse in,
but
I don't think he's legendary mode, so he needs to be careful here, because the Harugo could possibly spot him in front of the Moskva. Moskva also has radar probably available. There is Torps coming his way too, so he needs to keep that in mind.
So let's see what happens. Baiting the radar. Will BanCV take the opportunity? Nothing yet. Anlay is not in a position to fire. Point is just heading behind that island. Maybe I didn't see Anlay radar. Maybe it's on cooldown, or maybe there it
Does
goes.
Lulu actually? Oh, there's
There
a
it goes.
radar.
So Point is probably going to try and get that reset on Lulu.
He does actually probably get it in time if he hits his shot. It does seem he does. So he does get the reset.
So that will force Lulu out, but no doubt Lulu won't go very far and will just stick around to try and get back in the cap again. Meanwhile, quite unusually, Rain have actually fled basically from A. Usually you'd see a team trying to entrench themselves in these islands just south of the A cap, but they've decided no, that's not a good plan. We're going to kite away. So you've got Gearing and Des Moines. Gearing, Bask obviously can smoke Azure if necessary. Moskva
Azure's taking
AP.
heavy damage. Yeah.
Yeah, as Baz starts the smoke screen as Azure slows down, but slowing down is going to make it really easy for Anlay to land those shots for a couple of volleys. Not much that Dastard can do about this here. Yeah, Azure is
He's
really
taking
paying
heavy
for that.
damage. He's smoked up now, so he's dark, but he's taking a lot of damage. I think he's on a double fire. Oh.
Yeah, you've
triple
always got to
fire.
remember that A, there's lots of shells still in the air, and B, these players are pretty good at blind firing.
Let's go down. That's unfortunate for Rain. Lulu is, or Gang Barang is back in B. Lulu's gonna try help him a bit.
Okay, Shell's missing the Kleber. Gangbarang just forced to temporarily leave the cap. Of course, if Rain can get both of these Klebers in that cap at the same time, it is going to cap very quickly. So, currently, we've got Fancy V ahead on points on 592 to 428 for Rain. Currently, Fancy V win, but of course that's going to flip if Rain managed to get this B cap. And because we've got heavy presence, if you look at the minimap, you've pretty much got a north-south divide with Fancy V owning the left half and Rain owning the right half, which means that pretty much everything centers around the B cap.
Klebers do actually get B cap here. Harugumo's probably gonna walk back in, but he needs to watch out for these torpedoes. Is he gonna be okay from that last one? Oh, they weren't in range.
They didn't quite point. Just saying, yeah, no, it's fine. I wasn't worried. Okay, Point's gonna reverse. Haru is obviously a very big destroyer, and it's gonna take a little while to turn around, get moving, get back in the cap. And actually being nose in a Harugumo is quite a dangerous thing to be, because
it is.
You're very big, you're very sluggish. And if you don't have much momentum on and there are torpedoes coming towards you, it's very hard to actually get out of the way.
Nothing seems to be contesting him. I think he's just gonna take it. There's no radar in range. The Klebers are out of detection. He's probably just gonna take it.
Yeah, Moskva is a good 16 or so kilometers away, so no risk there. Torps out towards that gap where Point knows that those Klebers are hanging around. So Point advantage currently with Ban CV, and
With
it
a
is
cap advantage. HP
Rain's
advantage.
move.
Yeah, Rain kind of moved their Klebers towards the north of B cap, but they can't really do anything here. They're just doing nothing right now. They need to move them around and do something else, because they're just staring at this cap and not taking it. Like, they need a kill right now. Like, they have 3 minutes, or 4 minutes.
So Rain can potentially use the firepower of these three Klebers to do something at B, but the problem is that there's not just one ship there, there's three ships there.
There's 3, and the thing is, if they start farming the Moskva, the Point's just gonna smoke him up with the legendary mod smoke, so he's just gonna go dark immediately, and there's nothing to respot the Moskva inside smoke, because the Willis is too far away for sure, so...
Plus
I mean, yeah.
because of the... See where Anlay is parked, you've got that little beachhead that's sticking out in front of him, so he can only really be torpedoed from the 2 o'clock position on the cap. So where those Klebers are now, and they're throwing torps across the cap, they're just not going to hit him, because it's going to keep hitting that beach.
I mean, the Klebers are kind of doing nothing right now.
Yeah, it's
Like,
almost
I don't know if
like...
they're setting up to do something, but right now they're doing nothing.
Yeah, it's almost
They're
like
like
Rain...
Yeah.
Like in voice right now, they must be talking about, okay, we got to do something. What's the plan? Let's come up with something.
I guess they're
Okay,
okay. So
this is the
they're
plan.
doing the Moskva.
Yeah, this is the plan. Reload boost, chunk
Malibu
and lay
shooting the
down.
Moskvas too. Yeah. Still, it's gonna take a long time though. They have 2 minutes 30 seconds to not only get the kill but contest the cap. They need to do this really quickly. And Moskva just doesn't die that quick.
Nope.
Because
And Point is moving in to smoke if necessary.
yeah,
Notice that Anlay is holding the shots, I think, to make sure that his smoke bloom is not up. So that as soon as that smoke lands... Oh, no, he does shoot. Okay. But, I mean, he's not in any danger right now anyway.
yeah, he's fine. As long as he doesn't keep reversing, because there's a dastard there, he should be okay.
Maybe that was the plan. Try and almost trick
Reverse him.
Anlay into reversing too far.
Mm-hmm.
But to
Possibly.
get a player who has as much experience as Anlay does to do that is kind of difficult. Point is sitting kind of broadside to these torps. I don't think they have the range. No.
I think he reverses either way. I mean, Unlayton could literally just go dark here, but he's just choosing to shoot Gangbarang here. I guess to just put a lot of damage on him. But, I mean, they're at no risk of that right now.
Yeah, totally. Bouncy V are totally on the defensive. They have a massive points advantage here. 130 on their points clock. So they can absolutely afford here to be pretty careful. And Anlay knows there's a heal coming and the smoke is there. It's pretty safe.
1 minute left. And that's if Gangbarang might contest B, but that makes it 2 minutes either way. Like, what's gonna die in 2 minutes?
So there isn't really a move they can make with Willis, Baz, and Dastard down in the south in the spawn.
Yeah.
There isn't really a move they can make with Malamu and Sheep. So it
Bears
does,
can't really do much on B.
it does come down to these three Klebears. But as you say, they're not really in a position to do anything.
Yep.
Rep taking what looks like a blind shot at Anlay.
They're desperately trying to kill him, but I mean, he's just gonna sit there. He's never gonna die. Gangbarang got pushed out of the cap because of the torpedoes. Now he's gonna try contest again, make it.
Baz sneaking torpedoes up to the rear of the position where Anlay is sitting, where Blood Legend is currently. One of the Klebears has backed in. That is Gangbarang, who is now under fire, in danger of going down.
3k HP, it's very risky. I mean, they could use Eagle here to contest with 20k HP. I mean, it wouldn't matter that much, but I mean...
I think they would use the healthier ship.
one, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to go down. And that is going to end the match in Bouncy B's favor.
Oh!
No! They traded. Anlay went down. But that's still 20 seconds.
20 seconds, and I don't think... I mean, Eagle can possibly contest, but make it 20
Baz,
seconds and about
yeah.
5.
Baz is also getting into the cap, potentially behind that island. 9 seconds. Blood Legend will also block. But 1 tick, it doesn't matter because they've still got a cap. They still went on that A cap. 3, yep.
Much more decisive game for Ben CV, though.
And that was their map pick.
Yeah.
So that's very, very exciting because that means we go through to a 1-1 decider once again between these two amazing teams, Ban CV and Rain. Like we said before, this is the who's who of World of Warships EU. And I am really, really excited to see this 1-1. So we'll while they change the maps, we'll just pass back to the studio to talk you through what you've just seen.
What a comeback here by BanCV and showing that bringing mostly Klebears is not the only way to win a battle. That was very, very surprising to see that Rain would still stick with the same strategy even on the TWA or BanCV, what they call themselves these days, to actually bring it to their own pick. So let's see what Pingu and Painter have to say about this, because it was very, very well executed and looked very methodical by BanCV. What do you say, Pingu?
I think BanCV did a great job in countering the Klebear strategy there, the 4 Klebear strategy. Maybe it depends on the map as well, but I think bringing a Venezia and a Shimakaze with good concealment together with the Conqueror on the same side, which is massive HE power and SAP power against DDs. That brought Rain to a stop there because they had no chance to outspot the Shimakaze. For myself, I think they could have changed one ship, one Kleber, to maybe a Gearing with Legendary that has almost the same concealment like a Shimakaze and a good smoke screen for the Klebers. So they could make use of their guns, actually. Because I don't know, they were not really able to use their guns there. They had no spots. They had to play really carefully. But I think that was the main issue. What do you think, Painter?
I want to talk more about the Moskva's positioning from Man CV. We saw very early on in the game, the Haragumo dropped the smoke screen down from their spawn. Oh, let me open the tactics scene. So this Moskva here gets smoked in by this Haragumo. I've got loads of ships missing, it's fine. So you position the Moskva here, you have radar control over this entirety of the B cap, and you then use the Haragumo to reverse in here. So this basically is free cap. They own this now, because anytime anything tries to spot this Moskva, you have a Haragumo defending it to smoke it up, and he can provide threats against this group of ships here. Hang on, let me switch the pinger. This group of ships here is like threatened by this Moskva's crossfire if he comes out around the corner at any point. Like we did see, while they were being pushed down here, this Moskva was this group was retreating, and I think it was the Moskva's radar who managed to catch the Des Moines in the smoke screen and just get an early pick, and somehow they have lost all sort of map control over this side of the map, and then they have to fall back, and then they're relying on their 4 Kleber force, which is up here.
And that's what surprised me, that usually a team like Rain, they can come up with a plan how to kind of, upset this, how to actually be able to compensate for the loss of one ship, because it's one part of the team, right? It's not like the entire linchpin of the setup, but they really struggled to do so. It was really interesting to see that they were kind of like sitting around B and wondering like, how do we crack that nut? And they couldn't really come up with something, because the only solution they apparently found was like, okay, let's try to focus the Moskva down. But the Moskva is a large cruiser with a Haragumo to smoke it right next to it. So that's a really, really tricky thing to do. And this is also like because there were some discussions in chat about like, hey, with the rule set of King of the Sea, we do not limit actually the amount of single ships that a team would bring. If you want to bring 5 Klebers or 4 Klebers, it's completely up to you. But this is exactly the kind of downside of bringing a very, very one-sided setup, is that if your plan doesn't work, you might miss the tools to be able to contest a more, let's say, general approach that the Man CV team actually took here. In terms of like, if the Klebers cannot really contest this, you lack the radar, for example, to make the Moskva be spotted. Or you might be not able to actually adjust your strategy. I think the Shimmer, I don't want to be in strangers' shoes in that Shimmer, walking that fine line, trying to keep the probably legendary mod Kleber spotted there, to kind of keep them away and not die, because you cannot run away that quickly. If the Klebers would spring their trap and the Venezia might not be able to apply the damage, then you might be in trouble. So that's like a very, very risky thing to do. Being in your Shimmer there and serving exactly that purpose, but super well executed. Very impressed by this, I have to say. And by the way, guys, we're seeing here also the replay right next to us, where you can see how the ships actually position. You can see all of these Klebers around the B cap, trying to decide like, should we do something about the North group, or should we do something about the B cap, and not really being able to actually do something about it.
So yeah, again, like if the Des Moines hadn't been caught out on his way away from the A cap, he could have gotten into a position behind the island chain between A and B to get into a position to radar the Moskva and the Haragumo for the Klebers to make a pick. But unfortunately, with him just getting caught out early on, like they completely lost the map control over both A and B, which just meant that instead of them taking points all game, the enemy were taking points all game, and you have nothing. Like there's so much open water you need to cross to get into the range of that kiting Shimakaze Venezia Conqueror. And if Venezia and a Conqueror are shooting at you, I don't like that's gonna hurt. even in the clear, that's going to hurt. Even with your improved saturation mechanics, you're going to lose half of your health in the first salvo, and then the shimmer smokes up, and then the second salvo happens while you're trying to charge into it.
Yeah, just very well executed here. Now, the last map is going to be the random map. So, as you hopefully know by now, that the first map was picked by one team, the second map was picked by the other team, and the third map, to not give any of the teams any advantage, is actually a randomly drawn map, where also the spawns are randomly distributed by a bot. Now, the last map is going to be Land of Fire. The question is, of course, who's going to take this map? Because this is the deciding match. Whoever wins this will advance to the quarterfinals. The team that loses is out for the entire tournament. So what would you expect here? Is Rain going to stick to their Kleber strategy and just kind of say, okay, we lost the last match only because we made like an individual mistake with the Des Moines, otherwise it should have worked out? Or do you think they're going to go for a different setup? Bingo.
Yet again, really hard to tell, because everything is possible on this map. I mean, we've seen games with Klebers on this map as well from both sides of the teams. On the A cap, for example, that there is really, really fast DDs trying to cap and block the cap. There is a lot of islands on the Charlie cap on the right side, so a lot of possibilities to just rush and make use of the torpedoes, which we haven't seen yet. Surprisingly, of course, there was one situation in the beginning with a Stalingrad, but other than that, there was no rush kill with the Kleber so far. It's hard to tell. I think Rain may changes their setup because they just saw that BNCV has a good overall tactic and a good counter with the Shimakaze Venetian Conqueror. So maybe they change now their setup to be more competitive.
I think also a Kleber setup is going to be very hard to pull off on Land of Fire. So we'll have to see. Lots of islands, lots of ways to park ships. What do you think, Payne? Any changes you would, or specific changes you would expect from Rain to make for this map?
I don't see very much in the way of running like multiple Klebers. I don't really think you can get the spotting on anything south of the Charlie cap to make it work. I expect to see it change back to a much more static style of Des Moines and Salem's, and then some sort of battleship yoling out the 10 line for control over sea. That's been the general meta that we've seen on this map over the last few years. I expected to go back to that, but I didn't expect them to run 4 Klebers on Crash Zone Alpha, so what do I know?
Yeah, we'll have to see.
What do we know?
But a Land of Fire also, like, we've seen some interesting picks even last time with King of the Sea. For example, like, it was the first time I saw like a Goliath actually appear towards like knockout stage, because you can put it into a good position if you want to just, melt something down. And there are not that many large cruisers left that teams can actually deploy. Well, the Petropavlovsk is not available. With that long-range radar, the Stalingrad is not going to be available. The Nevsky is not going to be available. So teams can play around like, okay, we can bring the Moskva, but what else can we do? So, yeah, there's going to be probably a lot of Des Moines and potentially Salem's to be seen, for example, for the 10 line. This is usually where a lot of fun is happening in terms of being able to get into a good position, and as soon as you have the spotting, being able to farm. And as Mr. Conway points out to me, there is a new prediction campaign going up. So you can join and say, who will win Land of Fire? Is it going to be BNCV? Is it going to be Rain? My money for this one is going to be on BNCV. Payne, what is your pick?
I am staying impartial because I will get yelled at by one of the two teams if I don't.
Okay, so you're picking Rain, and then we have...
Yeah, then I'm going for BNCV. Thanks,
Okay,
Painter.
perfect. Cool. So, Chad, let us know, who do you think is going to win this next one? It's fantastic. I'm so happy to see that this is the third match of this series, and we'll now hand it over to the casters. Enjoy it. It's going to be great.
Here we are for this 1 point versus 1 point decider, the BNCV and Rain. BNCV starting on the north side here of Land of Fire, which was chosen by the bot. We have Conqueror Kremlin, Quadruple Des Moines, Double Daring, and Haru. And then on the other side, Maltese has the picks for Rain.
We've got double Conqueror for the battleships, Des Moines Minotaur, double Moskva for the cruisers, double Daring Shima for the destroyers. So both teams took the double Daring. Ban CV with the 4 Des Moines, though. What do you think?
That's A, it's a lot of radar. B, it's a lot of DPM. Improved pen angles. They're almost certainly all of them are going to be legendaries. So in terms of being able to accelerate and move quickly to do pushes and move quickly to avoid cross-map shots, which is something that this map is quite dangerous for. You can have battleships sitting on basically the other side of the map, able to drop shots over islands in all directions pretty much. So that's something these cruisers definitely have to watch out for. What the disadvantages of those Des Moines, of course, compared to, say, Moskva, which you can see on the rain side, is that the radar is only 10k, whereas the Moskva has 12. So they just lack a little bit of reach with those radars. So they're going to have to be very careful where they position these cruisers.
So the thing about the cross shots is, yes, I think we agreed on it for sure. This map has a lot of cross map potential, but the thing is, the battleships that they brought, Conquerors, I don't see them as good as, for example, a Montana or a Vermont for cross shots. I mean, they do better things otherwise, but for the cross shot stuff, not as good, I think, right? And the Kremlin, is also
yes, not exactly the accuracy king at range, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And doesn't have amazing range either. So I'm kind of honestly surprised not to see one ranged battleship on each side, maybe something like a Yamato, in order to get those cross shots. But they've gone with Kremlins and Conquerors, so we'll see how they use those.
We've seen a lot of Conquerors this tournament for sure,
which is really surprising because in previous Kings of the Sea that's been almost not picked beyond, say, the first weekend. So super interesting to watch the way that the meta evolves from King of the Sea to King of the Sea, depending on new introductions of new ships. And of course, this time we have the bans system, which has kicked in on EU for the first time.
And we have Deadeye, of course, improving Conqueror's accuracy, which is its main issue. So.
And I guess that does enable them to get fairly decent, consistent HE damage, plus the possibility, or not even the possibility, almost the certainty of getting fires. Which, if you are a Moskva who is parked against an island, that is bad news. Baz coming under a little bit of fire over on Alpha as Blood Legend radars, Stranger shoots.
Striver X finds a gap on C.
Blood Legend will get to the island in A.
He does, yeah, safely. Don't think anything can shoot him here. No, the Conqueror is way too far away. Baz is actually getting pushed off by this Harugmo and the Des Moines radar.
Yeah, he's managing to avoid those shells pretty nicely. Just getting a broken engine right at the end there. Should be out of detection. Yeah, Baz is dark. Dastard has moved over into position on the 2 line. Hoping to get shots up to where Strangers and Blood Legend are. Artorias is in position to radar that A cap if they think there will be shots from Dastard. Daring is capping B.
He is. Moskva radar does go up from Willis. I guess he was trying to see where the Daring is, because he was spotted, but Daring is out of range. So radar doesn't really catch anything.
Henning down to 78, 76 from 108 on the Kremlin.
And Leighton going for blind shots, because the Daring's not spotted right now. Does he get the reset? Oh, okay, close.
I think he would have done, but just out of time. So Rain do get the B cap, although of course BanCV have 2 ships right there. They also just begin to cap the Charlie cap with Sriva.
Woot is making his way down the 10 line.
So last weekend we saw a lot of Hindenburgs being played over on this flank. Today, no. It's just the Des Moines.
Actually, Azur's actually kited away. He knows of the presence of the Des Moines, I guess. He doesn't want to push up into a crossfire.
Plus these, the corners on these islands on the 10 line are super dangerous to push around, because if you're the ship doing the pushing, you pretty much have to show a little bit of your side as you come around the corner. So super dangerous place to push.
Definitely. shot out from Dartening towards Willis.
Eagle just slipping past those torpedoes there as he reverses back into the C cap. Willis takes that little chunk there. Torps out from Gangbarang towards Kinemod's Des Moines position. It's a combination of a normal spread and a conga line. They should have range. Kinemod running Hydra, I think, backing up. Trying to get offline of this single line of torpedoes. I think Kinemod will be mostly fine.
I just saw 2 rain radars pop up on B. We had Lulu Snail and Artorius pop
Oh,
up.
okay. So that can happen when the caller calls for a sudden radar, especially if it's unexpected. Players can all scramble to hit the button at the same time.
Yeah, and the issue with that is now you won't have an extra radar
Exactly.
there.
That is definitely, when that happens, that's definitely a misplay because it then means, yeah, as you say, you don't have that other radar later on.
Yep.
And if it's a long match, you might actually run out of radars.
That's also an issue, yeah.
Okay, point in the Conqueror down to 40 healing.
Healing though, yeah. Probably just heal back up to like around 70.
Strangers dropping HE over onto Artorius in the Moskva. It's a very green map currently. Fancy V
Triple cap,
sitting
yeah.
on 2 caps, and then with the middle one being contested. Shots being exchanged over B. Gangbarang and RNG Sama playing this little dance here. Lulu torping the corner where RNG Sama is expected to reverse back into the cap. RNG Sama just timing that very carefully to try
He does
and
have a
block.
Hydra running, so he's
Yep.
okay.
Should be fine. There's 2 torps coming to the corner, but as long as he stops just before he goes past that rock, should be fine.
He might get spotted here from the other there.
Yep,
Yes,
he
he
does.
is. Basically, this is like a daring 1v1. The
It
cruisers
is.
can't really help each other.
No,
So
it's a bit of a Mexican standoff. There's Torps just going past the back end of Anlay quite harmlessly there. No reason for Anlay to reverse right now. Daring's just trading shots, but they're both angled, so not really able to shoot each other very effectively. RNG Summer just
Leitong
popping a
uses
smoke there
radar.
to break contact.
yeah, because Leitong used radar, so he can just use the smoke without getting spotted here. Because Lulu doesn't have a radar, because he did waste it before
Sure.
when both of the ships used radar, the Moscow and the Minotaur. I mean, Rain have to do something, right? So they're gonna have to push somewhere. I mean, they're contesting C, but Eagle
Yeah,
can't
and-
contest this forever.
Eagle is... let's have a look here. Yeah, no, Eagle is not spotted. That was just some blind fire going into the smoke, I think. So they've got to get Eagle into Block C, which is being contested by Sriva. They've got to get Gangbarang into B, which is being contested by Anlay and RNG Sama. And then, have they got any hope of getting into A at all? I guess they could push Dastard up. It looks like that's what they are doing.
Yeah, I think Dasser can go in, but there's a Harugumo torping, so... Harugumo's actually torping the Shima, though. So maybe you won't have torps for this.
So obviously, with Conqueror's detection... Oh no, Dastard is actually spotted. Strange is choosing to torp towards Baz.
Wait, so Dastard must be legendary mode if he was spotted early.
Yeah. Which would make sense, like we were saying earlier. Ooh, Bloodledge takes a Shima torp.
Takes
Those
two.
Japanese torps don't mess around.
Yeah, that was 40k from 2 torps.
Okay. So that really frees Bazinga up here to do some good spotting.
Not only that, but on the B cap, Lulu's playing really aggressively because there's no cross map threat because the Kremlin's on the 10 line. He's not even in range,
Yep.
so he's fine.
And of course, Des Moines does not have torpedoes. Minotaur does have torpedoes. RNG Sama is aft in towards the Minotaur, so those shells are probably not going to do very much. Anlay not running away, because that's also a bit risky. But trying to just tuck in around the corner there and make sure that Lulu has to do a very long run-up if he wants to do a torp run.
Ooh, dispersion goes around like on Leighton there from Dastard's shots. So Rain are actually contesting A here. They're probably going to be able to take it unless Strangers has something to say about it. He is trying to get back into there, but he's going to get outspotted by this Shema. He has a lot of HP to work with, though.
Lulu being shot at from pretty much everywhere. AP coming from across the map from Kinemod. It's Des Moines AP. It's not going to muck around.
Oh!
Down to...
Strangers? He's going to eat the Torp? Two
Oh,
Torps
yeah.
then.
Yep. Baz gets those lovely Shima Torps off on Strangers. So those Shima Torps have very bad detection, but Haru is very hard to maneuver.
Yeah.
And looking at that dispersion, they were all put
Battleship
into the
round.
same wedge, pretty much.
Currently,
Okay.
Rain are winning.
Yes.
Over time.
Bit of a turnaround. It looks like...
Oh!
Is Gangbarak going?
I
think...
don't... It's really risky. I mean, he's going to get... I guess
can't-
he has a
can't
military to
anymore.
support him, but... Yeah, he needs to be careful here. I mean, he can single launch the Des Moines, but this is really risky. He's taking damage for free right now.
Even Des Moines' rear turret still has a 5-second reload.
Yeah. He has a Conqueror shooting him, a Daring consistently, like, shooting him. And he's proxy spotted by this Des Moines. He's so close that Hydro isn't even required to spot him. He's just so close.
And Lei reversing to try and keep him in procs. And there's actually a Hydra going as well. So, no longer in danger from Anlay, but still being shelled by RNG Sama. Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was there. I think maybe Gangbarang was looking at doing a rush on Anlay, but decided at the last second that, hey, that's not a good idea.
Yeah, maybe they didn't think they were going to win off of points, but...
Yeah, then suddenly, hey, look, we're going to win, don't die.
Yeah. Bazinga actually launches Torps here at Anlay, so if Anlay actually moves forward, maybe he doesn't see the Torps, he could possibly eat some.
Yeah, so we've got one spread overlapping and then the other two side by side. Anlay is reversing. Obviously, you know, the chances of whichever of these torpedoes is aiming for the corner actually being on target is a bit random. There's these two in the middle that are just overlapping.
He's
Look
actually
like...
accelerating here, but will he accelerate enough? I think Lulu here is trying to, like, make him push forward into the Torps, maybe?
Yeah. And I think Anlay's going to be like, why are you... Okay. Are you trying to push me forward? So these players are not stupid. There we go.
Yeah, so...
Torpedoes avoided. Yeah, now the torps are gone.
But that pushes him into Dastard's HE
Yes.
here. He's not... This spot, he's in a really risky spot for sure. There's ships everywhere.
Whenever we see cruisers push into that spot, particularly the north side, they are definitely at risk. So Anlay will be able to get a little bit of damage here on Dastard before he fires again. But surely this next volley from Dastard is going to take Anlay down. There's also some action going around on the other side. You can see Des Moines against Moskva, but I want to watch Anlay here for a second. Yep, Anlay goes down.
Kinemod's actually down to 12k here.
Yes.
He's getting shelled by Eagle and Lulu.
He's trying to get around on Willis. That end of that island is very, very flat. He might actually be able to get shells over it. Into the broadside of the Moskva. Nope, the rocks block it. Can he find a route through with the shells?
Thing is, Moskva is on a 1v1 against the Des Moines. Okay, yeah. Leazur's back in it. He's gonna help him out. And Swoot.
Nope, I don't think Kinemod can find a route through for those shells. And the closer you get, the worse the problem becomes.
I mean, Rain have a lot of ships.
Woot is going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, 4 versus 6. Oh, 4 versus 8.
Yeah, so we've gone from a mostly green map to a mostly red map here in favor of Rain. Kinemod coming under fire from Willis. Willis may go down.
He might actually kill Willis here.
Kinemod volley.
The issue is Leazur is still much healthier than him, so...
Shriver in the middle of the map there. You can see in the background taking massive damage from Lulu and goes down as well. So Rain only have 3 ships left to kill. Kinemod goes down to Azure.
RNG Sama is caught in front of a Conqueror. Oh, yeah, he's
Wow, they're
I mean, this game is over.
falling like cards now. 9:30 on the points, 50 seconds left
Wow.
to go. There is pretty much nothing that Point can do here to save it for Ban CV. And of course, if Rain do go through to win this, they are through to the quarterfinals later today. And Ban CV will be saying goodbye.
Yes, because EU does not have double elimination.
No,
so
this is straight up
once you're out,
eliminations
you're
today.
out. Mm-hmm.
If you watch NA later today, I think Maltese was telling me earlier that they are actually running double eliminations over on NA for the for this
time,
round,
yeah.
for the round of 16.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you will be seeing people getting a second chance, just like we had last weekend on EU. But today, yep, this is just straight up eliminations. So when Ban CV lose this in the next tick, yep, that's going to be Rain going through 2-1 against Ban CV to go through to the quarterfinals, which we will be... I don't think we're casting that later today, but you can definitely watch that match on other channels if you would like to. And with that, I think we'll go back to the studio for a bit of analysis.
Wow, that was a very interesting final match here, and it actually swung back and forth. And did we promise you too much when it comes to watching TWA, or Ban CV as they call themselves now, duke it out with Rain? Wow, well done and congratulations to Rain. They now advance to the quarterfinals, and TWA is now out for this tournament. The actual reigning King of the Seas have been dethroned. They gave their best, but it was not enough today. So let's go through this match step by step. Painter, what do you think?
Right. First of all, thank you for making it. Like right at the start of the game, you said I was backing Rain, and obviously I was right about backing Rain. Clearly, that was, you know. But also the Des Moines holding pattern that we have. If we can take a look at the tactics scene at all, but basically what happened was they sent a destroyer and a Des Moines up to each of the 3 caps, and they got the Des Moines lodged very firmly in a radar control position over the caps. And they just, at the start of the match, they were ticking all 3 caps. So you have this position here, like this Des Moines got smoked up to here. This Des Moines just sailed straight down here, gets up to there with his back up there. And this Des Moines in this position here. So you have full radar coverage over all 3 with a destroyer to back you up. But then things started to fall apart. Penguin, how did this start to fall apart?
It was a little bit surprising because we both thought Ban CV has formed a great front line, has a great positioning and control over all 3 caps. And then something happened, and that something is a Shimakaze that went to the one line up and torped the Des Moines, sent some torpedoes, and luckily I think a lot of them hit the Des Moines and killed the radar cruiser inside of the cap, which is, I don't know how it worked, how it happened. I haven't seen it, only after it happened, but that was the initial step there, and the next step followed pretty fast. It was a super narrow 3 torp launcher drop on the Harugumo. The Harugumo sailed right into those torpedoes, had absolutely no chance of avoiding them because there was no space, and therefore the DD just got killed as well, and 2 ships were left on the side, and that opened the door for the Conqueror to just move in, and so everything fall apart for Ban CV.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it was...
basically... I'm sorry, you go.
No, it's just it was interesting for me to see because Ban CV basically established very early map control in terms of the caps. Having all 3 caps ticking against Rain and paying a bit in HP pool, there was definitely an advantage of like 60-70k HP in favor of Rain, but they did get the caps. But then they really struggled to hold on to them, not only in C, but then, for example, also in B, putting pressure on IKEA and Leitung, trying to hold it there, but just very, very narrowly surviving there on the north part of the island next to B, and just trying to kind of keep them out. And it just was very impressive to see how Rain slowly but steadily clawed their way back into the match, but not just on one cap, but on several front lines at the same time. So that was very impressive to see for me. What about you, Payne?
It was all on Baz. Bazinga Flux in this Shimakaze just reverses up slightly, Strangers in his Haragumo is forced back because of the 600-kilometer spotting advantage, and then this Conqueror here, and this gets this free top line on the Blood Legend, and just it was disgusting, disgusting. And then like Strangers instantly is like, oh no, we've lost odds of mine. We need to fall back. We need to hold further back. Eats 3 more torpedoes. You know, this is gone. This is gone. You have full control of this side of the map, and you just collapse in. I did. The highlight of the match was for me though. I did get to see Darth Henning ram somebody on the 10 line. That's all you ever want to see. Ban CV, they finished what they set out to do. They set out to have Darth Henning ram someone in King of the Sea. We saw it. Well played to them.
Well, you know, if you can do this, why would you want to advance, right? No, but overall, like really, really well played by Bahrain, and congratulations for advancing to the next stage, which means that now we will be now moving on to the quarterfinals and to the next set of matches while we're watching here this amazing
Score
replay.
overlay is the wrong way around, by the way.
That is
right,
true, Mr.
of
Conway.
course.
Mr. Conway, I think, has like a slight inner bias for Ban CV. Just wanting them to win. It's like, sorry, Rain. Sorry, Rain. I'll throw Mr. Conway under the bus here until he fixes it.
So here we
Which
see
will,
the full
you know
map
what?
control.
Because this is very interesting. We actually ran the channel point prediction. Very, very good, Mr. Conway. Easy way to fix it. Just adjusting it with the next match we're going to be casting. No, but actually, in terms of channel points, when we asked the chat to kind of bet on who's going to
Oh
win,
my gosh.
we saw that most people actually backed Ban CV with like twice the amount of channel points. I think we had like 1 million channel points, Mr. Conway, if you have it in front of you.
Yes, I think it was about a 2-1 favorite. And 1 million channel points. So everyone who voted for Rain to take it,
Yeah, I'm sure that now,
Congratulations.
because we do have some organizers and adjudicators actually from Rain, they're going to have a very, very stern warning from Mr. Conway for giving the point to Ban CV. Ban CV, clearly. No, I think Mr. Conway was just used to, for the last 2 King of the Seas, he just always had to put Ban CV as the winner down until the very end of the tournament, and then he just decided it's going to be the same way this time. No. Well, good game here, and now we're going to go to the quarterfinals with teams that have been around for a while. They've been actually playing competitive since Clan Battle Season 8. They also have both been part of King of the Sea for the last 2 tournaments. But, for example, Oh Boy managed to go into both of the knockout stages, while Jens made it into knockout stage once and once into the group stage. Both are very international teams, and I hope you've seen them before. They are very good clans. They have a different kind of aim for this tournament. While Oh Boy has a very clear goal of we want to be one of the best 3 clans in Europe, so there's a clear aim to go to the very end. Gents just wanted to go as far as they can go, and maybe that's also nice to just say, hey, we don't have that much pressure to reach a specific part of the tournament. We actually just want to just have fun and beat everybody who's coming in our way to get to the throne. The first map is actually going to be played on North. Then we'll see Northern Waters, and the randomly drawn map is Crash Zone Alpha that we just saw a while ago. And if Mr. Conway could actually give us the ship bans, if they're already here, then we can take a look at what these teams definitely do not want to see. And I'm not surprised. So there is suddenly a wild Kleber popping up here. Somebody was not so fond of going against a wolf pack of these DDs, and Oh Boy actually banned the Alexander Nevsky. What do you think about these bans, Payne?
A lot of people say, why would you ban Kleber? You just take a Marceau instead. But like the Marceau plays a very different role to Kleber. So like that's let's get that out of the way at the first. But once again, getting rid of the Nevsky ban, like Nevsky from a smoke screen is a very oppressive thing to be running into, and you just don't want to have like if you want to be running a pushing composition, a Nevsky farming down everything that you're trying to push with, it's just a very frustrating environment for you to be in. So just better just ban it out, and that way you can do all the pushing you want. How about you, Penguin?
I'm totally with you there. Nevsky and combination with Smoke and DD is absolutely nerve-wracking, especially if you have 2 Nevskys. The Kleber, I'm a little bit sad that they banned the Kleber. I was hoping for some rushes again with torpedoes and close combat action, but yeah, I guess we have to see. There's a lot of other torpedo boats out there that can do the job. We just have to see.
Yes, the first map that we're going to see is going to be North. That was actually the pick by Oh Boy. Oh Boy banned Land of Fire, the map we just saw, so it didn't seem to be that comfortable with it. Jens, on the other side, banned the map Trap. and picked the map Northern Waters. So that's an interesting fun fact if you just are curious about like what these teams kind of prefer and what kind of maps they don't like as additional information. Have you seen Oboy or Gents play in the earlier stages?
I'm unsure. Like it's got to the point now where the tournament's starting to blur into one. I can't remember what I've casted. I'm not sure if I've casted them this year.
I think I have seen both, but I can't tell anything about the tactics.
Yeah.
It's too far away.
That's okay. There's a lot of teams playing, and it's great also for us to be able to show these teams. This is always like a bit of like my pain point when it comes to these amazing tournaments that we have. That while we would love to show every single team, because all of these teams invest a lot of time in terms of practicing, preparing, getting a team together to play for King of the Sea is a big time investment, and of course also very stressful. And they drop a lot of other things in World of Warships to be able to play here. And then sometimes we don't get to show every single team. So I'm very happy that we're going to be able to broadcast Oboy versus Gents. And if Mr. Conway wants to jump in.
Yes, if I may just rudely interrupt for just a second. Hi, I'm still here. My sincere apologies to Rain. You did win fair and square, and
It was on
some delay. But I have to say,
it was on purpose.
Painzor,
Look at
we're trying to ping you on Discord, so now I'm having to ping you. Feel
I'm
pinged.
stupid. Okay, leave me alone. I'm supposed to be in the room.
Yes,
aren't I?
but I do want to briefly point out that none of my co-streamers pointed out the mistake in the score overlay either.
Because we trusted you, and you betrayed
Big
that
mistake.
trust. You betrayed
I'm
that.
being-
You betrayed
You
the trust.
backstepped us.
Yeah, just like Rain.
Big mistake. There's another channel point prediction running right now. There is a clear favorite to win, which in this case
Conway, I
is
think somebody
Gents.
is also trying to get your attention. The training room. Something is.
No. So you have to understand, right? Because of COVID, we are running this at a bit of a strange setup. So we've got like 4 different screens here. Each of these screens is one of our guests. And then I'm pulling StatsBloke's feed from the internet. And I asked him to, on occasion, just move windows around so that I can see the feed from him is still alive. Because if it's just a static training room, it might be dead. So thank you very much, StatsBloke, for keeping my sanity alive.
I just thought like Stats really wants your attention.
No, he's just trying to keep my heart rate down. Very good.
Good, healthy boy,
boy.
healthy stream. Exciting.
I've been pinged in so many places. I've got like 15 pings.
Yeah, so chat, also please let us know what you think about King of the Sea and the broadcast. I know we made some changes and I hope you like them. Overall, we had some smaller issues in the beginning of the broadcast, but now everything should be ironed out. And from now on, I'll just expect a smooth sail towards the international finals. But first, of course, we have to find out who's going to get the crown for Europe. Who's going to stop potentially Rain if they already beat TWA? Is this like what? Because I always see these discussions, in chat, for example. Oh, and the teams are ready, so I'll just postpone this to a later point. Who's going to win this one, Gents or Oboy? Pingu.
I think Oboy has a good chance of winning, but Gents showed a good. Oboy.
Okay, Payne.
I will go with Gents just because they have better names.
Oh God, that's what I wanted to say. So because Gents is really trying to get our attention with the nicknames, so I'll say Gents as well. But Oboy, you might have this. So handing it over to the casters. Enjoy.
I'm so sorry about that.
So we've moved into the quarterfinals now. We've got Gents versus Oboy. Gents in green, Oboy in red. Gents have brought Yamato, Kremlin, Des Moines, double Moskva, double Gearing, Marceau, and Harugamo, so 4 destroyers there. And then Maltese has the Oboy lineup.
On the other hand, they have Yamato Shikishima, double Des Moines, Salem, Moskva, Gearing, Marceau, Harugamo for destroyers. So the Salem's actually going to the 9-9, which is kind of expected for Salem's. That's where they normally end up going. Because they really don't. Yeah, they don't need their like long range Des Moines radar range up there because they're just there to like live basically. So that's why they normally send it up there.
We were just having a discussion about how we're actually going to call Gents because they all have some very interesting names. I think we'll have to just go with either the ship type or maybe just take the end of their name. We'll figure that out as we go along.
Monarch.
Yeah.
Henry.
Exactly. Which is not going to be at all confusing.
Henry the Gearing.
Henry the Gearing. Yeah. It's going to be totally clear what we're talking about.
Yamato HE going out?
Oh,
Oh.
is that maybe a... Did they maybe not mean to have it? Because surely that shot had to be accidental in terms of the shell type.
Confusing. I mean,
okay.
shooting at the Moscow, but I mean, you still would tend to shoot AP on it.
I mean, it can happen with, certainly happens to me all the time, where like you end one match in randoms shooting at a destroyer, and so you have H loaded, and you just simply don't check when you get to your next match. Entirely possible.
Yep.
So
Oh boy here is sending a Gearing double Des Moines to A. On the other hand, we got Gents with a Gearing Harugumo Des Moines. Now, Harugumo kind of like smashes Des Moines when it actually sees it. The issue is you need to spot the Des Moines, and well, I mean, I don't see a way where you can do that here.
These Des Moines would have to be so close to each other to radar each other that they would be on top of each other pretty much.
Yeah, and then it would be a 2v1 on Des Moines.
And then you've got the two Yamatos who could take shots.
Yeah.
Okay, so those torps from either side, Gearing torps will definitely have range. The Haru torps, probably not. They'll just be on the edge of range, I think. So we've got Marceau here making quite an interesting move up the 10 line. Gents have chosen not to put anything at the top of the 9-10 line here, which is just leaving it completely open for Marcello here to just up the 10 line. And if you can get a destroyer into that position to do spotting, you will, pretty much.
The only issue is, if range mod BBs, the Marceau on the other team actually comes to spot him, then it's a 3v1 situation, because he's kind of alone here with no support. That's the biggest issue. Radar is actually going out, but it's not in range.
Yeah, I'm sure that Marcello is keeping a very close eye on his distance to that Moskva.
Yeah, and probably range mod BBs actually has RPF, because he somewhat knows his general direction. He's looking at them.
Unless he doesn't, and because of course if Marcello is radio located, the Marceau player would know that because it would appear on his screen. So it's possible that no radio location marker appeared on his screen, and so he thought, okay, well, I'll just push. But Torp's going out towards Marcello's position, so I very much doubt that.
Yeah.
Torp's on
Kremlin.
fire, yeah.
Gearing's gonna probably touch the B cap here. Nothing can really stop him. The Moskva can't reset him. Nothing else can really shoot him, except for the Yamato, possibly, with the radar. Speaking of the Yamato, he's actually down to 58k, which is basically half HP for him.
Kremlin from Gents takes 2 more torpedoes.
Ooh, down to 69k.
You gotta watch those. Those French destroyers have really good torpedo angles, and the Marceau, of course, has 9-kilometer range, not 8-kilometer range like the Kleber.
Yeah.
Haru opening up there to try and set a fire. I'm assuming that the Kremlin damage conned.
He did.
Gearing does get B. That's going to give Gents the beginnings of a points lead as that 1 cap ticks. So, heading back over towards the Kremlin. Not sure what the plan is there for mod BBs. You don't really want to end up in front of that Salem, Harugumo, and Marceau combination.
Yeah, especially since he's lower HP than the Marcello Marceau. So, he's already down HP, so you can't really take an open trade with him.
So
the
for anyone
Kremlin's
watching,
getting farmed.
Yes. For anyone watching who's not familiar with maybe these higher tier ships, the Marceau is basically like a Kleber, but it doesn't have that reload booster. Instead, it's got just a constant DPM it can put out. It's not as fast as the Kleber with a reload booster, but it's definitely going to add up over time. Yeah, this Kremlin already down to 50. Just starting to get out of effective range there. Got this interesting position from Lappen and Sniper in the Yamato and the Moskva.
Looking at that, it doesn't seem like they have shots on like
Anything.
anything. Maybe
Yeah, I
on
mean,
the Lemoyne across the map. but-
Lappin even shooting the island just to demonstrate that only the rear turrets can clear the island. I'm just wondering, like, why is this... I guess the Mossfire is pushed right up to try and extend that radar range as far as possible.
Pink Camouflage eats 2 torpedoes on the A cap. That means he's down to 2k HP on his gearing, which is horrible for him. I mean, wait, Nerf our Humor, does he have radar? Or did he already use it on this gearing? He's 2k HP. You could kill him right here.
Max is, I think, just going to take that torp. Yep, one on the nose. There's another one coming, but I think the flooding from the first one is going to just stop him. Nerf our Humor, radar out to counter the radar from Oh Boy.
Does radar a bit late though. And he does get a shot on the gearing, does miss unfortunately. He's gonna take heavy damage here though, because it's a 2 Des Moines. Oh, he does kill the Pink Camouflage. Wow, okay. He might die.
That gives Gents a massive advantage over here on A, where they have 4 ships effectively to Oh Boy's 2.
2 that can't spot really, because they have at least Gents have destroyers. Oh Boy don't have destroyers here. The Des Moines are gonna be left in the open.
Once the smoke is gone, of course, that's no more smokes for them.
Yeah. And they have a Yamato staring at them.
Yeah, totally balanced is definitely taking some damage there. Even Max is also being shot at. But
Humor might possibly go down here. But can they trade with totally balanced? He's down to 8k. This Harugumo is going to do heavy damage. The issue is keeping him spotted right now.
Keep an eye on Sniper in the Yamato in the middle.
He's pushing up. Moskva's getting cross shots on totally balanced.
So while Oh Boy are definitely losing this side of the map, they are absolutely pushing on the other side. If you just keep an eye on the minimap there, you can see they've got that line just rotating around.
You do. They have both their battleships on this side. They do have a lot of pressure on this flank.
Balanced goes down.
He does.
Max in full kiting mode here. Has Sniper stopped pushing? Yeah, Sniper's just pushed up the channel and stopped. Trying to get shots over into that group where the Mossfire and the Gearing are.
I think the goal here for Oh Boy is try kill this real son of Dad, the Moskva from Gents. I mean, he's the lowest target right now, and he's kind of crossfired by 2 battleships. So...
yeah, the Gearing has provided a smoke, but of course that smoke is stationary, and Son of Dad really needs to
He's spotted right now.
moving.
Ooh, Harugumo does die to torpedoes from Marceau.
Okay.
Marceau torps, you never expect them.
Yeah, you've got to watch that extra kilometer of range over the Kleber. It really does give you a lot more reach.
Not only that, but Marceau has better detection too, so it can be closer to you whilst launching longer range torps. So.
True. So real
But real Son of Dad is in a situation here. I think he can possibly go dark though. I think can really spot them here, especially after the Harugumo just died.
Bit of AP there from Shikishima, catches him on the stern. Down to 5-7. Gearing has torpedoed Sniper in the channel there at the Yamato. So currently, let's take a step back and look at the points. So currently, Gents are with the points lead, a big points lead, more than 300 points, and they will win. If nothing changes, they will win in 450.
Points and kill advantage.
Marcello is going to
touch B.
Move into B here.
Oh, the Vega Sniper though gets torped by 3 torps.
Yes.
He's down to 7k.
Running a heal and a DCP.
Nothing can really see him right now. So he's fine where he is for a bit.
It's a risky position to hold though. Even if Yamato just drops a shot on his nose, that's going to potentially end it. Although, sitting on 20k, that's reasonably safe.
Well, the thing is, Gents still win on 1 cap. So,
once again, that's funny that we've seen that in every single series.
Seen that like 3 times now today. Yeah.
Okay, there goes the Yamato. Yep, that's 10k from the Yamato.
Ooh, and the Harugumo is going to start farming him. The DCP is down, so he's not going to... I mean, if he gets a fire, it's going to be perma. There it is. Does he actually not have fire prevention? He doesn't. He doesn't have fire prevention.
No, I guess if you're playing the Yamato, you assume that you're going to be playing a little bit further back. Maybe this push was not intended. Yeah, definitely going to go down to that fire. Great
That makes
torps
the
there.
situation even worse for Oh Boy. Yeah, the torps through the gap from the gearing from Stanton were really good. Now the Moskva's gonna start being the main line of focus here, Lapin.
Cello pushing torps up towards the corner of the B cap, expecting Stanton to go in the cap, but Stanton is not going into the cap. Lapin rapidly losing health.
What about the Kremlin on B9?
Yeah, this is not a normal position. This is a random battles position for a Kremlin, really. This is kind of where you would... Yeah, this is
I
where
mean,
you
it
would
doesn't have
expect to
to
see...
push, but it's just B9 Kremlin is a sight to behold for sure.
I wonder whether... I just wonder whether he's running Deadeye. With the look of that shot, I guess not.
Yeah, even with Deadeye, I mean, Kremlin dispersion at long range is still
It's still
not,
going to be
not so,
terrible. Yeah.
He does get crushed by the Shikishima. I think he got like 20k there by the Shiki. Shiki super high alpha shells.
Yeah,
Compared to
Salem.
Yamato.
Salem is going to start raining that HE down. More Shikishima shells coming across. Max goes down in the middle to gearing torps.
Marcello is running at Henry in the gearing, but he'll probably just smoke up and he'll be fine. So they have 4 minutes to contest something or get a kill. So they can possibly contest A with the Marceau, but there is Yamato and gearing there to kind of stop him.
This is such a risky proposition, and they have to do it, but if one of those Yamato shells lands, that's gonna really ruin your day, and there's Moskva in range there as well.
Yeah, they have a heavy HP disadvantage to 120,000 with a 4-ship disadvantage. It's gonna be really difficult.
So
if it's even possible.
Marcello currently not spotted because of the gearing smoke. Still chasing Henri in the gearing.
Young got smashed on the 9 line. He got like 30k'd by the Kremlin.
So Oh Boy will be with 842 points on the gents side. That's ticking quite slowly because it's only one cap, but they do need to get going here. So you will see Oh Boy becoming pretty aggressive.
Yeah, Marcello is going. He needs something. He needs something to happen.
Yeah, and the gearing knows that he has to do this, and so he's trying to kite him back towards the rest of his ships.
Now Marceau dominates other destroyers in 1v1s for the most part, but especially
honestly,
at gearing.
So gearing's going to go down. That means Marcello can actually get into A potentially, but he's got to push into Moskva radar range to do that.
Thing is, even if they get into A, Stanton's actually getting B. So they still need another kill. And the Kremlin's walking down the 9 line for the Salem. And Salem might actually fall into the trap here.
Titan... No, Titan's guns are the other side. I was wondering whether Titan might be waiting for... Ooh! Okay.
Down to 300 HP. Probably he'll finish him off next salvo.
Kremlin getting revenge for earlier. HE out on Kremlin, but I think the next volley is going to be... Unless there's a heal waiting. I'm kind of surprised that Young hasn't already popped it. There it goes. I think it's too late.
Oh, 1K. Wait,
more shells coming.
Be able to kill the Kremlin.
More shells coming. That's a miss.
He did miss. He could possibly kill the Kremlin before, but it's gonna take him a long time just because Kremlin has so much armor that he can't pen. Here's the back turret. Oh, wow.
That's it.
50 seconds remaining. Not really much Oh Boy can do here. Okay, actually 1 minute 40 because A is contested, but the Harugumo is here to fight the Marceau. Harugumo is actually a destroyer that can actually face a Marceau in certain situations, but are those torps gonna hit the Harugumo? Oh, just out of range.
Also currently under fire, Marcello probably going to go down. That's almost going to seal the match. 990. Nothing here that Oh Boy can do. And gents will take the first game of this best of 3.
A gents victory there, for sure.
Well, we'll be coming back shortly. That was North. We're going to be seeing Northern Waters next, which is the gents pick. And so we'll pass back now to the studio.
congratulations to Jens taking the first map and advancing potentially a step closer to the semifinals. Very well played here. And let's get in Private Penguin. And of course, Painzer to talk about this match. And what do you guys think? That was very impressive by Jens, right, Penguin?
They did a really, really great job at using their DDs for their advantage, using the torpedoes, especially there, to pinpoint down one situation that may be a big factor of winning there for Jens. At the A-cap, for example, the gearing ate 2 torpedoes. She sat there like broadsiding, assisting their both cruisers, the Des Moines, and then there were torpedoes coming in from the run side from the gearing on the left side of the map, and the other gearing that was leaving the A-cap was on the way towards the B-cap. He dropped some torps, and almost at the same time, all the torps came in and made it happen for Jens to almost kill the gearing, but then the Des Moines took over with the radar and killed the gearing. And therefore they lost, Oboy lost their only destroyer on this flank. They lost their light, their spot, and yeah, no chance to come back then and cap the A-cap. What do you think, Painzer?
I think it was an absolutely beautiful cross-top that they had. Like we were sat there just like looking. Like first thing I remember, zooming in on pink camouflage. I've got like triple underlined in my notes here. It's like pink camouflage, not wearing a pink camouflage, triple underlined. Very important note to take.
That's illegal.
It is very illegal. If you're going to name yourself pink camouflage, you need to run a pink camouflage, and we're going to be very, very disappointed
Picky.
in you. Like, if you're going to go to all these efforts to name these, like, look at the effort Gents have gone to name their players. We've got Please Nerf Monarch, and then you've got pink camouflage. You need to commit to it. But yeah, cross torpedoes onto the A-cap.
Yeah, I have to say that one of the funniest moments was when actually Conway highlighted to me that Wargaming Please Nerf Monarch kills Totally Balanced. definitely making a statement there. We can look into the Monarch just for you. No, good guy. Also sometimes on our streams. Yeah, but I think that was definitely one of the aspects. I was surprised to see that the Yamato of Oboy was actually taking a lot of damage already early on. He was under constant pressure, and then also took unfortunate torpedoes when he had to kind of make something happen and try to push towards B. What could they have done differently after losing the gearing on A to kind of get back into this game? What do you think?
Well, they did have a lot of ships pushing up the 10 line here, and they had some nice angles forming. The Kremlin took some early torpedoes from this Marceau. Like the Marceau got up here very early. The northern was it a Kleber or Marceau? I can't remember. He capped early, but this one he came up here, and then as soon as Kremlin came over, he eats 2 torpedoes. He has to fall back immediately. So they've got all this map control up on the 10 line, and they start forcing them back. The Moscow starts being forced back there. But as he's coming up here, he just eats torpedoes from this friendly Marceau, and they lose vision as this Moscow is crossing broadside in front of the Yamato. If they'd managed to get this Yamato down, like this Moscow down, and this Marceau hadn't died, they could have completely began sweeping over and enveloping, and maybe try to stem the bleeding and take over the B cap. But unfortunately, it didn't quite manage it. Pingu?
I think there was a little bit of bad luck involved on the right side. Eating the torpedoes and losing the DD, the only DD for Oboy, was so unlucky there, which brought everything to an halt. The full push on the right side.
Yeah, we can also see the replay now, and you were able to see exactly what we just talked about. Also, lovely to see how the Marceau just backs up into C trying to cap it. But that's also one of the downsides, of course, when you pick certain ships, like, for example, I think it was the Harugumo that was actually sunk by the Marceau torpedoes by Jens, that your ships have certain pros and cons. And if you pick something like the Harugumo, Torps is the ultimate enemy that most Harugumos usually run into, as we've seen throughout this tournament. And yeah, overall, just really, really well played by Jens, and taking the early cap advantage, and then also being point on, especially with the torpedoes. I was very impressed to see how well they managed to put pressure on Oboy with the Torps and convert them also. That was one of the most important aspects on the the A cap to be able to convert that gearing that was on like, what was it, 2.5k HP with the Des Moines. With one salvo, really got also a bit lucky, of course, with his dispersion, but he just got that gearing, and then it wasn't that important that he also lost the Des Moines because the enemy didn't have any vision anymore.
Yeah, completely. Basically,
I have-
shut down. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say from my side, I was really impressed, just especially looking at the replay there of what that Marceau did, right? Starting off the east flank, capping C, going through, taking B, and then contesting A. Like he really like good play.
Yeah, and he was
Killing
also
the gearing.
enough.
he was also not running the range upgrade as far as I can tell, because while he was chasing the gearing smoked up, he was not spotted by either
Yes.
the battleship or the Moskva. So like interesting pick, also with the part in mind that I want to cap, and if I have to take a fight, I don't want to potentially get spotted if the enemy smokes up, and kind of using that to his advantage and just knowing that if I want to make something happen, I have to get that gearing, and just relentlessly following him through his smoke and saying, I'm here. You're definitely not getting away with this. But at the end, it didn't really matter then, of course. But you always have to, especially on matches of this level, you always have to try to make something happen, of course, as a team. But you always got to believe in the victory to still make it happen. Now, the next map that we're going to see is going to be Northern Waters, which is actually the pick of Jens. So Jens just took the map pick of Oh Boy, but I have to say that I maybe it's just me. Chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. But I think if there's one map where teams love to take it off the enemy team, in terms of like map picks, it's North. I don't know. On North, it happens so often that the team picks that map and then still loses on it. That's just something that gets my attention when I see North. That usually the team that picks it has struggled to actually turn it into a win. So, do you expect Jens to be as strong here on Northern Waters, or even stronger? I mean, it did depend a bit on the torpedoes, right? It was so. Do you think that Oh Boy will have it harder to come back here, or just shrug it off and say we'll get back in here?
I think it's very possible to go either way. Like these two very strong teams, as everybody at the tournament at this point is a very strong team, and Northern Waters is very even map. So, like it's also a lot harder to create crossfire torpedo angles on this map than it was on the previous one. So we'll probably be less likely to see exploding gearings randomly.
Or Des Moines, like we saw earlier, almost in the smoke.
Well, there's
On the
a
right
very
side.
distinct possibility of seeing exploding Des Moines as to torpedoes on the A cap. Like I've seen many Des Moines trying to get to that island and not quite making it. So we'll see if that makes it there.
Will be interesting, yes, indeed.
Yeah, and taking a look at the channel points, I think for the first match, it was pretty much the prediction that we're running in chat was actually pretty much evened out between Oh Boy and Jens. And now after the first match, you can see suddenly chat going like, Jens got this. 3 times as many points are now in favor of Jens compared to Oh Boy. But I'm sure that Oh Boy will not give up easily. They're a very, very decent team, very competitive. And I'm sure they will have an answer for the next map. So I would personally expect them to actually take this off of Jens, despite them having a very, very convincing lineup of names trying to get our attention with certain ships, which makes it sometimes really hard. Like I don't envy the casters in that sense. You're sitting there and you're trying to say this player is doing this, and all you see because of the cut of names is like Wargaming please boo or Wargaming please ner, and you don't really know who it is, and you kind of have to figure out
Look on the map.
exactly who's who, and then just call them Henri or something. But well, instead of going for the fame as the player name, you go for the message you want to send across. The Monarch is a very strong ship, I have to agree. I personally like it very much, but usually I see the opposite comments about the Monarch.
I think that's a joke.
I know. It's just like it's so funny to sometimes see what people want to showcase. While we're waiting for the teams to ready up, just a reminder. First of all, we have Twitch jobs running right now. We had an issue with the Twitch container itself. The missions were actually running very well the last week. So if you had any issues, please make sure that to double check whether you get your Twitch container. If you did not, you can contact our customer support and we will help you. And of course, we have the King of the Sea drop going on here on the channel and on all other channels that are broadcasting King of the Sea tournament. Now the teams are ready and are jumping into the match. I'll just give my current estimation for this match. I think Oh Boy is going to take this one off of Jens. Pingu, What do you think?
I will stick with Oh Boy.
Okay. Oh boy, and Pain.
I'm going with 1-1.
Okay, so everybody's in favor of Oh boy here. Now Jens is going to be like, nah, why do you hate us? We don't. But chat, what do you think? Who's going to take this one? We always love to see a last match in the series. So handing over to Statsblog and Maltese Knight. Enjoy it.
Welcome back to this quarterfinals best of 3. Gents are 1-0 up against Oh Boy in green, Gents in red. They have changed ends. Oh Boy bringing Conqueror, a Shikishima, 2 Des Moines, a Moskva, Stalingrad, Gearing, and double Marceau. And then Maltese down the other end has the Gents lineup.
So we got a Conquer, Yamato, and a Des Moines, Venezia, double Moskva, double Gearing, and Daring. We haven't really seen a double Gearing today, actually, so that's quite interesting.
And it looks currently like they're both going the same side. It may be that one of them is going to operate around B, and one of them is going to operate around A, but we'll see.
Maybe one goes mid, maybe, possibly. So, on the other hand, Oh Boy's destroyers seem to all be going C, but actually the Marcelo's turning around. Seems to be going mid. Might go B, depending.
Okay, it looks like Gents Moskva is going to standard position, going to go to that island. It's going to be mirrored by, who is that? Young in Stalingrad, who is going to go to the mirror position.
Pepega Sniper swapped out of the Yamato. He's now in a Conquer. Maybe he didn't like the Yamato last game. Maybe he's just more comfortable in the Conquer.
So, what we were saying last time, like Land of Fire, this map does also lend itself to cross-map shots, and this time the teams do have some long-range battleships. So we've got a Shiki on the Oh Boy side and the Yamato on the Gents side to drop that AP over islands, find those cruisers.
Definitely.
Okay, AP from Stalingrad out against Venezia of Gents. Yep,
Ooh,
finding home.
7k. That's good damage.
That's at that range. That's a pretty nice shot.
Stanton is actually smoking this gap here, so that this Des Moines Moskva Conquer can cross freely without a risk of Marceau spotting them or something. Also keeps a sense of secrecy on what they're doing on this flank.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Except
I think
the Gearing.
you can expect the other team to be putting a destroyer into that position just to cap, but also inadvertently, just because they're there, they're also doing spotting. So yeah, you totally need to watch out for that.
Well, Oh Boy literally have one Des Moines on A. That's it. The Conquer, I mean, he's there, but I mean, they literally only have one Des Moines here. He needs to be really careful. Like, I know he's probably not going to go down the one line because he literally died.
So
Even just sitting up here, though.
the way I see this going, looking at the whole map right now, is that you've got Gents really, really heavy on the A side, and you've got Oh Boy really, really heavy on the Charlie side. So I would imagine that we'll see A go red, C go green, and then everything will revolve around a B cap.
Yeah. So the way I see it a bit, the B cap's a bit easier to defend from the C side just because there's so many islands to use, right?
Yes.
So pushing into ships behind those islands who are maybe unspotted or just hiding behind an island you can't shoot them is going to be a bit harder than trying to push them in from open water from A side, because you have to push in into a long gap of open water there. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen there.
For HE shells against Marcello. Yeah, it's just falling short. Gearing of Gents just about to go into the A cap. Don't forget the Gents are in the lead here in this series, so if they win this game, they go through and Oh Boy will be out. So Oh Boy, everything to play for here.
Stanton is moving towards B cap. Try apply some pressure on the cap. Maybe contest it. Maybe outspot the Marceau, make him leave. I think Camouflage is reversing heavily into here.
Looks like the torps from the Marceau of Oh Boy heading towards where Stanton is possibly expected to be. That could be RPF torpedoes.
Please nerf Monarch is actually leaving the rock from mid. Not sure why.
Oh, yeah.
Is he scared of a YOLO rush?
Oh, could be, actually. Yeah, that might be might be sensible. It's also quite risky.
It is risky, and you're also losing
'Cause-
like a radar position on the
Hmm.
B cap there.
Well, so he's still, yeah, he's
In
still
radar
definitely
range.
got B in radar cover.
They
But
can
like
get
for
pushed
example,
off much easily. Yeah.
where Marceau is now is out of radar. But also you're opening yourself up, like that island covers you from cross shots from all of those green positions over on the sea cap. And where he is now is not covered from, say, Shikishima.
Yeah, Shikishima has his broadside. But he's gonna angle, but still it's damage. He actually has SC on his Moscow.
I guess if you're in a position where you're expecting to be bow tanking, taking lots of HE, I guess that kind of makes sense. Although, as Painsor quite often points out to me, that survivability expert actually doesn't help against fire damage because fire damage is percentage based.
Yeah, it makes it actually
Yeah.
worse against fire damage. So SC on Moscow is actually not that good, just because it can burn for so much. Like it's 30 seconds, but I mean, it's so much damage per second because it has 70,000 HP, right?
So Titan and Shikishima coming under pretty heavy focus fire there, down to 53.
53, yeah, that's quite good focus fire for sure.
Look at how far south the Yamato and the Venezia are from Gents. Right down on the J line.
They're
Still
very
trying-
far south, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but they have to be because Oh Boy has such heavy presence on that Charlie cap.
Stanton's still trying for this B cap.
Mm-hmm. Just about to cross over the boundary. Young is there with the radar. And Camouflage is in a position to shoot, as potentially so is Lappen. Sniper in the Conqueror up the north has also probably got shots. Torps out from Stanton towards that gap where those destroyers usually sit.
He's gonna contest. Is he radared?
Titan in the Shikishima goes down to fire from the Conqueror.
First blood being the battleship. Very unfortunate. Can he actually get this cap before the shells reach? Oh, he didn't get reset.
No reset.
Oh, he
Yes.
actually got the cap.
Sometimes you actually do see splash damage resets where the shell doesn't actually hit the ship, but it splashes next to the ship and the splash damage causes the reset. But we didn't see that there. Stanton actually, after getting the cap, paying with half his health. Down to 9-7. Just smoking to break contact. It looks like Oh Boy actually kind of trying to defend the top of A here, which I was quite surprised by seeing that just now. So we've got totally balanced still on the corner of the island. We've got the Marceau pushing over towards where the Gearing's torps are coming from. Marceau in the middle. Camouflage looks like he might try to just dip into B there. Currently,
Might.
the points are with Gents.
He has 2 radars in his range, so he's gonna probably get spotted if he stays here for too long. Actually, is anyone gonna pop radar? Okay, there he goes. Monarch popped his radar. It's actually out of range, but he does leave the cap.
Stopping, shells incoming. First volleys are a miss. Conqueror gets 1 shell on the aft section.
He DCPs. Marceau DCPs.
So he's currently dark. But they do have that second radar. If it's... Who popped the first radar?
It was Monarch.
Monarch. So
that
Son
still
of-
has
yeah.
radar, and
that
he's
is
close.
definitely just about in range.
They still see the Marceau. The Gearing's actually spotting the Marceau, so they don't actually have to waste a radar right now. Gearing has to be careful from Marceau torpedoes, though. Des Moines is trying to play the 10 line here, trying to push down. I mean, we've seen this with Ben CV versus Rain, and where that Des Moines was chasing a Venezia Conquer.
Yeah, just keep
So,
him busy. Keep
Keep him busy, yeah.
Because if you look at where the Gearing and the Des Moines are, they're still in very central positions. Okay, they're over on the 10 line, but they're near the cap.
Yeah.
Whereas the Venezia and the Yamato are completely off the grid.
Off the map, yeah, but at least the Yamato can still try to get
That's
shots
true.
and stuff, I guess.
And
The
I
one
suppose
can't really assist too much.
Venezia is pretty good at range as well, but it's not a good position for map control.
No. This Marceau, okay, the radar goes out from the Moscow, which means this Conquer and the Moscow can actually shoot at this Marceau. Marceau leaves the cap.
Meanwhile, Lappen in the Moskva, just behind Camouflage, is taking quite a lot of incoming. Just manages to reverse behind the island, down to 20k. Camouflage taking more shots there from Thunderer in the Daring. Daring using AP against the broadside of the Marceau. Daring with its improved
Daring.
AP pen angles.
He has a gap.
Yeah, that Daring is totally fine, I think. Yep. Okay, so points still with Gents here with the 2 caps. 3 minutes 50 on the points clock for their win. And that, of course, would win them the series. I think the...
Marceau's going to take heavy damage here. Down to 5k damage.
So, oh boy, have to make a move. I think they were planning on doing something maybe over on A and then decided, that's not going to work. They are now moving that group above A back over towards B, where I think they're going to try to do something with B. Fortunately, I think that was going to revolve around Camouflage, who's now on 5-3.
Yeah, they're trying to bring Marcelo in because he's 12,000 possibly. A bit healthier. He could probably run at the island, maybe contest it.
Okay, Camouflage has started to run towards B, staying very close to the south side there to not get spotted by Stanton.
Might get spotted by Thunder though, by Daring Thunder.
And the other Marceau, on the north side of B, they're definitely going to try and sneak both of these Marceaus into that.
Marceau spotted. Daring is also spotted. Can they trade pink Camouflage for Thunder? Oh, Lappen does go down.
Goes down. That is not good news for Oh Boy. Not necessarily because of the ship loss, but definitely because of the point loss.
Daring is still using AP on this angled Marceau. Daring might actually die.
Camouflage. Ooh, SAP from Venezia at very long range, just missing.
Radar to push Marcelo off the cap. Stalingrad's radaring too, so Marcelo can actually see Stanton here. Whilst Marceau can do a lot of damage to a destroyer when it's close to it, when it's further away from it, it's a bit harder. Oh, Stalingrad does punch the
gets
gearing,
him.
though.
Yeah, Stalingrad's shells work a little bit differently from Marceau's.
Yeah.
The trajectory is much flatter on the Stalingrad. Much easier to aim at range.
Oh boy's very much still in this game right now.
They are
as
clawing
long as
it
they
back.
get pink and B.
They are within 60 points on the points difference. Gents still win, 2 minutes 18. Oh boy will definitely be trying to block that B cap, extend that points difference out.
They will actually get this cap because Real Son of Dad actually radared for the other Marceau. So this Marceau is going to go in there for free and cap it. So right now it's Please Nerf My Fire versus Pepega Sniper. Pepega Sniper is actually healing here. So he's not going to go down that quickly.
DCP at the same time as the heal. Also capping B. Venezia has actually at the bottom turned round and is charging towards Charlie.
Yeah, they're trying to get this Des Moines out right now, max. That's the goal. SAP can really hurt Des Moines because it's basically like a rectangular hull, and that's what SAP likes. Big boxes.
Venezia, an extremely tank. Ooh, that was Yamato. Autopilot.
Yeah, Venezia's really tanky because it has an icebreaker, 40 millimeters. Also has pretty good, and it's pretty low in the water, so it's really hard to citadel actually.
It's pretty maneuverable. If you play it with the double rudder build, it's also very maneuverable. Although I think he's going to struggle to squeeze through that gap, though.
Oh,
nope.
Oh, he does take one. The thing is, right now, oh boy, do win. So Gents do have to do something.
So the
Actually,
tables
Pepega
have
Sniper will die.
turned. Are we going to see another 1-1? That's like, it's the streamer's dream.
It is the streamer's dream,
Every
but,
match going to 1-1.
but Gents actually clawed it back there with Pepega Sniper the kill. And the thing is, right now, Gents do win. So, back on oh boy, they actually have to do something again.
Des Moines
Except
AP.
this Venezia is really aggressively. He needs to be careful over here.
Yeah, that is a dangerous position. You've got Stalingrad gearing, Marceau there. And this smoke is not going to last forever. I think Mod BBs will get to this island. I'm expecting the Venezia to stop behind the island.
Please nerf my fires. On the A side, is actually pushing in. He's pushing into a Des Moines. Marceau. It's a really risky spot here for sure. He's down to 7k. Can he actually die? Possibly. If he doesn't have a heal, he'll die to the Des Moines
I'm pretty
fire.
sure there's Torps chasing as well. Des Moines,
Des Moines needs to come out and kill him, though.
I guess
Unless these
Balanced
Torps
is probably scared of humor. 2-5.
Yeah, he's not...
Cross shots.
Ooh,
Ooh, that
Stalingrad
was
getting-
Stalingrad from 22.5 kilometers.
Range mod, nice.
Yeah, that central Stalingrad position, if you can
It's been
maintain
doing
that
a lot of
cruiser,
work.
because those shells are just incredible. Okay, well that puts it back in Oh Boy's court here.
Yeah.
So now it's Gent's turn once again to make a move.
Gents do actually have to make a play here. So Venezia is probably going to touch C. Try keep those points. But the thing is, oh boy, sorry, yeah boy still win. Or it's actually oh boy still win. I just saw a yeah boy player.
Mod BB's... Yeah, is that Torp going to land? Also needs to go forwards because it needs to get into the cap.
He might land on his nose. It does. That's unfortunate.
Okay, that's going to make it reasonably easy for the gearing and the Marceau to just HE him down.
Ooh! Yama kills the Des Moines on the other side, and the points again switch around. But the Venezia will probably go down to this Marceau fire.
Yep.
So, I mean, 30 seconds, he probably doesn't have a heal or a smoke, so he's dead.
Okay, that flips it back the other way. 24 seconds. This is definitely the closest match we've seen today.
Marceau gets radared Marcelo here, but I don't think anything can actually shoot him. He's just going to sit behind this rocket and just live.
Yeah, Des Moines does lob the island, but that's quite a long way to shoot. Yep, first volley misses. I'm also watching Stalingrad versus Yamato here. 1
3
tick.
seconds. 1 tick done. Well, oh boy, claw it back. They get a 1-1.
We get another 1-1. So that's three 1-1s in a row that we've cast today. So thanks the teams for doing that for us, because that makes it way more interesting from our point of view. And we will be moving into a 1-1 playoff once again to decide who goes through. Will it be Oh Boy or will it be Gents? We'll be coming back on Crash Zone Alpha after some analysis from the guys in Prague.
And oh boy, did not disappoint and actually clawed their way back into this quarterfinal and trying to make it to the next stage. Nice done. I'm so happy that so far we've seen basically all of the best of threes actually going to the third match, providing us with a lot of entertainment, and I hope you enjoyed very much as well. And this game has been a constant back and forth, and this is going to be very challenging to actually summarize what has happened all across the map. So let's get Private Penguin and Painter in to talk a bit about this match and see who might have the upper hand in the next one. So where do we want to start, Painter?
Overextending is where we start. Like, okay, so both teams had decided to focus on a different flank. We see the southern team like focused 5 ships at the start over on the left-hand side of the air cap, and the green team 5 ships over on the right-hand side. And then both teams kept pushing their ships forward and pushing their ships forward. Right at the start, we saw the Shikishima as the first one to go down, just pushes himself in, gets himself farmed some more, gets himself farmed some more. Me and Pingu are just sat here just like, why is that Shiki that far forward? It's like, Pingu?
I actually have no clue. I think there was a call to push on this flank because they had the advantage. And I think the Shikishima took it too seriously and just went full YOLO. And I don't know. I mean, he tried to hide behind this small island inside of the cap, but there was a crossfire going on, and he just got farmed down. He were not even able to use or make use of all his heals. So that was a misplay there, I think. But it was such a dynamic game after that situation, because on both sides, both teams decided to start pushing and engaging and dealing damage as good as they can. It turned clockwise on the map, the front line. It was really hard to follow because every second on every part of the map something happened.
Yeah, absolutely. If you think about like how both of the teams positioned, with Jens rather focusing on A initially and then trying to get B back, after Obo actually managed to get, of course, with the superior numbers, getting C early on and also sneaking in B. The Jens destroyer actually trying to cap B lost 50% of HP. Like, he actually got into the cap and almost out of the cap with full HP, but then towards the end he did have to pay the blood price when it comes to the cap. And that kind of came back at them towards the end of the match, where every single, HP point makes a huge difference in terms of being able to survive or to not survive. And that Stalingrad actually taking out the DD in the middle of the game was actually, I think, one of the turning points, being able to kind of force Jens to do something, right? Not being able to, because one Moskva alone sitting next to the islands next to A is not going to really be able to defend that cap by itself. So yeah, it was a tricky match, and both teams had to kind of claw their way always back and forth. It was very, for me, it's always enjoyable to see at the end. You're just like, okay, now Jens is leading. Then, oh, Jens loses one ship. Now Obo is leading. Now Jens has to actually trade a ship, which is, as Stats and Multi said, it's kind of like the dream of a caster, to be able to say like, oh, look, something's happening here, something's happening here. So much action, so much back and forth. But at the end of the day, I think Oboy deserved this win by just being able to focus down the important targets, even though losing the Shiki very early on. This is something you usually don't see happening that early on, especially with a battleship that isn't really forced to go that close, like the Shikishima. But still then being able to kind of knuckle down, get the caps, get the kills, and swing it in their favor towards the end. Well done. So, if Mr. Conway, do we have the replay ready? If not, then let's take a look at all of the different matches that have been happening. Because, of course, this is not the only match that we're running right now. This is the day of the best of 16 and the quarterfinals. And as you can see, we broadcasted earlier today Yoink versus Surya, where Yoink advanced. Then we had Taurus and Throw run at the same time, where Throw advanced. We have, as you've seen, Oh Boy, currently in the quarterfinals, so they beat V888, and Jens actually kicked out one of the most experienced teams that we have in King of the Sea, and there's a small little, sad little tear coming from Pingu because he's part of OM. Ode Mortis actually got kicked out here in the best of 16. And then on the other part of this chart, we have, of course, the Rain versus Ban CV match, where Rain advanced to the next stage. We had Snack kicking out Vitmo, who also had a really good tournament up until this point. A7 managed to beat Extreme, and Shaft kicked out the Royal Italian Navy. So this is actually the match that we're going to be casting after this one. We're going to see A7 duke it out with Shaft and see who's going to make it to the semifinals. So I hope this brings you up to date to the current state of things for the EU King of the Sea 12 part, and then we'll have the last but hopefully not least entertaining match between Oh Boy and Jens to see who's going to advance for their match against either Yoink or Throw. Good. Okay, so the last map that we're going to be seeing today from both of these teams is going to be Crash Zone Alpha. It's going to be, if Mr. Comic can show it, yes, exactly, where we're going to see these teams. Just as a reminder, what ships did they ban? We have the, oh wait, actually, let me go back to select the right team, because it was always taking a sneak peek at A7 versus Shaft with what kind of things they were actually banning. So with Oh Boy versus Gents, they banned the Alexander Nevsky and the Kleber. So these are the ships that you cannot see. And also, since I've seen a few comments in chat wondering about ships like Thunderers and Somers, why are these ships actually not present? So there are two aspects for King of the Sea that we have right now in terms of available ships. We have the ship bans that we just talked about. There's a global ban for the Petropavlovs that was done by the King of the Sea Discord. They were able to decide one ship they do not want to see in this tournament. It was the Petro. And then we have the team individual bans, but we also have a ban on certain ships that are not available to players anymore. So, for example, ships like the Thunderer, Smoland, Somers that are currently not available to players, they are not allowed to be brought to this tournament so that everybody has the same chance to getting these ships. And usually we also have an introduction period of new ships that there needs to be at least 6 months of a period where people can actually get their hands on ships before they are allowed to be brought to King of the Sea.
Yes, quick note from the off. This applies only to Research Bureau's ships. For regular Tech Tree ships, it's one full update prior to the start of KOTS.
Perfect. Good. Okay, so then let's jump into the last match. The teams are slowly but steadily readying up. So, Pingu, what would you expect on Crash Zone Alpha from these teams? Anything special? Anything close to what we've already seen from, for example, Rain versus Ban CB?
I think we can expect something happening in the Bravo Cap again in the middle on the island. Maybe a DD laying a smoke for some ship, a radar ship, especially because it can hold the entire B cap and provide spotting there. We have seen ships trying to hold the south, the A cap I think it is, hiding behind the islands, pretty close to each other, shooting the opponent ships on the map, the islands between A and B. This is especially a good spot for a Stalingrad, for example. But I'm not quite sure what they will come up with.
Okay, and we see that they're ready to go. So let's do quick round. Who wins? I say Jens. Painzo?
Oh boy.
Okay, and Pingu?
I'm for Oh Boy.
Okay, so chat, let us know who you think is going to win. And with that, we'll hand over to our casters and see who's going to advance to the semi-finals. Enjoy.
Right then, let's get this decided. 1-1, Gents, oh boy. Gents are back in green here. And they have actually brought the first Ohio that we've seen today. So Ohio, Kremlin, Double Des Moines, the first Goliath that we've seen today. Gearing, Daring, Marceau, and Haru. Down the other end,
We've got Conquer, Shikishima, Double Henry. We don't really see Henrys too much. Moskva, Double Stalin, Gearing, Marceau. It's quite interesting to see the Henry pick. I haven't seen really Henrys picked in a long time.
yeah, that was very popular, I don't know, maybe like 2-3 seasons ago, before it had its movement nerf, because you
It
had
had
to do some...
two nerfs, like massive changes for it. It was the movement, the acceleration, and it also had the IFHE, because it used to be able to pen 50. It still does, but it has to half its fire chance now to actually pen the 50. So it's something to keep in mind when you pick the Henry 4.
So given that this is a diagonal map, and quite a common tactic is to push cruisers around the top end of Charlie, and given that those honorees are heading that way, do we think perhaps that might be the plan?
I mean, both teams are going up there. So they got
Yeah.
Des Moines. So Gents got double Des Moines going up there. And then Oh Boy got double Henry going up there with the Stalin Moskva. So they're all really heavy on the seaside. I think in a close range engagement, though, Des Moines, I mean, versus Henrys, they kind of dominate the Henrys. But we'll see how they play the Henrys. Maybe they'll play them in
So just
a different way.
If you think forward a couple of minutes, so you're probably going to end up with honorees on the corner of this island, say like C10, potentially if they're going to push, and then you've got Des Moines opposite them on the other corner. So you've got to push around into that improved AP pen angle Des Moines, and also obviously rapid fire with the HE. You have torpedoes, they don't have torpedoes. Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup if they do decide to push. They may decide to just turn Kite and drop HE down onto either the Kremlin or maybe the Des Moines, if it's visible.
Oh, yeah, that's for C. On A, on the other hand, I mean, Gents have a
That's
gearing
true.
there. He's gonna cap for free. I mean, oh boy,
Yeah,
have
he's-
literally nothing.
You got to remember at the beginning of the map, although we can see all the ships, of course, let me just show you the green view for a second. Down this end, they see nothing. So this gearing, Stanton, is just trying to work out what is there. And once they figure out what is not there, then Stanton will just go into A and cap it. Daring has already capped B. Charlie will shortly be capped by the looks of it. Mod BB's already in the cap. Yep, there it goes. 2 caps then. 2
For
gents.
The
And
biggest
shortly,
advantage Henry's have is they're so fast up here compared to the Des Moines.
yeah, you look at where the Des Moines are. Although they have slowed down and
They
stopped.
have stopped.
Yeah. But yeah, comparatively, Honoré is much further forward. Although Pink Camouflage having to stop and turn out there to avoid fire. AP from Stalingrad out on these Des Moines. Oh no, I was wrong. Out on the Kremlin. Both those Des Moines unspotted behind that smokescreen. Once again, this legendary Haru laying that massive long smokescreen that both conceals the ships but also enables them to move forward as well.
Gents have 2 caps right now, but I think they're about to get 3.
They're about to get 3.
Yeah. The gearings
that
might go for B, the oh boy one, possibly. Yeah, he is. He definitely is. So they're still gonna have 2 caps though. So always needs to start working on things. They have 7 minutes.
Yeah, so Endon here just about to cross over into B. The daring of Son of Dad is there as well, so doubtedly that daring will respond to B being capped. And almost certainly has radio location.
He also beats a gearing in a 1v1 because of the heal and the DPM advantage he has. And he has a personal hydro, so he's better at dodging torps.
The hydro is on. Endon is just parked there on the corner. Endon knows that there's no torpedo threat from the left, so quite happy to sit sideways like that.
He probably has RPF on the daring. He probably knows exactly where he is. He's kind of looking at them, so...
Okay, the Honorees have actually stopped. They are still facing north, but they have stopped. They're having a little hug. Pink Camouflage may actually turn into a kiting position here. The Marceau up on the A-line, providing the spotting for the Honorees to shoot. Kremlin currently under focus. Down almost 40,000 points. More than 40,000, that's 45. Kremlin being forced all the way up to the top of the A-line. Of course, these Honorees do have the range. Daring and Gearing contesting each other in B. And A just completely wide open for Gents. So that is going to keep ticking. There's not much that the Stalingrad and the Conqueror can really do about that right now.
Nope. I mean, they can't really push into a gearing or go... I mean, they can, but they're going to lose HP for it. And they might lose the Stalingrad for it, so... They don't have a hydro.
And also, if they did turn around and charge back into A, there's also the Ohio there. So depending on how far they pushed...
True.
They would potentially also be giving their broadside to the Ohio. Ohio is a great battleship. We haven't seen it today, but we saw it quite a lot last weekend. It's a bit of an all-rounder. It can brawl quite nicely. It's got decent secondaries if it comes to that, but it can still operate at range quite happily as well.
Its biggest advantage is its quick, like, heal cooldown. It's like Massachusetts, because it gets like a 50, 60-second cooldown or 40-second cooldown on its heal. So it can, even though the heals aren't as big as Montana's, it can get more heals really quickly.
Which, if you are being focused by a whole bunch of HE spam, is going to be really, really handy.
Really important, yeah. C is being contested by Marcelo. Is there anything to spot him? No. There isn't.
Radar out from one of the Des Moines.
They're definitely out of range, though.
Not in range.
Range mod BBs is trying to aggressively spot them here. I mean, he just needs to reset. He can't really give them the gap because then they can just hold it. He's trying to spot. He's 2 kilometers away from his spotting range. He's not going to be able to spot him though. Oh boy, do have 2 caps, but one of them is contested.
Yeah, and with that 300 point leads from Gents, it's currently up to Oh Boy to do the work. Gents will just sit on A. Interested to see if Oh Boy decide to do anything with his Conqueror and Stalingrad, because currently they're not that effective where they are right now. They are whittling down the Ohio.
The Gearing made his way towards B here, which means it's going to be a 2v1 over here with destroyers, and nothing can really help Endrin. So, possibly Gents could take this cap?
I'm guessing that, you know, Gents with the lead are thinking, okay, what's the play that Yeah Boy are going to make here? And the obvious play is to try and get to B. So, you know, trying and counteract that by going to B first.
Yeah.
I think that's what that is.
Marcel, range mod BBs, is also trying to contest C here. He is. Stops the point tick.
Stanton's torps have just reached Young in the Stalingrad. One amidships if it has range. It does. Okay, Gearing of Enden is starting to come under fire now.
By Daring.
Daring takes a little chunk in return. Autopilot in the background in the Ohio is down to 35.
35, and he's still bow in. I'd probably want to turn around there. I think he's gonna think about doing that soon.
Yeah, you want to turn into a kiting position. Just make sure that you can get away, break contact, get if you've got a heal queued up, or especially if it's on cooldown, make sure you can get that heal in. Torps from Stanton out Enden's position. Enden is moving towards them. Gearing, very maneuverable. Should be fine.
He's moving towards them. Does he slow down? No, he's gonna be fine, I guess. Wait. No, he's fine.
No, he's fine. The thing is, we can see the torpedoes. Obviously, the destroyer player can't see them, and so, you know, we're thinking, oh, no, don't slow down. But of course, they don't know. But these destroyer players are so experienced. They kind of, you end up having this almost like spidey sense for when there's going to be torpedoes coming. Okay, over on the other side, up on Charlie, shots being exchanged, totally balanced down to 47 in a kiting position. Marceau's contesting that cap. So both B and C currently blocked, but of course, Gents still do have that points advantage. So as long as they hold on to A right now, it doesn't matter if B and C are contested. They will win. Yeah, I think we're starting to see a turnaround here from Oh Boy with the Conqueror and the Stalingrad. Henri has joined them. This just shows the speed of the Henri, right? So this Henri of Max, you know, a minute ago was all the way over there with pink camouflage, and has now literally joined. Now. Yeah, literally joined Young.
Literally joined. Yeah, he's beached up on him. He's stuck because of the Stalingrad hull.
Yeah, sometimes you can actually get your armor plating stuck on, you know, a friendly ship. Okay, once they've freed themselves, they will get going and follow the sniper, the Conqueror, back towards A. It looks like this might be the move. Oh boy, need to get some advantage here somehow.
Yeah, they're trying to go back towards A here with 3 ships.
Yeah,
it's possible now because the Ohio's really low.
Yep, they've got to leave Enden in the cap to block because they really don't want any of those more points to be coming in for Gents. Torpedoes on sniper. Nope.
He dodges. He does dodge out those
Conqueror
torpedoes.
Very maneuverable even for a battleship.
I mean, even though Oh Boy don't have the cap advantage. They do have a heavy HP
They
advantage.
do, and so they're
Oh,
blocking.
Harugamo
They're blocking B and C, so there's no points income for either team on B and C. If they can get into A and so like kill the Ohio, drive off the gearing. If they can get A and start getting points income on A, they might be able to catch up, given that there's 7.5 minutes left on the game clock. Not sure. We'll have to wait and see how the points clock looks if they manage to do that. Don't think it's quite going to be enough. 818 for gents right now. Torps out towards the Conqueror and the Henri. Max is in the line for those torpedoes, potentially, but Henri is very maneuverable. Heading straight for one of those gaps. Yep, Max is just fine with those torpedoes. Gents actually letting the points tick a little bit on B. Now, no points income whatsoever for Gents until Gents get another get another cap back to get some more points in. Currently, B and C are both contested, so like Gents are now stuck on 840.
840, but they still win right now.
They do, which is so we've gone from winning with one cap in the last two series to now potentially Gents winning with no caps. We'll see
right
what the
now
points.
They lose.
Yeah, we'll see what it looks like when eventually Oh Boy manage to cap 8, assuming they don't keep getting reset, which is possible. Conqueror gets reset.
Okay, 2 caps contested.
Marceau has had to leave Charlie, I'm guessing because of spotting. Yeah, range mod BB's in the background there having to leave. Guessing that was Stalingrad radar, but no doubt mod BBs will turn around and go straight back in again because they really need to keep those points blocked. So Goliath over here on the border, alternating between shooting Henri and Conqueror to keep that cap.
He's trying to keep them reset. Yeah. I mean, the Henry left now, so it's just the Conqueror inside there.
Okay.
Seems like no one had a reset on the Conqueror.
No. I'm guessing he was unspotted, because both Stanton and Thunderer are both behind the islands. Sniper does take a torpedo.
Max here could possibly be a kill, but I don't think anything actually can shoot him here, except for the daring. Or Harugamo, actually.
So currently, with 3 caps, and currently none of them being contested, that's a 3-minute 49 win for Oh Boy.
Yeah.
And a
Harugamo leaves
complete
smoke
turnaround.
to spots Henry. They want to try kill this Henry. That's their goal here.
Monarch in the Haru, taking a bit of a chunk there, but Max is probably going to go down. AP from Daring.
Trying to trade here for sure. At least get this Henry kill. That's what they're trying to do. They still don't win right now. And that Harugamo was heavily at risk of death. Yep, he died. It's really bad for them.
So 4:30-ish on the game clock, 5:13, 5:12 on the points clock. 2 caps ticking.
What they need to do is bully Pepega's sniper outside of this A cap and possibly contest it with the gearing.
Yeah, the problem is though that Gents have got this Goliath and this gearing sitting behind sniper.
Yeah.
So I mean, in order to shoot the Goliath, the Conqueror has to completely take its mind off the rest of the match. Gearing is not going to get spotted unless it does something really stupid. Those torpedoes are heading towards Sniper, who does have the hit points, for sure.
He does have HP, but if he takes a big, like... I don't think he will. I think he's going to turn in time, to be fair. Maybe we'll take...
Yeah, dodging torpedoes when you're going away is a lot more difficult than when you're going towards, but still manages to squeeze through.
He's probably legendary mod as well, actually.
Yeah,
with
quite possibly. Although the thing is, even if you've got the rudder shift, you have to actually be moving to be able to use it, and he's going sort of full speed. Oh, actually, Thunder in the Goliath takes a massive smack back down to healing.
2 minutes. They need kills, but where's the kill? Where is it? Conquer?
Yeah, they can probably just about get Stanton into the cap. But he is going to have to go into Young's radar range to do that. And an HE volley from the Conqueror is not going to be pleasant. They can maybe get the daring into the B cap, but the gearing is there. Thunderer in the Goliath down to 8-9.
Okay, I think they just need one kill, but there's, I mean, the Stalingrad, I guess, is possible.
Yeah,
They have such an HP disadvantage, though. 200,000. Those Henrys, man.
Goliath over here needs to be super, super careful because losing a ship right now is a massive points difference. Endon in the gearing, under fire from Son of Dad in the daring. Pretty similar on health. Gearing smoking up. I'm guessing that's the Stalingrad radar. Yep, you can see the little green emblem above Young's head there.
That means Dad's gonna die here.
Okay. That's 130 on the points clock for Oh Boy. 40 left on the game clock. That's now, it's a double kill, so that's now 930. Conqueror is going to go down potentially. Papega Sniper.
Maybe. 2k. Does he have a heal? He doesn't have any heals
That's
left.
a
He's gonna
fire
die.
down. That gives Gents a little bit of breathing room. They will cap A as well.
They only have 1 minute for 2 kills. They need 2 kills. What can die here? Totally balanced, possibly, and
Stalingrad.
Young.
Stalingrad. Yeah. That is going to be the call, I'm pretty sure. Anyone who could shoot Young in the middle.
Issue is the Ohio's at 8k and the Kremlin's at 15k too, so they're all really low HP. And I don't think they have any heals left.
The point in the match where, you know, like, cause everything's such low health, anything can happen. Young down to 912, shells out from Ohio.
He should die here.
Nope, they land short.
Oh no. He gets another salvo.
They also land short. What? Okay.
What the?
Thunderer getting it from across on the border there.
The Ohio actually lives.
Okay.
They still need 1 kill. Totally
Yeah.
balanced. They're all shooting totally balanced. I think that's the kind of like goal they're trying to do
That's
here.
a
1
lot
minute
of health to chunk through.
or 20 seconds. Yeah, it's 20. I mean, 20 seconds to kill a 30k HP Stalingrad.
Yeah,
it's very unlikely.
Don't forget, it's not just the points clock we're looking at. We're also looking at the game clock, which is currently on 13 seconds.
Yeah.
Kremlin could
and
go
the
down. Kremlin does
goes
go down. Well, that is a pretty close battle, but oh boy, just taking it there at the end after a massive turnaround. Well done to oh boy. Congratulations, you will be going through to the semi-finals, which is tomorrow. But wait, we're not done yet. After that amazing 2-1, we will have another quarterfinal coming up for you now. And so to tell you more about what you've just seen and also tell you a bit more about the match that we're going to be watching last, I'll pass you back to Prague.
Congratulations to Oh Boy and the big, I don't know, should I call it boy community? Like Yeah Boy and Oh Boy and all the other boys. No, really well played, but let's take a look at how they actually managed to turn this game into a victory with a very different composition compared to the Gents team. So Private Penguin and Painzer, let's talk a bit about it. That was an interesting matchup, right? And Pingu, I remember that you already in the beginning of the game, the first thing you notice is like there's a huge HP gap between those two teams. So why don't you start off?
That is true. That is absolutely true. I think Gents did a great job at capturing the caps in advance in the early stage. They sent even one destroyer down to the A cap, where we've seen on the side of Oh Boy there were only 2 ships of Stalingrad and a Conqueror, I guess. Clearly not being able to outspot the gearing and taking control of the cap, but that was not the goal. It was the goal to delay on this position and to be ready to fight back when the time comes. On the other side, they didn't even send ships to the B cap. They sent almost every ship they had to the A cap, and they had big ships with them: Henri's, Stalingrads, Moskva, Shikishima. ships that have a lot of HP, and they almost built like a wall around this cap and tried to push them slowly but steady backwards, so they could come into the cap and cap the cap itself or themselves. And I think they simply traded better with their HP, and you could see that over the entire match, that they always had more HP. Gens had no chance to come up with something to make this gap smaller. And in the end, the problem is if you have always less HP than the enemy, you can't just come back and push forward. There's no pressure behind it because your ships will die. That's my point of view there. And Painzor, what do you think about the tactics?
It was simply a matter of how much they managed to bleed the enemy team for points. When they had like a Marceau blocking this cap, like taking 2 destroyers versus 1, just like slowly taking away the points, and just had this cap blocked by their one as well, and just like these points, like their points were ticking for so much longer. Just like, despite not owning the caps, they just use this time to farm down this wall of ships here with the points ticking till eventually they were bled so dry that once Old Boy moved into all of the caps and took all of the caps, there was simply no health left for a counter push for Gens to get back into the game.
Yeah, this is something you see actually quite often. A team taking the caps early on, especially if you bring it like a DD heavy setup. This is what you have to do, right? This is where you put all of your money on. Is like we take the advantage in terms of cap control and being able to wither down the enemy in a sense of like you use torpedoes, or you make the enemy then pay for being slower for coming to the caps, and make them pay for taking the caps back. But I think Gens then just fell too far back, trying to say, okay, we got the caps, we don't want to get withered down, so slowly but steadily they fell back, and then it's really hard to come back after Oh Boy managed to take the caps back. And I think there were also like slight individual mistakes sometimes being made, actually on both sides. I was surprised to see that Oh Boy took a very long time to commit to A, where you only had a Goliath plus the Ohio that was running away, actually holding the cap, where the Stalingrad and I think it was the Conqueror, where they could have actually pushed up earlier. And once they decided to actually push that, yes, they were always constantly spotted by the gearing, but the gearing was trying to torpedo, trying to keep them spotted for the Goliath, but it didn't work out in the sense they could just keep the A cap completely defended and have some kind of way of coming back into this cap that might potentially flip. The Goliath can only do so much. And then at some point, the gearing actually decided, okay, after he lost a spot on the Conqueror, and the Conqueror could actually cap A, he went around the corner. Let me actually show this here on the tool. The gearing then went here while the Goliath was down here. And they were trying to take down the Conqueror here on this area, but the gearing smoked up for itself, trying to apply damage. He launched the torpedoes that the Conqueror just dodged like an absolute boss. I have to highlight this here. Pepiga has been doing such an amazing job dodging these torpedoes as if he would be in a DD himself, not in a big battleship. And that forced the Goliath to actually go and lose the advantage of being behind the island, being able to just constantly deal damage to both the Stalingrad and the Conqueror, but he actually had to show himself. And you then saw what happens to a Goliath if it's spotted and actually nose on instead of like a kiting position where you can just slowly but steadily, wither down the other ship that has the crazy heel, which is the Conqueror. So that's usually not the position you want to be in. Yeah, really well played by Oh Boy. Mr. Conway, are we getting actually a replay for this one? Oh yes, it's currently being worked on, so we can actually see the battle over the entire period of time with the minimap analysis.
Just for context, it takes a few minutes because we obviously need to collect a replay from both teams. And then, yeah. So, soon.
Soon. Okay, cool. Of course, there's also another match being prepared in the background, which is going to be A7 versus Shaft. And Mr. Conway, can you tell us how much time do we have before the next game starts? Should we already talk about the next one, or do we have time to wait for the replay?
The replay is rendering now. I think we're going to start probably a few minutes later than anticipated. The good thing is, right, we're the official cast, so they'll wait for us.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
let's
have
call it
to
like
wait.
9 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm already in the train room. They don't need to ping me 15 times again. It's fine. I'm in there.
I always feel bad for making teams wait because they're all just sitting there like, can the guys please shut up and now make us play? We're just trying to wrap this up here, and then we'll actually talk about these two next teams. But it was very cool for me to see how Jens tried to leverage the Goliath and put it into an interesting position, because I didn't expect that, to be honest. It's just that they didn't manage to apply the damage they needed to make Oh Boy really pay for every single meter closer to the gaps and for being able to take back the gaps. That's just the important part when you play for that.
Like every ship is going to see, almost every ship there from Oh Boy.
Yeah, and you can see both of these forces clashing over there, right? And Jen still walks away with like, "Hey, we're going to be able to take the two caps," but the gearing of Oh Boy was able to then Cappy, of course, then that locked down the daring, being able to kind of at least not make sure that these points are not going to tick for Oh Boy, and then they had to deploy a second gearing to kind of get that other gearing out of the cap. And up there at sea, I think this is where the biggest issue was, that they had all of these numbers there, even Jens having so much firepower over there, but not really being able to get that cap back and just killing that Maso. I think killing the Maso would have really made a huge difference for Jens.
Definitely.
If I may point out from my side as well, I think it's really sad that they let the Conqueror cap at the bottom.
Yeah.
They should have
That was
kept
a
it
misplay.
reset.
Yeah, I think the gearing might have simply not realized that he's the only thing spotting that Conqueror, because the Ohio was simply too far away. The Ohio was hanging on by a thread for like half of the game, and he had to go up north towards the like B sea line even just to be able to stay alive, and that means you don't have the vision, and that means if you lose the vision only for 20-30 seconds, that can already make a huge difference in capping. And points is everything. Okay, cool. Then let's move on to the next match that we're going to see. It's going to be A7 versus Shaft. Both of these teams made their way here, and they, of course, have also banned ships. A7 banned the Conqueror, and Shaft banned the Alexander Nevsky. The Nevsky has been probably today, at least for the games that we've casted, has been the most popular ban that we've seen so far. So that's quite interesting to see. And then in terms of maps, if Mr. Conway can actually show us the maps, that would be very nice. We're going to be seeing Warriors Path, North, and Crash Zone Alpha again. The Warriors Path pick is actually by A7. And the North is then obviously the pick of Shaft. And both of these teams, Northern Waters was actually banned by A7, and Shaft did definitely not want to play on Trap.
Northern Waters is a very interesting ban. Like, I always found Northern Waters to be probably one of the most balanced maps, like, at least from what I've watched it. Like, it's pretty symmetrical, really.
Yeah, but some teams are sometimes just not very comfortable with having like one specific map where they just say like, hey, we rather want to focus on another one because based on our experience with, for example, clan battles, we're just it's not the map we want to play. And I think it's good for teams to be able to at least try to focus on one of these aspects. Looking at the fact sheet about the team, so A7 is actually the A team, which makes it much easier to call them. So from now on, I will just call them the A team, which sounds much cooler. And they actually have members of A7 and Yeah Boy. So this is partly boosted up here by Yiboy, not boosted up, but the Yiboy community that we've seen in previous King of the Seas are now here part of this team. So they do have a bit of experience. They happen in clan battles since season 8, and they've always been in the Hurricane League. And I think they're going to be interesting to see here. They're fairly new still, but overall they've made it this far and they've earned their way up here.
If I may,
Sure.
really quickly, because
Maybe.
Private Penguin. Many people in chat over the course of this broadcast have asked about what's up with the bookshelf.
I have to admit, I'm just too lazy to fix it since
Thank you.
several months now.
Hashtag one of us.
That sounds a bit like like isolate. One of our CCs currently not streaming anymore, unfortunately, but he actually won one of the chairs that we handed out on the show match, and he also didn't assemble it for like 2 years because he was simply too lazy, and his current chair was still fine. It was good enough, so. So we'll just now we'll keep an eye on this bookshelf, and we'll be probably sad when you fix it. So just keep it that way. And you can just say like, this is what chat wanted. I wanted to fix it, but you know it's art. Call it
He
art.
wanted to have the
I
green
can't do
screen on.
this.
You specifically told him not to have the green screen on. You can't bully him
Yeah.
about the bookshelf.
Mr. Conway's fault.
Yes.
Yes. Initially, when we
Yes,
were
because-
actually trying stuff, making sure everything is running. We actually had this discussion, and Pingu had like a proper green screen in the back, like being the professional streamer that he is. And Kobe's like, no. I
like the colors.
I like the colors, the lighting, all of this. Like this is the actual streamer trap that Mr. Conway sprung there.
Yes. So it is my fault. I'll take that on myself. So the game is almost ready. Well, to be honest, the game is ready, but I've told them to wait. But I'm looking forward to this last series. You need to let me have a little bit of control over things here in the background. And kind of reminder that as soon as we're done here, the North American finals are going to start as well. So there's a lot more content for you to look forward to. Make sure to vote in the prediction campaign, in the predictions in Twitch. You can get more channel points. And I promise at some point in the future, we will sit down for that meeting we wanted to have to figure out what you can do with channel points in the future. We'll think of something fun. I think for like 1 million channel points, I think Chrysanthus would dance.
Okay, I will find a very, very good revenge for this one, Conway, and even for cheaper. So, chat, I'll think of something.
We'll think of something. Okay, I'm gonna go away now. The teams are trying to join the game, and I'll leave the guys to give you a prediction.
Sure. Because we haven't really covered Shaft as a team yet. So Shaft is actually only consisting out of the. Okay. Oh no, they're already starting, so I can't talk about Shaft. So Conway, I blame you. Sorry, Shaft. I would have liked to talk about you. So we'll catch up on this. So we will.
They got shafted.
They got shafted by Conway. Oh god! It had to happen sometime, and now it happened. Okay, so my guess is actually, you know what? I love the A team as a show, so I'll just root for A team here. Painter.
I'm going to go with Shaft.
Pingu.
I'm going with Shaft as well.
Okay, so they're not getting shafted by you, only by the twins. Good. Okay, so chat, let us know who are you rooting for, and then we will hand it over step by step to Statsbloke and Maltese Knight. We hope you're going to enjoy it. See you on the other side.
Here we go with the second quarterfinal of the day. We've got A7 in green on the north. This was their map pick. This is Warrior's Path. And they have brought Republic, Kremlin, Double Des Moines, Minotaur, Stalingrad, Daring, Mosso, and Harugamo. And we might actually have a restart here. Yep, there's definitely team damage going on. So we're probably going to have to go back to the studio for a little bit while they just reset the room. So this happens. We can't actually see the in-game chat, so the teams very kindly shoot each other just so that we know what's going on. Yeah, that's going to be a pass back to the studio.
And we're back. And this is totally not because I wanted to talk about Shaft as a team. No, this actually happens. Apparently, the teams need to do a restart. I jinxed it. I have to admit that. Later, like earlier today.
Sorry,
earlier today.
not earlier. Literally, the last game. Chrysanthus sitting there like, oh, this is amazing. We haven't had a single restart yet today. And then he goes like, oh, I jinxed it. And I was just sitting here going like,
I just noticed that, oh man, this has been so smooth with the training rooms today, because usually there's always one, and of course there had to be one, and now it's with the last series. But no, that gives me a little bit of time to talk about Shaft, with Mr. Conway trying to not give you the life
with
that
me,
you deserve.
You know what? You can talk about Shaft with the guys. I'm gonna go keep talking.
You're shafting them a second time.
No. I'm sorry. I don't want
Rain and Shaft. Apparently not on the I love you list from Mr. Conway.
No, I do. I don't want to be. I don't want to insult your Shaft, and I'm going to leave Chrysanthus to take care of it.
Okay. So yeah, talking about Shaft here. Cool team name. Also, they have a very, very interesting goal for me. just talked about rain, right? So apparently their only goal, and I feel like there's some interesting history behind this. They only want to finish above rain. So there seems to be some like an interesting background story that I would really like to hear. So if you're part of Shaft and you would like to give me some juicy details, I'll be very happy to hear about it and talk about it. And we usually ask these teams like, hey, is there anything else you have to say? And Shaft wanted to ask us, hey, can Wargaming please remove aircraft carriers from this game? And like, I don't want to not read it out just because it has that content, but unfortunately, I have to break your heart, and the answer is no. But we're doing our best to, make them better so that you enjoy them more. As for example, as we just recently announced on the Waterline video, making changes to attack aircrafts in terms of how they're going to be able to aim, which should make the life of DDs significantly easier. They've also been already in the last two King of the Seas. They have been in King of the Sea 10 and King of the Sea 11. And if let me actually look it up. I think in the last one they got kicked out in the first round, but in King of the Sea 11 they made it pretty much to the semifinals, and they lost to Junk. Junk, as you can imagine, very, very good team. So there's a lot to actually expect here from Shaft. And we'll have to see how the A team can deal with that. I think that the room, it looks like, is going to take a little bit longer to actually assemble here. So we have some time to talk. A team never played in King of the Sea before, so they're a little bit of like an unwritten book for us. So we'll have to see, and maybe they can surprise us just as Yoink did before.
Voice from the off, chat heavily favors Extreme with 233,000 points for A7 and 468,000 for Extreme.
For Extreme?
For Extreme.
Yes. Are you sure,
For
Conway? Aren't we like Shaft versus A?
233 for A7 and 468 for Extreme.
For Extreme. Yeah, for Extreme.
So Conway, like I can try to, like, we can do this like in slow motion. Can you put your camera on? Can you put your camera on? Because I wanted to see this face. We've been talking about it, and you're like, I'm not going to. So if I would be Shaft right now, I would feel really, really bad. It's like they have A7, and then let's not talk about Shaft, and then we'll just call them Extreme. And this is maybe also why the chat is really extremely in favor of.
In my defense, I'm reading out what my moderator has written in Twitch chat. So okay. I blame Snip chat. We're gonna have a discussion about this.
Oh god! This was instant. But I think this was glorious moment. It's like no, it's Extreme. Because it's Extreme.
I don't know.
It is. It has to be.
Oh god! That's the entertaining part about the stream. Hopefully, also for you. So, we'll have to see who's going to take this one. Do you have any special expectations based on the bans or the ships that haven't been banned actually by these teams?
It's really hard to tell. I've never seen A7
Okay, I'll make it easier. Do you expect a DD heavy setup?
I expect to see 2 or 3 at most. I expect to see like a rolling band of 4 clevers again. I think we're just going back to like normal gameplay, normal. Just you bring a couple of DDs. You don't saturate the entire market and ruin it for everybody else. No, you bring a couple of DDs. That's my hopes.
Oh, so this is how you trigger Painzer, by bringing too much of what you should bring less of. Okay. No, I really love to see that, teams do think about like crazy strategies, how to throw off the enemy and kind of make them uncomfortable, instead of going for like a general setup where most teams are probably used to from clan battles and all of the skirmishes they had against each other, because these teams actually spent quite a bit of time in training rooms against each other, trying to figure out what comp is the best, and just getting some practice outside of clan battle seasons. So I'm also very curious to see what's going to happen here. The one DD that I would have expected to see more in this tournament is actually the Daring, but we've seen a resurgence of Gearings. We have seen more Harugumos. Of course, with the Somas not being available, the Gearing would be the next logical pick. For example, if you want to have a good mix of a really long duration smoke plus the torpedo power. But was there any ship that specifically surprised you so far? Bingo?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, I'm missing the Hindenburg a little bit. but the Henri in the last game surprised me, the double
Yeah.
Henri. But I think it was due to the speed of the ship, and they had to send back for their tactics one of the ships, I think 4 minutes in advance before they could attack on the other side then. But then again, I think Kleber was clear that there will be Klebers, a lot of them in the battle. But yeah, I hope we can see a little bit more of a daring maybe. Let's see.
What about you, Painter? Anything that surprised you so far?
The only things that really surprised me so far has been the Kleber death ball and also the Henry. I wasn't expecting to see Henry today. Like again, I thought that was something that had fell out the meta a while ago, but I suppose with the commander rework, it's maybe shifted its way back in. Get that fire burning on Stalingrads and Moskvas.
Yeah,
No
it's
more fire prevention.
I mean, it was really also weird to see, especially with the enemy team bringing a DD heavy setup, where the OE is going to struggle even more. But yeah, sometimes you get to see like a different setup, and it can actually throw the enemy off because they don't know what you're going to do with it. Cool. Okay, so Mr. Conway, I think the teams are still slowly but steadily readying up. So let me just give you a quick reminder. Twitch drops for this King of the Sea do not give you instantly a King of the Sea container. No, we changed the system. Now for each of the game days, there's a separate drop where you get a mission. They're usually quite straightforward. And then once you did the mission, you get the King of the Sea container. So far, we are, of course, having the same kind of approach as the last two King of the Seas, where you're able to get 8 King of the Sea containers throughout this King of the Sea. So if you're still shy of a few and you're not going to be able to get more, then you know you need the 16 you need in total. Keep in mind that the duplicates are all 1-to-1 exchange ratio. So if you have a duplicate, it doesn't really matter. You can just click on whatever you need to get your collection finished. But of course, there will be more collection containers also in the future, so that you can get the hands on the Tier 7 premium ship that is going to await you at the end of it in the Tier 7 container. Cool. Anything else to highlight from my side? Oh, yes. If you missed it, we had the Waterline episode that we released last week. We talk about all of the interesting things that are coming to World of Warships in the next 3 to 6 months. So if you missed that, go watch it. It's on YouTube. We also have a very big Q&A stream that we held here on Thursday and Friday in English, both for the EU and NA stream. If you had any questions around it, I'm sure we answered most of them during these streams, so that you get to know, hey, what else is coming to World of Warships besides the stuff that we already announced. Cool. Mr. Conway, can you update us on when the teams are going to roughly to be ready? Is there a problem? Did a player...
One of the players has problems joining the training room.
Okay. This sometimes happens if you're completely new to King of the Sea and tournaments, and you might wonder, it's like, okay, what's the holdup? Why do the guys always talk so much? So what we're trying to do is we run these games all through the training room, so that we can have games at all the times then we need them to, and that we can also spectate these matches, because we cannot really spectate, for example, in clan battles, unless somebody of the team would be actually streaming. So all of these matches are held in training rooms, and sometimes if a player has a problem, we give the teams the chance, if that happens within the first 2 minutes of the match, that they can call for a reset of the match, and then we will reset once. And usually that's like not a big problem, but it happens every once in a while. And that's just the way things are at the moment. Hopefully it will also be better in the future. Don't forget.
I do have a message from one of the Shaft guys. It says, we want to beat Rain because they beat us in the Clan War season. First was Rain, we came second global. No bad blood, just competition. There we go.
Okay. I expected a bit more juicy bad blood, but that's of course also a good reason to saying, they beat us there, now we're going to beat them here. Yeah. Cool.
Good enough.
So it looks like the teams are ready up. We're going to slowly but steadily jump into the next match. Chat, I think Mr. Conway updated the prediction with channel points, so you can now actually select Shaft. And so far, it looks like Shaft is still leading, but not as extremely as Extreme was before. So I think the A team is slowly but steadily catching up. So I hope you're going to enjoy this match. It's going to be the last series that we're going to be broadcasting for the EU cluster today. So let's kick it off with a good series, and we'll hand over to Statsbloke and Maltese Knight with the actual game. Enjoy.
All right, let's try this again. We've got A7 in green against Shaft in red. This is a best of 3. This is a quarterfinal. We've got Republic, Kremlin, Double Des Moines, Minotaur, Stalingrad, Daring, Marceau, and Harugumo. Of course, these teams are not allowed to change ships after a restart. And then down on the Shaft end, Maltese, what we got?
We've got Montana Republic, Triple Des Moines, Moskva, Double Marceau, and the Yu Yang. A rare pick, but I like to see the Yu Yang because it still has a place in competitive, especially because of its smoke screens. They're pretty good.
So you think this will be a smoke Yang, not a radar Yang, right?
It could. I think it's a smoke Yu Yang just because he's going with 2 Des Moines.
Yeah.
Out wide, and the Des Moines don't seem to be going straight for the rock, so I assume they're going to open water with the Yu Yang smoke.
So you've got short duration smokes, but you have quite a few of them.
You have 5 or 6 for sure smokes.
And you have the advantage of, well, I suppose it's an advantage and disadvantage. You've got deep water torpedoes, which means, okay, you can't hit the destroyers, but they're very low detection, so if you can get them onto one of the cruisers or even one of the battleships, you're very likely to land them on target. Marceau going pretty much alone. Ruta here going over in the Marceau to A. There's going to be pretty much nothing to contest.
Nothing yet. The Daring is trying to make his way, but Daring is a really slow ship. Minotaur is also making his way, but he's not going to be there in time, basically.
This is pretty... Do you think this is quite risky? So where the Ruta is going right now, because of course they don't know what's there from A7.
It's risky, but he might be running for the rock. I guess he's like really fast. Thing is, on A side, Shaft have literally 2 ships. If 2 ships. I mean, the Montana's so far behind. So clearly Shaft are trying to play for BC here. And well, so it seems like so are A7 though. Look how many ships A7 has too.
So we've got Marceau of Stress Possum already capping Charlie. Sitting there just inside the border. Azazel coming around with the Haru. Haru again, probably legendary in order to be able to smoke Boom into position. But they're going to come up against pretty heavy resistance. You've got, again, that Yu Yang. Probably smoke, we're guessing, with the 2 Des Moines here of Moffel and Zill.
This Repub's throwing blind shots everywhere.
I suppose that there are advantages and disadvantages to taking blind shots. I guess, you know, if you're lucky, you might be able to get something in the smoke, but the danger is that your shells aren't ready when you need them. But Repub has quite a short reload, so not quite so risky.
He was blind shooting before there was a smoke. That's the that's the funny thing. Just shooting, trying to hit something, I guess.
You also sometimes, I don't think that's what that was, but sometimes you also see players shooting just to see if they get spotted.
Yes.
Because that gives them some information. Ruta just going to outrun these torpedoes here, hopefully. Yep, he's fine.
So Shaft starts off with a 2-cap advantage, but the thing is on C, look how much pressure A7 is going to apply here. They have so many ships here. Kremlin, Double Des Moines, Marceau, Harugumo. They have a lot of ships here. So do Shaft, though. So do Shaft.
After capping Charlie, Possum has now left and is going to go and cap Bravo. There is the radar there of Gummy Bear. You also got the Des Moines of Radioactive sitting on the corner of the other island.
Now, if you look at the 10 line, where this Yu Yang is smoking, this is really risky for these Des Moines. I mean, Chad Band here, if he gets radar by that Des Moines or spotted, there's a Kremlin on his broadside. So he needs to keep that in mind.
Yeah, Exodus trying to get that smoke all the way over to the edge of the map. However, Yu Yang smoke, very short-lived, so you'll start to see the rear end of that smoke dissipate pretty quickly. Boom, taking some damage there. Kremlin shots coming in against, who is that, Zill? No,
Chad Ben. The Kremlin is walking down. His name is Russian, I like that, but he's walking down.
So I guess
Kremlin.
So they can see that the reason that the Kremlin is moving is because they can see that Possum has moved over to B. There's no other ship that could be contesting that. So there's no torp threat from the Charlie side. And so the Kremlin and the Des Moines here know that the only place that torpedoes can come from is inside the B cap. So they can turn in, nose in here quite happily. Radioactive will just squeeze in between that gap there. And this presents Shaft with a little bit of a problem. Will Kremlin manage to... No, Kremlin actually leaves the cap there before capping. Boom is actually going to go down here, I think.
Boom is really low.
Call Me Doge is, yep, just clipping the superstructure. I don't think Doge can actually hit the main part of the ship, but he can definitely hit the superstructure.
He's gonna die to an antenna dish. Kill.
Critical part of the infrastructure.
Yu Yang is gonna get one torp. Oh, nope, not in range.
Radioactive
also is taking heavy damage here.
I think that was Montana. First Montana we've seen today as well.
Yeah.
So
Montana's really good for cross maps.
Just in case you've just joined us, Conqueror is banned. I'm sure they mentioned this earlier on the in the studio. Conqueror is banned by A7 and Nevsky is banned by Shaft.
Okay.
Chat band down to 7-7. Nothing happening over on A-cap other than Daring has actually counter-capped, and so now...
Yeah, they're just cap trading on that side.
Yeah. Call Me Doge's turn now to be under focus fire. By Haru.
He's down to 26. Yeah, he's down to 26k. Harugun was down to 12k though. Harugun was also taking heavy damage. He's down to 10k.
Yeah, it's actually Kamikazes over in the Des Moines on B that's actually doing that damage.
Yeah, yeah, he arcs that, and he's just actually aiming pretty well on him. So down to 7k.
Yeah, Haru is a very long destroyer. Doesn't turn well. Doesn't accelerate or decelerate very well. You can't really do the same kind of speed juking that you do with, say, Kleber or Mosso. Okay, will this last fully connect? Nope. Zil takes a bit of a chunk there from, I think that was Zil. Kamikaze's still shooting on Azazel. So Daring having
radioactive might go down here.
Daring having capped A is heading over towards B, and they've put the Minotaur from A7 in Alpha just to keep hold of it. Radioactive does indeed look like... Yep, Des Moines goes down.
It's 2 Des Moines down. Pepega Xando here is really aggressive in this Republic. Well, I guess he can be. There's nothing really to pressure him too hard except for torpedoes, but they're Marceau torpedoes, so quite slow.
The one thing that the Republic does really, really well, I really like this ship, is that it deletes cruisers really, really nicely. But of course there's no cruiser here. I guess he's trying to wait and see if he can drop shots over on Gummy Bear. Secondary is also reasonably, at least psychologically effective.
The biggest issue with Republic, I think, one is its armor plating. It doesn't really get Citadel too easily, but its armor is all 32, so it can get farmed out by HE. And the dispersion sometimes can be questionable on the guns.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so there's the 3 ships resuming their push up on the 10 line. You've got X Displays smoking again. Chat Band and Zil moving in behind that smoke, keeping it between them and the enemy. Des Moines has a pretty good firing from smoke concealment, so they can stay unspotted there. These long arcs from Remy there in the Haru, dropping down onto Doge in the Mosfar. So let's just take a step back and look at the points here, because it's 780.
Soon at 800 here, Shaft. Yeah. A7's
So-
gonna try contest B here with the Daring. Kamikaze is gonna try reverse, but there's a Republic there, so we can't do
Trouble is, though,
much.
once again, even if they take A and B and get the points ticking on that, the closer to 1,000 that Shaft get, that single cap, that C cap, is gonna keep ticking inexorably.
Another kill.
Ooh, that
Alright,
was a
so
kill.
basically right now we have 4 minutes for Shaft to win, and 17 minutes for A7 to get to 1,000 points. So A7 is gonna half that, so it'll be around 8-9 minutes, which it's still double what
And he
Shaft
goes
required.
down as
And the
well.
Harugun dies.
That's
so-
890.
That's so basically A7 have 9 minutes to catch up, whilst Well, Shaft win in 2 minutes, so something needs to happen here really quickly for A7. And a lot needs to happen really quickly.
And you know, one of those things is going to have to be either like basically killing everything.
And the Marceau's going to YOLO the Kremlin on B here.
Oh yeah, lovely. Go on, Possum.
So it's...
Let's go. Right, now, one of the things you need to be really careful of is grounding on the corners. Don't cut it too close. Good. Yep. You get one shot. Oh, the Kremlin with AP misses. And it was AP. First 3 hits. Now, Marceau's... Yeah, Marceau's torps... Not that effective, but effective enough.
The angles are really good as well.
Yeah, you can pretty much fire the torps while you're still going forwards.
50 seconds to win. Like, what can A7 do here? Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Stress Possum is totally safe from those deep water torpedoes. They cannot harm him. Yep, I'm looking around. Like, what can they do? There is
30
pretty much
seconds
nothing.
to get a kill. Nothing.
Vert, totally healthy. Ruta, totally healthy. Kamikaze is perfectly safe behind the island. Zando pushing in, but pretty healthy in the Republic there. Yep. And even the Daring is probably going to go down here, which that's definitely going to seal the deal. 15, 12. Yep, that's it.
There you go.
Shaft easily taking that first game of this best of 3.
Didn't even lose a single ship.
In these quarterfinals. Yeah, that was a pretty comprehensive beating there. And that was actually A7's map pick. So now we're going to be going over to Shaft's map pick, where of course they will have planned something. So looking forward to seeing that. So Chris Conway et al., please pick up with some analysis.
Wow, what a display by Shaft, and they take the first map. I also hope you do appreciate the amazing artwork of the Shaft logo that we might see once more, maybe in the next or the game after. If you wondered what Shaft actually stands for, it's Salty Hombres and Fairly Trash. Interesting clan name, but I thought it's worth sharing. It's a funny one. I love the creativity that you guys put into this, so good job to you. So let's talk about this match. It was very decisive as far as I could see it from Shaft, but let's talk about it with Penguin and Painzor. What was your impression, Pingu?
I think it was a really clear match. At least after the first ship got caught off guard, kind of behind the island on the right side. I mean, I was surprised that there was a pretty aggressive move played by A7 into the sea cap. And I really hoped that it would work out well for them, but it actually didn't. The island was too small. The crossfire of Shaft's ships were too bad for the Des Moines. And it got killed really fast. And then the Kremlin just went inside together with another Des Moines in between the two big islands, which happens to be a trap again, I guess, on this map. Yeah, at least at this point, it was almost clear that Shaft had the upper hand and A7 no chance to come back there. What do you think, Painzor?
Yeah, it was the early kill on the Des Moines over at the sea cap. Yeah, like Boom tried to push himself into this island. He had the smoke screen leading him in there from the Haragumo, but he showed too much side to these Des Moines here. Like, didn't give enough respect and just got absolutely chunked, deleted, removed from the map, and now you've just got a Haragumo and Marceau at the top of the cap. Just what are they gonna do? And to be fair, they did a lot. Like, those two on their own, like, they stripped down half of the Moscow's health in a 5v2, and I'm not entirely sure how they managed to do that. But
it's just a sheer amount of firepower, Haragumo and Marceau together.
Yeah, but
they paid. They paid.
They paid.
The Haragumo paid.
All right, he paid for the extra fire chance. Well, but the thing is, you have all of these ships that they had over here, this wall of ships, and they didn't do anything over at this side with the, like, you have so many ships free. You have 2 ships on this side. All of this should have been exerting pressure over A and B. It should have been, like, Shaft should have been forced to try and push back into the game. Because they committed so much against so little and were held up for so long, but they just did nothing with it on the other side of the map, which I don't understand.
Yep,
England,
indeed.
Chris.
Yeah, no, I think that overall, I think A7 was a bit too reluctant to commit to certain areas, and then it's just so hard to get back into the game sometimes. So yeah, really well played by Shaft. It was interesting for me to see certain picks in terms of ships that they brought. For example, Shaft with picking a Montana and a Republic, a combination that you don't see that often. Also picking the Yu Yang for that flank. Which, of course, as you know, just as Painzor, that the Yuang torpedoes cannot hit other DDs.
Yes. Well, I know this.
It's just a fun moment while we were casting. No, overall, I think that it was a good match. We'll have to see whether now A7, especially being new to King of the Sea, whether they can just like leave this match behind, jump into the next one, and just start from fresh, basically, because this was actually their map pick. Warrior's Path was picked by A7, and now the next one is going to be on North, which is the pick of Shaft. And Shaft looked quite convincing, and we'll have to see what A7 is going to come up with as a plan to upset this one and come back into the match. Because if they don't win this one, but Shaft does, then Shaft is going to advance further into the semifinals for the European King of the Sea. Whew. Well, the teams are still readying up. So, what do you think is going to be changing here in terms of the setup? Do you think that they're going to rely on a similar setup or try something new, Bingo?
I got to think about another aggressive push, maybe on the sea cap. We've seen in other games already, for example, a Marceau or Kleber pushing behind the island on this or inside of the sea cap. But in a lot of cases, this place is also a trap for the DD that is trying to cap the cap. I'm not quite sure if they are playing more passively now because the tactics just didn't work right now in the battle. I think Shaft won't change anything. It worked for them. I think they stick to their tactics.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they did also use the double French DD setup compared to the A-team setup with like a Daring, Harugumo, and the Marceau. So I'm curious to see whether A7 might actually try to be earlier in the caps as well and see if they can have a better start when trying to contest these different caps. But you know how it is on North, the B and the C cap, they usually cost you a lot if you want to get them. Depending on what you're going to park next to it. And then a lot actually depends on how the ships are going to be deployed towards the 1-2 line and the 9-10 line. Whew. So the teams still need a minute, I guess. So, Mr. Conway, maybe we can launch, if it's not launched at the moment, we can launch the next prediction campaign. You already did it.
Because we have amazing moderators, right?
Oh, perfect.
They have already been launched. The funny thing is, so right now, there are 350 points for A7 and 90,000 for Shaft. So, as a little tip to you,
come on, guys.
if you go vote for A7 now and A7 actually wins, you're gonna really like get a lot of channel points back.
So
Can I vote for Extreme still, though?
Can you actually explain how that works? So if you how does this prediction system work for players?
Okay, let me just join you. So it's very simple, right? We have a currency called channel points on our channel, and we will think of something fun to do with them in future. And you just accumulate those by joining our streams, watching, and occasionally you can click the little, get extra channel points button. During a prediction, you can basically wager any amount of your channel points for one of the outcomes. So in this case, who's going to win? And then, just like with every other wager, right? If there are like 10 people on one side saying, hey, I'm going to give you $1, and one guy on the other side saying, sure, I'll take that bet, right? If he loses, everybody gets 10 cents. If he wins, he gets $10. So it can be good to be on the losing side. However, right now, chat is saying 640,000 points for Shaft and 20,000 for A7.
Can I read out who made the biggest bet?
Yes, of course.
So we have ETA Kamikaze, who bet over 92,000 channel points on Shaft winning, and for A7, Kemiat 07 is the leading one with 6,800 channel points. gambling there. So we'll see. Actually, A7 not out of the game yet. You always have to be careful with the first match being very one-sided doesn't mean the second match will also be that one-sided. Maybe a team can actually come back from this and surprise the Shaft team with a completely different setup and just move it to the last one. Because you should never be too overconfident, especially in King of the Sea.
Odds of 20-1 though. That's good odds.
Yes. Oh, what I wanted to highlight actually, because in the meantime, while we're broadcasting this match, there's also the match going on between Rain and Snack, and Rain beat the current King of the Sea, right? And advanced after beating BanCV, but Snack is currently leading with 1-0 against Rain. Ooh. So we'll have to see whether Rain did not already lose all of their magic in the first match to beat BanCV, and then
if we're really lucky, perfect outcome, right? And I'm sorry, A7. But if Shaft wins this, we can go maybe watch a game 3 over there.
Is this
Just
your
saying.
way? Is this your attempt to get back into like Shaft's good book?
No, I'm sorry. I think
because you don't like them, right?
I think I do like them, but I think Shaft doesn't like me already. So that train's that ship has sailed.
Yeah, that ship.
It sank already.
Yeah, it sank a long time ago.
The train
extremely fast, I would say.
Yes. But there should be a good matchup now. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. Yeah. Otherwise, do we have anything additional we wanted to share, Conway? I feel like we're forgetting something, but
no.
We should be all good. Please keep in mind, this is the EU part of the tournament. So today we have best of 16 and the quarterfinal. So this is the last quarterfinal that we're broadcasting right now, and then we'll be back tomorrow. Same place, same time with the semifinals where we're going to see the teams. For example, Yoink versus Oh Boy. And then depending on who's going to win the quarterfinals we're broadcasting right now, right? It's either going to be Shaft or A7 versus the winner of Rain versus Snack. Then, of course, we'll go to the finals. And the finals are going to be best of 5. All other matches are going to be best of 3s. So that should be very interesting to watch. And then all of the top teams from the different regional King of the Sea tournaments, because we have them on all the 4 clusters that we have, right? The North American tournament, we do have the Asian tournament, and the CIS one. So they will be fighting it out in the international part of King of the Sea, where it's going to go about the prize pool. And I see the guys are ready, so let's just quickly say who's going to win, Painzor?
Shaft.
Pingu?
A7, I want a point.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I'll go for Shaft, but chat. Let's see what you say, and then let a team maybe win this. See you on the other side.
Welcome back. The teams have switched ends. Shaft now in green. They are 1-0 up against A7 after winning the last game of this best of 3 pretty decisively. We're now on North, which is actually Shaft's pick. So they are bringing Ohio, Yamato, Triple Des Moines and Salem, Daring, Marceau, and Yu Yang. And then over on the A7 side, Maltese, what we got?
We've got Montana Republic, Des Moines, Minotaur, Venezia, Moskva, Gearing, Marceau, Harugumo. So, yeah. I guess Shaft actually got the Yu Yang back, so they kept the Yu Yang. They like it. So, seems like they're going to send double Des Moines, Yu Yang towards A, and then probably a Salem and then a Des Moines towards C. It's kind of where they send Salems. You don't really send them to A because of the radar range limitation.
And also, I guess with Salem, you want to try and limit the number of ships that are actually shooting at you just so you can make use of that heal. I think we're probably going to see the same tactic from the Yu Yang, double Des Moines, laying that smoke screen, short term, trying to get that spot, either using the Yu Yang just to spot straight across the water or using the radars if you get close enough. And this Gearing Minotaur combination, kind of basically doing the same thing. This Minotaur will be a radar for sure.
We've seen this Gearing Minotaur combination a bit earlier in the other games. I don't really like the Minotaur, honestly. It just doesn't offer too much. Well, Nevsky's kind of banned, so I guess you bring the Minotaur, but it's just against another destroyer. The destroyer just angles to it, and
exactly.
It really does nothing.
The APM Minotaur is devastating if it has the right angles, but as soon as you nose in with a destroyer, it can't actually pen your bow, and to a certain extent your stern, depending on how pointy your stern is. And Yeah, it's just going to bounce. And also it's really fragile, so Minotaur actually does take damage really, really easily.
Especially against possibly the double Des Moines and the Yamato here.
Yeah,
so.
Yamato can definitely one-shot an angled Minotaur. Okay, torps out from both Minotaur and the gearing.
Let's move over for the 910 here to see what's going on. So the Marceau, Azazel, is running up. We've seen this run up before in previous games where the Marceaus are going full speed to try get super early spotting on the battleship, on the cruiser, see what's going on. And the Harugumo is right behind him. Harugumo is much slower than him, but he's trying to claw his way up the flank. So it's kind of what's going on here.
Many shells being exchanged in the background there. Gummy taking a little bit. Shots out on Vert. Azazel has talked the corner where Possum could potentially appear. But I think Possum is actually in a holding position, ready to potentially reverse into the cap. Needs to be careful with the double radar of the Mossfire and potentially radioactive in the Des Moines there as well.
The B cap is going to get picked up by Shaft here. Nothing to really contest or reset this daring.
So Marceau is now in a spotting position. Let me just show you the red team's current spotting. So they can see Vert in the Ohio there. That's spotting by Azazel. I'm guessing they're going to want to start getting HE DPM from Remy in the Haru down on some of these ships. But these two need to be super careful, especially the Haru, because you're slow, you can't turn very easily. And if you get caught out in the enemy half, you're going to be in trouble. Okay, he's going to smoke. Shots out from Vert. Remy pushes forwards. Yeah, all those shells missing. Daring, as you said, capping B for free, so that's already shaft ticking points here. Montana, boom, is going to move slightly towards B. Keeping guns... Where are your guns? You're looking up towards where Zill is in the Des Moines, interestingly.
Alright, so moving over to A, because there's actually, I think, a push happening here.
Okay,
so the Yu Yang is pushing up full speed. And the Des Moines are just walking behind it in smoke. Yamato's right behind that. So I guess he's trying to bring the Des Moines up to radar range of the cap, so the Yu Yang maybe possibly could cap it for free. I assume that's what's kind of going on here. They're actually trying to farm out the Venezia here. But, I mean, shooting a Venezia at long range is not too efficient. Such a maneuverable ship.
Okay, so... So neither team currently able to get actually into A. I mean, Exodus could have smoked and then turned into the cap, but with the Minotaur there, that's a little bit risky.
Well, I see why the Yu Yang actually didn't turn into A. They're
I
bringing
see.
the daring
Yeah,
over.
yeah, I see now. Doge is coming over.
There's nothing really for A7 to contest B, so he doesn't really need to stay there, so he just left.
Montana shells onto the broadside of the Yamato of Zando. Nope, they are too far forward. A SAP from Venezia.
8k damage. Venezia can do a lot of damage when it's at super long range, because it can actually deck pen people with its sap at long range.
For those of you who are very new to World of Warships, if you're watching this stream, you can tell the type of shell from the color of the shell. So the orange shells are HE. Those red shells you can see coming out from the Venezia there is SAP, semi-armor piercing. And then the white shells you can see there coming over from the Montana onto the Yamato are AP, armor piercing.
Xando here is taking some damage, but I think he's going to be okay. He's just going to turn around and it'll be fine. A7 is actually going to get the C cap here. Nothing really Shaft can do to stop that.
Torpedoes into the smokescreen of the Yu Yang. Let's see if Chatband takes that middle one.
Seems to be legendary, so he's accelerating.
Yeah,
he'll be fine. Wow.
And that's the nerfed legendary.
Nerfed.
Do you remember what it was like when it wasn't?
Yeah, I could do that till full speed. Incredible.
Yeah, I think that, although that used to be hilarious and I used to love Des Moines like that, I think that change was a very sensible change because
it was very important.
It was
I mean,
ridiculous.
I used to love playing Des Moines like that, but I mean, I hated playing against Des Moines like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, you'd shoot with a battleship and you're like, Yeah, that's going to hit. That's definitely going to hit, and then they just disappear. Yeah, but now that's a little bit more difficult. The Des Moines player actually does have to start moving a bit early.
Republic and Montana shot on this Yamato's
Yeah,
broadside.
To be honest,
Okay.
Zando has been getting away with this. I'm massively surprised that Zando has not angled to those two battleships who've been shooting him over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Finally being punished.
He's down to 30k. He needs to be really careful.
More rep shells. I mean, I guess he's taking Venezia SAP from the other angle, but I think I would rather take the SAP than the rep and Montana shells.
The issue is he's not going to be able to turn out here because the battleships are just... He might literally just die.
Yep.
So these Venezia shots.
And also the Minotaur, you know, landing superstructure AP is going to add up over time as well.
Yep.
SAP coming. Just clipping him on the nose. Okay, anything happening in the middle? We've got Azazel and the Marceau heading up towards B.
There is Stress Possum to try keep him at bay, but we'll see what kind of happens here. He's going to try reverse to keep him spotted. He knows he's there. He has RPF. Quite certain he does know. He's going to actually get to spot him here very soon. 7.0 detection.
So Zil is just outside radar range of Azazel, just closing to try and get that radar.
Stress Possum did spot Azazel. Two
Okay,
ships versus one. He's going to take some damage here for sure.
Zil will have shots as well.
Daring is actually opening up on Boom. He's trying to farm the Montana. Just like a randoms game.
Oh, Azazel taking a bit of a chunk there.
Massive damage.
Ohio and Salem actually beginning a bit of a push down 9-10 line here. I think Shaft may be slightly worried about losing.
Zando does go down, but Azazel? What happened to Azazel? Did he DC? He's not moving.
Oh, could be.
He might have DC'd.
Yeah, that could well be a DC.
But you cannot call a restart 10 minutes into
No,
the game.
you absolutely can't. The rules state, I think it's 2 minutes is the maximum duration in which you can call a restart.
Shaft Salem on the 10 line might actually eat a lot of torps here. He's gonna eat one. He might eat the second one. He will.
2, 9, 7, 9, running a heal 10.
He'll back up a fair amount, and I don't think anything can really shoot him. Possibly that Moskva. So, oh, the repub shot from across the map. But I think he slows down in time. He does go dark.
Yeah, that's fine.
Actually, he doesn't. The Des Moines actually radaring him right now.
Yeah. So it's going to be HE coming out from Remy and the Haru. Just hitting that superstructure, trying to find that fire, because of course those torpedoes will have caused a flooding. And Zal almost certainly DCP'd. Yep, there's the fire. More AP coming cross map. 8k. He needs to push forwards to get out of that HE.
He's trying. The thing is, Salem does not have Des Moines legendary acceleration. No. It just has stock Des Moines acceleration.
And with reps reload, there will be more shells coming very shortly.
He's actually dark right now.
Okay.
These are blind fires. So he could possibly live. Maybe. I mean, he doesn't have a heal for a while, so
no,
Argumon will literally come out and kill him.
I think he needs to get to that island as quickly as possible because Des Moines' radar's down. It would be outside hydro range. And then... because at the moment, Remy's just going to come across and just spot him with his face.
Yes.
So...
keep in mind, Shafter at 800 points.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, he got his heal off.
Okay, yeah. That's a quick cooldown, and I thought, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So here comes the HE from Remy.
Only up to 11k though, so he's actually still gonna die here for sure.
Yeah, he'll get a bit of damage on Remy, but it's not gonna matter. Moskva and Des Moines just by Charlie there, moving nose to nose. Behind either side of what you call the play button, Rock, right?
Yeah, that's a play button, because it looks like a play button.
Looks like the play button. Yeah, you've got Gummy Bear and Zil facing off against each other here. We are at 3 minutes on the points clock for a shaft win, and that would actually put them through because they are 1-0 up.
All right, let's look at the 4 line right now. Daring does single launch, but he does miss. The Montana's actually pushing up really aggressively here. He's trying to get crossfires on these Des Moines, I think.
They really need to get into both A and B. I suspect the rep will... Yeah, Stove will start moving up now into B.
He stopped pushing up, actually, Boom, so he's turning around. He knows there's the Yu Yang threat, so
yeah,
can't really keep pushing. There's 2 minutes 30 seconds left. Reaper, yeah, he will get into B. Minotaur will possibly get into A, bow in. Does need to be careful, though. 2 Des Moines is kind of hard to deal with.
Yeah, his bow is currently fouled on the rock, so he's going to need to just reverse, and there we go, just squeeze forward. There is actually an enemy smoke screen there blocking the view from Chatband. Yeah, he can just lob the end of that island. I don't... Is he spotted? Yeah, the secondaries are coming in. Okay, so 4 minutes 18. Rep about to enter B. Minotaur is in A. Yu Yang trying to smoke up those 2 Des Moines there. Is Zill making a move? Zill, okay,
Zill is actually going to get killed here by the Sarugmo, unless he can trade.
I don't... So Zill went forward. I guess he's just trying to juke shells by going backwards and forwards. Don't
Remy
think that
might
was
actually die here? No, he won't.
Zill definitely will.
Zill will die.
Okay, that actually puts the points back in Shaft's favor. They were briefly in A7's favor there.
Remy's really low, but I don't think they're going to be able to finish him off because he's dark. But is the Marceau actually going to go for the YOLO play on this Moskva? Definitely.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yep. Possum is going. We saw Possum do the rush on the Kremlin last time.
He could possibly kill this Moscow with Torps and go straight for the Harugumo and kill him, get
Moskva
a 2-1.
Misses the HE volley.
He does kill the Moscow here with these Torps, guaranteed. Does he actually get shots on this Harugumo? He's going to spot him. His gun's ready. Oh, yeah. Does he shoot?
Yeah, smart play there to have the guns facing essentially the wrong way for the Moskva to make sure that he's covering that gap.
That was a very beautiful play. Actually, now he could even possibly sit there and if the Des Moines moves forward, he could YOLO to Des Moines.
Wait for the Torps to come back. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. He has his other side too.
Yeah, I was going to say, which side did he use? Okay, so yeah.
He used the
right side. His right side, yeah.
Yeah.
So, still got the left, which
and
is
the
not
Ohio's
ideal.
Pushing the Des Moines from behind. And the thing is, Des Moines doesn't really want to fight like an Ohio up close, so he's going to move forward into the Marceau. So this Des Moines has stuff to think about for sure here.
Absolutely. So currently, points on the A7 side. They do hold 2 caps here. Marceau, Possum, caps, Charlie. That puts it back on the Shaft side because they do have a points lead. And Radioactive is definitely in danger here. Just trying to keep an eye on the other end of the map as well, because there are torpedoes and shells flying backwards and forwards. But I'm kind of keen to see what happens to this Des Moines. I think Possum's Torps may be nearly ready. Is he going to come this way? No, he's going to go the other way.
I don't think he's going to go out just because Shaft, right now, if they do nothing, they'll win.
Yeah, so Vert is basically going to pin Radioactive.
Not sure why Vert went in front of the rock, though. I think he should have gone behind to push the Des Moines into the Marceau, possibly, you know?
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, true.
I guess he's trying to keep him off the cap,
I guess the idea is just pin him there behind the rock, because behind that rock he's completely useless.
Still good.
Because he can radar Possum, but he can't shoot him. So.
Daring might actually go for B, but the Minotaur might radar him, so he's gonna play it safe. They don't need to do anything right now. They just need to sit there and live.
This is the danger, and one of the things that differentiates a really experienced team from an experienced team is knowing when not to do something. Like, you know, we're winning. All we need to do is just either run away, don't get spotted. You know, don't have any unforced errors. And the way you don't have unforced errors is you don't do things. Okay, so Stove has got torpedoes coming, but if Stove doesn't slow down, they should be fine. Mino is coming over.
But the thing is, it'll be a trade. Actually, no, he's not going to try go for the ram. He's just going to try kill him.
Yeah, I mean, if he can get around on that rear section, he can actually pen that quite nicely. Even though it's round, there's definitely always a flap it. You can.
Ohio kind of missed the shot.
Yeah.
Not missed, but he bounced on his belt.
Oh, nice
means
shells
the Des Moines
from the
actually-
Montana there.
Yeah. I think, honestly, the Des Moines is going to kill this Ohio here.
Yep, I
and
think
Marceau
you're right.
is going to be left alone. Which isn't good for the Marceau. Do Shaft
Oh, don't
lose?
go
now?
too far.
Wait, does he have a reload? No, he doesn't.
Okay. So that's radioactive. Pretty much. Well, it's game 1-on-1. It's actually the Republic's actually coming as well.
A7 currently win.
Yep.
And now they're going to contest C even. So
There's
Possum needs to go for the YOLO.
Radioactive is turning into those torpedoes.
Wait, he doesn't have hydroactive, I think. Oh, he's going to take 3
Oh.
torps. He's dead.
Okay, he was trying to get to the island to get unspotted, but didn't think about the torpedoes that could have been coming from Possum. Oh, so Shaft are gonna win 110.
But this repub's actually going to touch the cap. So
Yep.
This repub has actually capped B, and now he's going to cap C. He's playing like a destroyer with the speed boost. So
Absolutely.
quite interesting. Actually seeing the repub cap every cap.
Absolutely. The Republic does have a speed boost, is very fast with that speed boost running, and did get a nice little chunk on Possum there at the end of that exchange. There are torpedoes coming.
He will contest C, but is it enough time to catch up?
Yeah,
Shaft?
150 on the game clock, 145. Let's just see what happens.
So they need to get 130 points in 1 minute and 44 seconds.
Okay,
right?
So
okay, yeah, they win. So
yeah,
A7 win if they don't die.
Yeah, Rep can take these 2 torps. That's fine. The next 20 million torpedoes that are coming from the other side, though. Stove is going to have to make sure he turns out. Yep, good. So they don't need to get the cap. They just need Stove to survive for long enough for the game clock to run down. 1 minute 10. Most of those torpedoes are definitely going to miss. There is a couple that are potentially dangerous. Doge is laying down some HE.
I think he's going to be perfectly fine in
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
Nothing can really kill him.
54 seconds.
Oh, and the torps run out too.
Torps run out anyway.
They're trying to gun him
yeah,
down with the
so they-
destroyers, but it's just not enough.
It's going to be, you know, all hands fire. Marceau, Yu Yang. I'm kind of surprised that Possum isn't firing. I guess they don't want to lose him. 30 seconds? I mean, they could potentially chip him down, especially now Possum's joined in.
With 4 ships possibly, but
Des Moines is also now joining in.
30,000 damage in 20 seconds.
AP
Is
out
it
on
possible?
kamikazes in the Des Moines.
He does dodge.
Oh, he
there's
might
a
go
lot
down.
of focus fire. 10k in 13 seconds. 5k. Oh, wow, he actually does die. Right? He does. Shaft do take the second game. That's actually incredibly close.
That was one of those, you know, like basketball movies where the ball is in the air.
Yeah.
And the clock timer's run out. You know, who's going to win? That was pretty gripping stuff. So Shaft actually do take that, just confirming that with the end screen there. Shaft go 2-0 against A7, clutching it at the very last possible moment. So GG to both of those teams. That was a very hard-fought game.
2-0 of the game.
That is the first
the day.
2-0 of the game. Yeah, no, I was on the edge of my seat for that one. So
Yeah.
we'll definitely pass back over to Prague so you can hear more about what just happened.
Wow, that was intense. And the question was, how quickly can you melt a republic? And the answer was yes. Apparently you can within a minute. Within a firepower, the republic goes down. What a finish here. And congratulations to Shaft making it to the semifinals. And it was so close, a team. You really proved that, you know, you've made your way here not by accident, but by earning it. And I would have loved to see a third match with us, just because we were actually counting points here in the background, just thinking about like, okay, wait, they have 2 caps and you usually generate 40 points per minute per cap, and like this is going to be super close. It's going to be super close, and they would have won if it wouldn't have been for the Republic dying. Well played by Shaft. And yeah, let's get Painzer and Penguin back into the stream here and talk a bit about what happened, and then also take a look at the other matches, because the Rain versus Snack match is not over yet, and potentially we could even jump in there. As you can see here right now, this is the current state of things. Yoink is the first semifinalist, and we have Oh Boy and Shaft, as we just saw. And now the question is, Rain or Snack? Who's going to make it to be the fourth semifinalist that we're going to be seeing tomorrow, of course. Phew. Pingu.
I'm sweating.
Yeah.
The last few minutes were so entertaining, actually.
Yeah.
Because it happened so much. I don't believe it. They made it. The sheer amount of DPM on the Republic in the end.
Oh, and
It
I
was
have
so great. What a finish.
I just got great news. We're going to
Yes.
be able to see the third match of Snack versus Rain because the Rain equalized. So we're going to also see this match. Fantastic, great. Like the last few minutes of this match. Initially it looked not so great for Shaft. That it didn't look very good for A7 because that Marceau rush on the
Stress Possum.
such a great move. On the one hand,
Definitely.
killing the Moskva,
The Moskva.
then turning around because that was a mistake by A7 trying to open up there and risking that super low HP DD and actually losing the Harugumo there, and then it's like okay, Shaft just have to steadily play this down because the A team didn't really have any good grasp on the cap zones, for example on B. But then Shaft rotated things around, lost the Des Moines, and things got super crazy.
I mean, a cruiser fighting a battleship 1v1 almost.
Oh
and
god.
finishing off in Ohio and with secondaries even. I mean, there were two salvos not hitting right. They were like the first salvo on the Des Moines was like 5k damage, something like that. The second salvo as well, like 5 to 6k damage. How in the world is this Des Moines still alive? And the sheer amount of DPM of this ship just wrecks the Ohio, and oh my gosh, it was so close.
Also, I want to point out as well that Harugumo shouldn't have been that low in the first place. If the Des Moines had pushed out earlier, there was 1,000 HP Salem. The Des Moines should have taken down that Salem while he was 1,000 HP Salem. Instead, the Harugumo went around and killed a 10,000 HP Salem, and that's why the Harugumo was down at half HP, which meant the Marceau could pick off the tiniest little nudge on him. I think the Moskva hit him down first. I can't remember exactly who it was that got him down to 100 health, but that set him up for the Marceau to make that game-changing double kill, and then the Ohio coming in was so crazy. I see we have the replay going as well.
Yes, we can see it right now. Yeah, that was really it was also so close because they got the Salem down to 1k health, and then he went dark, and they just couldn't convert that kill. And by the time the Harugumo got around the island, the Salem healed him, even though just to 11k, but still enough to then lose most of the HP of the Harugumo. Whew. Yeah, that was fantastic match, and I'm sure that Republic player must just be sitting there like, oh, come on, all I had to do was survive. It's like, it's not his fault, right? But it's just like, hey, okay, come on, I can do this. The cap, I'll take it already after capping B like an absolute hero, then going to the C cap. Fantastic match. One of my favorite matches of today, actually, especially with the ending, just going back and forth. And yeah, what I wanted to highlight is actually how well Shaft actually handled the A cap with the double Des Moines plus the Yuyang. Just being there all the time, just zoning out A7, not giving them any kind of access to the cap, because the Shaft team actually paid a lot in terms of HP pool, getting to these caps and defending them, giving the A team a good HP advantage in terms of the ships, but they couldn't really make use of that until the very end. So that was just very well played by Shaft, in my opinion. Until they rotated, for example, the Daring was taking care of B initially, and they rotated out. The Marceau was then trying to save the Des Moines, kind of opening up that free spot for the Republic to just drive into the B camp and take it, as the little French DD it is.
The focus fire was so great to see.
Yes.
In the end. From every direction,
that
everything.
Republic just melting. It was absolutely disgusting. We were sat there, it's like, do they have enough time to take it down? Look, there's a Minotaur. Maybe they can get the kill on the Minotaur instead. They just watched this health bar just
being obliterated.
So, it was...
Yeah. Well played. Well, that means, Shaft, you've earned it. You're in the next stage, and now we're going to see the last match of Rain versus Snack. Rain we've already seen before. Snack we haven't seen. The ship bans. Rain again banned the Alexander Nevsky, so that seems to be a crucial ban for their setup, that they think this is going to be very, very detrimental to their setup. And Snack, on the other hand, actually banned the Kleber, which is going to be interesting because Rain brought a very, very DD and especially Kleber heavy setup in the matches we've seen before. So what do you guys expect here, especially on Northern Waters? What's Rain going to do?
Probably same static positional play. They'll force a cruiser down to the one line, maybe use that island for cover, a bit more of a kiting force, and just big static cruisers trying to generate crossfires, the usual.
It's hard to tell. Maybe they will switch back to other DDs from their Klebers, back to maybe a gearing, maybe a daring. We have seen situations on this map today where torpedoes are super, super valuable. I guess we have to see what happens.
Yes, and don't be fooled by seeing here the name Rain and Snack. If you paid attention to King of the Sea, Snack has been around for a very, very long time in competitive. They basically have been in the King of the Sea tournament, in all of the King of the Sea tournaments. They have been participating in all of the clan battles. They are around since clan battles started. So they know the game very well. They're a very, very experienced team. They're also very international. They're from Germany, Turkey, UK, Switzerland, and Spain. And we have apparently 3 more minutes, as Mr. Conway showing me, before the game is going to start. So, yeah. Absolutely not a team you should underestimate, and they already took 1 point off Rain, so this is going to be a fantastic last match. Keep in mind, the last map that we see, Northern Waters, right, is not picked by any of the teams. It was actually randomly selected by a bot, so that none of the teams has an advantage here. Of course, I have to read it out because Snack also said something. Anything else to say? This is the client says, please keep CVs out of competitive. They prefer this way as it is right now in King of the Sea. So if they can't bring Klebers, what kind of ships would you think that Rain could bring to kind of still have the same strategy potentially as they had against Span CV?
You can still bring Haragumos or Morceaus for some upfront DPM. The problem is the Kleber just does it so much better and has the mobility to go with it. The reload booster is a higher DPM than a general Morceau farming, but Kleber is its own niche. So nothing really has the same kind of upfront terror as a swarm of 4 Klebers fighting you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to replace Kleber 1-to-1 because the Marceau cannot do exactly the same thing. Haragumo is too slow. So we'll see. Maybe it will be, as Pingu said, a more of a traditional setup that we might see here. Mr. Conway, if you want to join us, would you like to give a guess who's going to win Rain versus Snack? Who are you going to bet on?
Extreme.
Yes, Extreme is looking. They're extremely likely to make an appearance in my prediction. No, but honestly, it's been a while since I've seen Rain win King of the Sea, and I'd like to see them do it again. But on the other hand, Snack, a bit more of a newcomer to the top, or at least to the top scoring KOTS teams. So it's hard to call.
Okay, so let's
I don't know. I didn't
make
see
the
the
round.
other two
Let's
games,
make the
so I
round
can't
and see who says what. So are you going to pick Rain or Snack?
Rain.
Okay.
Snack.
Panzer.
If I say Rain, I'm going to get put in quarantine by Damel. If I say Snack, I'm going to get put in quarantine by Sarah. So I'm staying out of this.
So what are you saying? Extreme or?
Yeah, I'm going with Extreme. I'm going with Extreme.
I'll not let you go with not picking a side. This is just the way it is. So you have to make somebody unhappy. That's the way.
I know it. It's hard. It's tough.
The streamer rule specifically says I have to stay impartial.
But you could
But
be
you still
impartial.
can make a guess, right?
You can be impartial and still make a guess of who you're going to.
Oh,
think
sure.
is going to win.
Rain will win. Yeah, that's a guess. Yes, definitely not me being biased.
Okay. So I'm really torn on this personally because I would love for Snack to get closer to the final state, but Rain has been very, very convincing today, and I would love. I kind of have to go back and actually watch the first match because I'm sure that was a very interesting one. But just knowing how Rain played before, and I've seen some matches from the last weekend as well, so I would say Rain as well. But in my heart, Snack, if you can prove me wrong, I would be quite happy because I would love to see you also advance. Okay,
How diplomatic.
I know, I majored in that.
By the way, interestingly, before we go into the game, currently 426,000 points for Rain and only 110,000 for Snake. So Snake are the underdogs here. 4-1 odds. Get
The
in.
under snakes.
Exactly. Maybe they will snack Rain away. We will have to see. The teams are almost readied up. So guys, I know there were some comments about Twitch drops. Please remember the Twitch drops for King of the Sea. They are missions, not straight up containers. So you have to log in, then you will have a mission. And once you complete the mission, you will get your container. There will be another mission tomorrow. So if you got yours today, you can get a new one tomorrow. The same thing is true for next weekend. Saturday and Sunday, you will get each a new mission. And otherwise, we have regular Twitch drops working as well as usual.
Yes.
And I can probably tease a little bit that for next weekend, you might have some cool news about a related topic that we will share during King of the Sea. Right, Conway? Right?
Yes.
Yes.
We're actually gonna have to, because
Yes.
we're gonna have to figure out when to do this because on Sunday we already have other stuff to talk about.
We
Although
will
we'll probably
find
have
a
enough
way.
time actually. Otherwise, we'll make time. We'll make time, chat. It's okay. It's good.
Yes, I can see they're trying to start the training room. Apparently, it was overloaded, so it should happen in a minute. Also, don't forget, NA King of the Sea is happening later tonight. They have amazing matches. So if you are, hungry for more competitive gameplay, you will definitely be able to see it over there. And who's going to advance to the finals that are going to be happening tomorrow with an official broadcast as well, right after the EU finals that we're broadcasting here. And Mr. Combi, correct me if I'm wrong. We are going to be broadcasting at the exactly same time tomorrow, right?
Exactly. So we're going to be starting at about 20 to 3 Central European time. So that's 2 hours before that in UTC.
Did nobody else see that?
Good
All
job.
good. So the game is starting. We're going into the countdown. We have predictions. So now,
So, chat.
Dance.
Let us know who you think is going to win. We're going to be slowly but steadily handing it over to Maltese Knight and Statsblock. Don't forget, you can find all of these beautiful people around here also on their channels, Painzor and Private Penguin, but also Maltese Knight and Statsblock. They all have their Twitch channels, and they're very, very good streamers. So if you want to learn more about World of Warships, you can find it here. And if you want to learn more about why Private Penguin loves his books,
stop.
Folks, so, yeah,
like this way,
No.
you will have to ask him
No,
first.
no. I just got informed by Statslook that it's an 8v8 game. So
Yeah,
we're gonna restart.
this training room is incredibly broken. I don't know if you caught the thing I was on about, but I had waiting to enter battle screen. The division is ready.
So that will
will be a restart.
yeah,
Will be a
restart.
restart. I
So
should
what-
not. I should not have jinxed it earlier today by saying.
No, you shouldn't have.
I blame Conway. That's chat in general. If you feel like something is wrong, and you want to blame somebody, there's always hashtag blame Conway. It's a good solution. It helps. It helps. It
Wish I-
fixes a lot of things as well.
I wish I had some buttons to push to annoy you with.
It's your presence is enough.
Well, you know what we could do? We could
I
actually ask-
sent you a button to press. I sent you a button.
That is true. That I will bring tomorrow, and then we'll just have to find a way to connect it, because that one is actually at my place, and I didn't bring it to the office yet. And we also have googly eyes.
But they're
that one,
downstairs
that one's
in the office. Should we ask Statsblock and Maltese Knight to join us for a minute?
Sure, why not?
I'm not sure how easy it is for them to quickly switch over, but
Well,
they
they're
don't
right
even
there.
hear
I
us
can
right
see.
now.
I can
I'm
see
sure they have
Statsblock.
us.
He's right there.
Yeah, but he probably has us muted, so we're
That's
not
true.
confusing.
Well, we can just look at him.
Oh, you're such an evil
That is mean. Extremely mean.
extremely.
You would just put them
a
on
little bit
camera
mean.
when they're not expecting to be on camera.
Let me
Yes.
just ask them.
Okay. While we poke them, anything else we wanted to highlight? Not from my side. So, well, let's just wait for the teams to be ready.
It should be pretty quick, to be honest. But
Yeah,
they said sure. They said
Should.
sure, so they're gonna unmute themselves. So let's move and let's hope this doesn't crash everything. Hello.
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 Hello?
Hi. You having fun over there?
We are. We
Yeah,
are.
yeah, sure.
I'm super chuffed to be able to watch a Snake versus Rain game. Like, yes,
Absolutely. Bonus.
yes.
Bonus game. Yeah, it's super exciting. Do we know who won which of the first 2 games? Like first and second?
Snake won first. I have the stats here. So Snake won North, and Rain took it back to 1-1 on trap. But it was super close, apparently.
So I see the bans on this are Nevsky and Kleber.
Yes.
So obviously we've been seeing Kleber's replaced with Marceau. I guess you've just been through this, but we've been seeing Kleber's replaced with Marceau's pretty effectively. Nevsky's tend to be replaced by a Minotaur, maybe a bit less successfully.
Oh, can you
So it's
give us like a
interesting that
sneak peek? Did you see what the guys are readied up with?
No, because in the training room, if the training room is set to not show the teams lineups to each other, the spectators can't see them either. So,
No, but you
No, but
loaded
you
into
saw
game.
that
you
would not
saw
be
you saw the game
gentlemanly
start. I thought
anyway.
I thought
Yeah,
you
we got
the
to see
loading
what the
screen.
teams are in game.
yeah. So that's why I
Well, we
thought
did
you could
see
give
what-
us like a
Well, we
little
got
bit of
to
a
see
hint.
Yeah, we got to see what some of the ships were, but not all of them.
I saw a
God,
Z52.
They're not telling.
Oh, a
They're
set
not telling.
52. Oh, finally.
Ooh.
I've been waiting for a set 52 this entire afternoon because I've seen it on the weekends and it didn't do so poorly. And I
Yeah,
saw
I was
even
kind of
people,
expecting-
even saw teams banning it. So I was curious when we're going to see the first one and on what map. And here it actually, of course, makes a lot of sense. So I'm curious.
Right, it looks like
But
we might actually
good point,
get a match
actually.
now.
Oh, the countdown's starting, but the
we gotta
final
give 'em-
vote tally for the prediction is in. And let me just tell you that 73% of the points favor Rain, 27% Snake.
How about Extreme? How many were them?
Okay.
Okay,
Goodbye,
so,
Stats Block. Goodbye, Stats Block. Goodbye, Multis. Have a good game. We'll see you there. Okay.
Yes. So
luck to the
I mean,
teams.
we'll give them like 10 seconds to quickly turn off everything and switch it around so they can then actually cast the game. So
Good
we'll
luck
do
with
this
the
right
game.
now. Enjoy.
Bye-bye.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Just waiting for them to. There we go. Okay, we're finally off with this bonus match. So we weren't expecting to see this. This is Snake in green versus Rain in red. They are currently 1-1. This is the last quarterfinal of the day. And from Snake on the green side on the north, we've got Conqueror, Yamato, Des Moines, Salem, Venezia, Gearing, Daring, Marceau, and Z52 that Chrysanthos was hoping for. On the Rain side, what have we got?
On the Rain side, we got a Conqueror, a Kremlin, double Des Moines, Venezia, Stalingrad, double Daring, and a Marceau. So the Conqueror is back. I kind of missed watching Conqueror gameplay, so it's back. Here we go. Kind of excited to see HE spamming battleships again.
I'm sensing a slight bit of sarcasm in your voice there, but I'm sure Malamu will do the deed just fine. So let's have a look here. We've got Daring, obviously can provide a smoke for that Des Moines if necessary, albeit a short one. The Venezia probably there to turn and kite. Des Moines obviously to provide radar, but pushing a Des Moines in within 10k of the cap is, well, you've got to get a lot closer to the actual cap itself, but it's very risky when you've got things like Yamato's dropping shells on you. So we'll see how Lulu does. But if I was going to pick a competent cruiser player, it would certainly be Lulu. Okay.
Radar goes out from Willis here to spot that Z52. I mean, they know what they're going to do with the Z52. Everyone does the same thing
Yeah,
with it.
exactly. It's
4K.
guaranteed.
Yeah. But the thing is, oh, there's sap coming in.
Yep.
Oh, but it doesn't connect. Still damaged though. He's down to 14k, so he's gonna be stuck there for a while.
Yeah, the problem is also that once you get the cap, you've got to get out potentially under radar because obviously it takes a little while to get the cap and the Stalingrad's cooldown will be ticking. So then you need to time your escape. Marceau versus Marceau and Daring. Over on the A-cap, shots being exchanged between Gangbarang and Botten. we saw Rain playing earlier. Okay, shells are getting landed on bottom, but not too effectively. This also has pushed bottom off and enabled Eagle to actually get into the cap. And Des Moines is not going to be able to get within radar range, so I think Eagle will take that no problem at all.
So Leazur's going for the one-line rock, and so is Davel. Oh, I mean Davel. There you go. So they're both gonna try and make the approach. The thing is, Leazur does not have a smoke screen coming up here, so he needs to be really careful just in case.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing actually potentially eventually both teams trying to get the Des Moines to that island, and that is a tricky thing to do. You've got cross shots coming in from the battleships, you've got torpedoes coming in across that line that you're trying to go down. So Gearing is going to find, though actually maybe not. I was about to say Gearing's going to find the gap in those torpedoes. Yeah, definitely, that's fine. And Dave in, I'm going to call him Dave. Dave in the Des Moines is fine. They run out. Bottom actually reaches the island. Torpedoes going past the back end of bottom quite harmlessly.
Gangbarang might eat a torp?
Potential.
Ooh, no.
Nope.
Very close.
Just drifting up.
Button needs to be careful here. He's down to 8k in his Marceau. Nothing can really shoot him, but he's down to 8k.
Yeah, you have the same problems in this position as you would do in a cruiser. You know, long range. If he goes forward a little bit more and the Kremlin goes a little bit forward, then they can definitely get shells in there. Okay, heavy fire being exchanged between Redamel and Eagle and Gangbarang.
Redamel might go down here. There's a lot of focus fire. The Daring is shooting AP, but he should switch to HE here because he's bow in. Stalingrad shot down to 3k.
So they're...
Okay.
To be clear what they're doing here, they're not trying to get the Gearing to the island. They're trying to get the Des Moines to the island. It's just that the Gearing has to be there for the smoke.
Does he actually burn out? He's taking for like 40 HP a tick. 50. Oh, yeah, he's
Yep,
dead.
Goes down.
Des Moines might actually die too here, though.
Yeah.
The Stalingrad crossfire. Oh, no. It's tragic.
Gearing dies essentially for nothing trying to get the Des Moines to the island. And now that leaves
now
bottom.
Leazur is just gonna walk.
Yeah.
Well, not really. We need to be a bit careful just because of torps, but I mean, Marceau's stuck here now, in like a 1v4 basically.
Yeah, but bottom.
He can't reverse at the Des Moines.
He can run forwards, but the problem with that is that Azure is obviously has a radar, and there's 3 ships back there that can shoot at you. Here goes Azure.
Okay, he's going, so he knows the Marceau's leaving, so he's gonna go forward. Yeah, and the thing is, the Dastard can probably shoot at him. Yeah, there you go. Here's his Dastard shot. Ooh, goes around, but Leazur might actually get shot soon here on the bottom.
He will.
He's playing it safe.
Yep.
He knows the threat of the torpedoes.
Okay, so just to be clear, bottom is dark. This is the red team's view. So bottom disappearing into that smoke screen. Go back to the all view. Bottom just throwing torpedoes back towards that corner just in case Azure decides to chase. I think he should be away and free.
Oh, Conquer takes a massive 40k salvo from the Kremlin.
Yeah.
It's gonna heal a lot of it back up, but 40k is 40k.
Game trying to keep all the guns on Azure while he was on that corner. Returning fire with the rear guns against Dastard.
On the 4 line here, Z52 versus Daring. Torpedoes out on the Z52. He's actually gonna eat one and die.
And dies, okay. So that opens up the possibility of Eagle and or Sheep pushing into B. There's absolutely nothing there from Snake, who are now 3 ships down. Potentially about to be 4 ships down because bottom is under radar or spotted. No, spotted.
Bottom might actually just die here too.
Yep. Gangbarang needs to give a little bit more lead.
Yeah, you do have to give a lot of lead on Marceau, especially against another Marceau. Can they actually hit them? Maybe
Dancing.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
Des Moines a little bit easier to aim.
Right now,
Okay.
already, Rain do win
Yep.
off of these 2 caps and these kills. So, I mean, Snack is 4 ships down. They need to start. Well,
Yeah,
it's gonna be really difficult. I
I-
think they're half the HP pool the enemy team is.
I think it's like they technically the Daring, the Salem, and the Venezia over on the other cap, they outnumber the Des Moines and the Venezia, but not really because you've got the rest of Rain sitting there in B. I just saw Wayex actually just shoot the water in the Venezia, which is usually a sign of, hey, look, we just give up. Could have been. It may have been a misclick. But... Okay, SAP out on Wayex.
I mean, Get Wrecked Bro right now is literally sitting still in his Daring. I think he's dark, I guess? No, he's shooting and he's sitting still. I think he gives up.
Yeah, I think they've just given up.
Wow.
I think this is like, hey, yeah, let's just get this over with. It's dinner time. Everyone's hungry. let's just get it over with.
I have a steak after this game, so I'm
Yeah,
kind of
well,
hungry too. To be
exactly.
honest. And I do have to cast again.
Yeah, you're crazy, man. You're doing NA as well. You're totally crazy.
Dude, yeah.
Okay, Obese Geese is going to take a whole
Torps on
bunch
the
of
Yama.
torpedoes.
Oh no!
Kind
Look
of-
how many torpedoes there are.
Yeah.
Oh
I
no.
think, honestly, if Snake have internally just called, like, don't worry about it, then yeah, Geese just turning broadside here, just take these shots.
Oh my.
Okay, well,
God.
so it looks like then Rain
Raid
will
might
be
actually win this game for
going
sure.
through. I think they might just about squeak it. It's very close. Potential comeback from Pac-Man plays here against Lulu Snail. I'm not being serious. So Lulu might actually go down.
Ooh, Pac-Man gets rushed by Venezia AP.
Carry from Wayex. Wayex smokes up.
Wayex gets a solo warrior here. Oh,
No,
possibly
that
not,
is
actually.
a decisive victory.
Very
Mainly
decisive.
decided from that first cap
One
that we
line.
were looking at.
Yeah, A line,
yeah,
A cap,
they-
1 line.
Just trying to get that Des Moines to that island is always super dangerous. And yeah, they lost the gearing and then the Des Moines immediately afterwards. That was pretty much nail in the coffin there. So congratulations to Rain, commiserations to Snake. Rain will be going through to tomorrow along with the other 3 teams going into the semis. So finally, for the final time today, I will pass you back to Prague.
Congratulations to Rain. Wow, what a display. The 2 matches before have been apparently very close, but this one was very decisive by Rain by making a very good move near the A cap. But let's get in Painzor and Private Penguin and a special guest that joined Private Penguin. the secret main actor here that we have, the main talent. Would you introduce us to your cat?
She's called Ella.
That sound is amazing.
It's like full ASMR. Amazing. Yeah, so congratulations to Rain. So guys, where did it go wrong for Snake? What was the big mistake?
Damel got caught. That's it. Like, so they're all pushing in down the 1 line, and just you have this Marceau and the Daring, and Damel gets spotted by. I'm not sure. Did he get radared? I wasn't sure. But basically, you know, the Des Moines, the Daring and the Marceau just pounding a load of shells into the gearing as it's coming in. He couldn't quite get the island in time. He eats a permafire on his bow, and he's dead. And then the Des Moines gets slapped from across the map by, I think it was the Kremlin and the Stalingrad.
Stalingrad had a great angle. The
Yeah.
Kremlin just took the last 2k HP, I guess.
Yeah, just
Right.
really well executed by Rain. You could see
It was.
perfectly. They knew exactly what's going to happen. They anticipated, and they punished both the gearing and the Des Moines. So much for it that after this, it's really hard to come back from it. Plus, of course, then losing the set 52 to torpedoes kind of sealed the deal after using the Hydra to get the B cap, which is what you use the set 52 for. Exactly right. This is where you want it to be able to get the B cap. But then afterwards, that was kind of the game and really hard to come back from it. So Snack kind of then said, okay, you know what, this game is not really winnable anymore, and kind of laid down their weapons. But that means we know who's going to be advancing to the next stage, which is going to be tomorrow. It's going to be the semifinals. And I'm sure Mr. Conway is going to now give us the final sheet in a second. We're also going to have the Rain team there for the semifinals, because that's what we're going to be casting tomorrow. And tomorrow we're going to be starting at the same time. And I don't know which game we're actually going to be casting first. So that will be also a surprise for me.
For me as well.
Yes. All of these teams looked very, very strong, and I'm really, really looking forward to seeing who's going to make it into the finals and who's going to be the EU King of the Sea. That will be to be seen tomorrow. And yes, as we can see here, one of the matches is going to be Yoink versus Oh Boy, and then Rain versus Shaft. So one of these teams from each side is going to make it to the finals and fight for the crown. And that means also the very special King of the Sea flag that gives you a very nice bonus and that you only get to keep for as long as you're the King of the Sea.
Indeed. Let me just rejoin everyone here.
Yes.
So, I'm happy to tell you actually that there is no choice to be made tomorrow, because we are going to be showing all of the games. We're going to start off with the first semi-final. Now, the only issue I have to quickly check. So the semi-final 1 is going to be our Yoink versus Oh Boy game. And the semi-final 2 will then be Shaft versus Rain. And we're going to show both of those. Then we will have a short break for the teams to recuperate, and then we will be heading into the match for third place, which is very important tomorrow, because the match for third place also qualifies that team to take part in the international finals, where, of course, there is a $30,000 cash prize pool to be won. Any one of the top 3 teams from any region can absolutely take the main prize, which is $15,000. You know, like even between the team, that makes for a nice little gift to oneself. So it's going to be really exciting to see what's going to happen. It's going to look a little bit different. So the first placed seed, the regional winners, are going to not play the first round of international. So the first round is going to be between second and third place teams, and then the winners from that are going to have to face the first place teams, and so on. So they will have, if you finish third, you'll have an uphill battle to fight for sure. But it's one that you can absolutely win and take. So it's going to be very exciting. We're going to start tomorrow at 3 o'clock Central European Summertime with the first game. We're going to be live 20 minutes before that, so that'll be about 1300 UTC that the games start happening. There will again be Twitch drops, of course, as usual. So, yeah.
Good job.
Yes. I think we should bring in our casters and probably say goodbye.
Sadly, yes. Well, it's been a long broadcast, and tomorrow's going to be another long day. But yes, let's bring in Maltese Knight and Stats Bloke.
Hello, gentlemen. Again.
Hello.
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 How do I wave at them? I'm trying to figure out which way it is. Oh, over there. Hello.
You're in
The
the
thing is,
middle.
I can look this way and see most of you. I should probably look a bit down, and then I see
Hi.
most of you.
Yeah.
So,
I'll move over here. I'm in the middle now. There we go.
great job casting today. What was your favorite match?
Oh, that's good. So, for me, like I said, I was actually waiting for the first band CV match for a week, because that was essentially what could have been the finals potentially. So that was like well anticipated, and they didn't disappoint. That was a really close match. And they were all good matches, especially the little bonus match we had just there, which is always good. Yeah, that was great. That band CV rematch was good.
Okay, and then I think we just lost Maltese Knight.
I think we just
Oh.
lost Maltese.
Hello.
I think we did just lose him, yes. He seems
we
to
can
have
still hear
closed his stream.
He's over there.
Can you? Sorry,
Can you
I made a
poke him?
mistake. There you go.
Just knock
Can you
Painter.
see me?
Just,
There we
perfect,
go.
yeah.
Now we can.
All right.
Paints are fixed.
Click the wrong
Good
button.
job.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Maltese Knight is, of course, a madman, because he is now going to start casting the North American finals. So he has another good 6 hours of World of Warships casting to look forward to. So if you would like to join him for this, twitch.tv/Maltese Knight. Yeah. You can go and watch him there.
He might know one or two things about how to play World of Warships.
Yes.
And how to
So-
win a tournament.
By the way,
So what
can
did you
just-
think of the Z52 you wanted to see, Chrysantos?
Look,
it-
I would have liked to see it in a more, in let's say, in a longer run match. Unfortunately, he actually ate a torpedo. But overall, I think this whole match was decided on the A cap and kind of sunk there after they lost the gearing, and the Des Moines on their way to the cap. So that's all she wrote, I guess. Maybe
Yes.
we'll see more.
By the way, can you enlighten us? I saw the is 07 not in?
No, they're playing. I'm gonna be casting them actually first game today.
Okay, cool.
Perfect.
Looking forward to seeing them as well. Okay,
You
well,
got
I
benched,
think
didn't you?
there's nothing
No,
really.
I can't do many things at once.
What do you mean you cannot do everything at once?
If
magic.
there's nothing else, then I think we're slowly going to come to an end now. You know when to find us tomorrow. You know where to find us. For those of you who haven't got your Twitch drop today, we are going to be launching a raid on Lord Zath after the broadcast is over. So if you just hang around, you'll be able to continue accumulating your Twitch drop KOTS container mission time. Yes.
Exactly. Otherwise, if you want to see any of the beautiful streamers that joined us today, you can find their channel at twitch.tv/ and then whatever name you see basically written here. And you will find them streaming with the Warships for a very, very long time and the next few days. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. We hope you had a good time. We had some initial, small problems, but everything is now smooth. And tomorrow is going to be an absolute blast with the European semifinals and finals.
Jinxed it again.
I jinxed it again, exactly. There's something, we know something is going to happen, so just might, introduce it with a little bit of a jinx. So there we go. My pleasure, Conway.
Yes, thank you. Any closing words, gentlemen?
Looking forward to tomorrow. It's
Yeah.
cool.
Me as well.
Okay.
Can't wait to
It was
watch.
great.
Okay. Well, in that case, I think let's just go straight from here. Without further ado, thank you very much for having tuned in. We hope you enjoyed it, and give us some feedback on what you thought today. We have a new set of casters, and we're all learning together. But I think they did a fantastic job, and we'll see them back tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see you back tomorrow as well. Until then, goodbye. Have a nice evening, and enjoy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.